Downing Street this Monday morning as the country prepares to say goodbye to Sir Keir Starmer as Prime Minister. And hello to Andy Burnham, formerly Mayor of Manchester. Today he takes to the Cabinet Office here. He takes control of the agenda, the country, and will set out what he means to do with this newfound power. What kind of moment is this for him, for his party, for the country? Let's speak to our two guests, Emma Burnell, who's from Labour List. Good morning to you.
Morning.
And George Parker from the Financial Times. Good morning. Emma, let's talk about the party, the Labour Party to start with. Yeah. How important a moment is this for Labour, just 2 years after Keir Starmer won that massive majority?
I mean, I think it's huge. Andy said in his acceptance speech for the Labour leadership on Friday, and he said before, this is a last chance. And I think there's a real sense of that in the party. There is a real optimism about Andy, about sort of turning the page and kind of reintroducing ourselves to the country. But also that sense that, you know, there is a real trepidation that we've got to get this right.
And there's a lot of goodwill at the moment.
Yeah.
But he knows full well that this afternoon, when he starts appointing some people and not appointing other people and having to make compromises, his power very gradually starts to diminish. He'll never be more powerful than he is right now, will he?
I mean, that's always the case, absolutely. But I think there is a difference between the power that he's got with that group of people and the power he's got to communicate to the country and to make difference in people's lives. And I think he really has to focus on the latter power.
Difference in people's lives. George, let's talk about that, because for people watching at home this morning, all over the country, who remember the Labour manifesto at the last election they either did or didn't vote for, is Andy Burnham going to be constrained by what it said in that document? He can't go too far away from it, can he?
Well, he said he is going to be bound by the document, because, of course, if he deviates too far from the document, people will be saying justifiably, go back to the country, have an election, get your own mandate. Now, of course, that's something Andy Burnham will consider if he gets a bit of a bounce in the polls. If Reform UK starts to stall, he could consider that. But I think he is bound by the manifesto, so I agree with Emma that he'll get a new hearing. People will listen to Labour again, which is really important for Labour MPs who felt that Keir Starmer was leading them to an inevitable defeat at the next election. But what comes out of his mouth and what he does next is really important, because he finds himself boxed in by exactly the same political and economic constraints that the previous Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, did.
So is this mainly, do you think, a change in style and tone, a different accent, if you like, rather than really any great change in policy?
I think it's more than that, and I think it's important to say that it is important to communicate what you're doing.
Yeah.
Having someone who actually is able to deliver a message, sounds relatable, to use the youth speak, someone who actually sounds like he's interested in the lives of ordinary people, I think that is important. But you're already starting to see from Andy Burnham a shift in tone and direction, in terms of devolving power to Manchester, taking back some public control over utilities, water industry, for example, and also focusing laser-like on the cost of living. The thing that he says people care about most, giving people breathing space, as he puts it.
Which Keir Starmer said as well.
He did. Andy is constrained by the manifesto, but actually there's an awful lot in the manifesto that is exactly the agenda he's setting out. Devolution was in the manifesto. So it's really a case of just rejigging the priorities and actually delivering really full tilt on some of the things that were in the manifesto but maybe kind of got pushed aside by circumstances, and just having that real focus.
We know he's going to be in number 10. The key question is, who's he going to put next door in number 11 as Chancellor? What do you reckon, Emma?
I know what you know, I'm afraid. As I understand it, this has been a very, very tightly held decision. We're hearing different names floated around, and we will find out when somebody walks up that street. Because
for some time it was kind of assumed, wasn't it, that Ed Miliband, who we know he's close to, was going to get that job. But in the last few days, it seems to be Shabana Mahmood, that the Home Secretary, is now favoured to get it.
I mean, I think there are positives for both cases. Ed Miliband has done extremely well in Desnes. He's had an agenda, he's really focused on it and delivered on it. Shabana Mahmood has also got a real record of delivery. I think one of the key things here is that Andy Burnham has been very clear that he will be setting the direction on the economy as well as other things. And so that role will be slightly different from the relationship that happened between Keir Starmer and Rachel Reeves, where Rachel Reeves really had the whole grip on economic policy.
George, whoever he picks, whether it's one of them or maybe somebody else, will tell us a lot, won't it, about Andy Burnham's future?
Absolutely. I mean, we think, and we expect it's probably going to be Shabana Mahmood. who goes in there. She's someone who doesn't have a great economic track record, but going to what Emma says, I think that's not a bad thing from the point of view of Andy Burnham, because he's going to beef up his operation in Number 10 to give it more of a grip on the economic levers, not just here actually in Number 10 London, but also the new Number 10 in the north as well. And having an effective minister like Shabana Mahmood, who's a very good person for delivering policies, driving through an agenda, I think is the kind of person he would favour rather than someone like Ed Miliband who's got his very own economic agenda.
I mean, Andy Burnham, he's given this a big sell, hasn't he? What was he said on Friday? That the biggest transformational moment in British politics in 40 years? Really?
I mean, it depends what you mean by transformational in politics. Someone like me who's really passionate about devolution, about getting power out of this street and into every street, I think that could be deeply transformational. If we do, again, change the economic model away from that overheated southeast, then funding public services everywhere else, and actually having much more growth around the country, I think that will be transformational. It's going to be a long, hard project. I don't think he's going to be able to do it overnight. He will need to show that there is progress being made, real tangible progress being made towards that.
George, biggest moment in 40 years?
Well, I was here in 1997 on a day a bit like this when Tony Blair walks in. And I find it really strange that Andy Burnham was writing out the whole of the 13 years that New Labour was in office, when the economy grew, towns were rebuilt, the civic infrastructure, the hospitals, the schools, the libraries were rebuilt by a Labour government. And to suggest that he is going to oversee that kind of transformation and write out of history some of the things Labour's done in the past, I find that slightly negative.
I don't think that's quite what he's saying, to be honest. I think the difference is, post-2008, post the crash, the model that the Blair government used very successfully, you're right, to fund those public services was largely driven by the kind of growth we got before the 2008 crash and the kind of growth we just haven't seen since. So there has to be a change. We just still haven't reckoned with changing the economic model once it was tested to destruction in 2008.
Guys, thank you very much indeed. I think we're going to have to stop because otherwise we're going to get brushed away. They've polished the front door already, buffed it up, and now they're getting rid of all the stains on the floor because the eyes of the world are going to be on Downing Street in the hours to come. Thank you both very much indeed. It's going to be a busy day, isn't it, for political correspondents here in Downing Street and right across Westminster. And you'll be able to follow the whole thing live on BBC One. Clive Myrie and the team will be here from 10 o'clock to guide us through that moment of the transfer of power. Which way does he go? That way.
The other way, John. Behind you.
Good morning, everybody. It is Monday, the 20th of July. We're live on Downing Street, where later today, Andy Burnham becomes our next Prime Minister. In just a few hours' time, the man who was Mayor of Greater Manchester until last month is expected to stand right here outside the door of Number 10 and spell out his vision for the country. He will, we are told, promise to make politics more stable. And Mr Burnham will become the UK's 59th Prime Minister, the 7th in only a decade. It's going to be a busy morning, busy day. So let's begin with this report from our political correspondent, Joe Pike.
His route to the peak of power is almost complete. Andy Burnham spent some of his final hours outside Downing Street jogging, while inside the secure zone, final preparations were being made for his arrival. Later, he will promise to give Britain more breathing space, likely further cost of living support, say he's acutely conscious of the high turnover of prime ministers, and argue we're at a moment of reflection and resolution.
Coming out with that clearer vision, a bolder vision, being clear that we are on the side of ordinary working people, taking on the vested and private interests where we need to do so, and redistributing power into every community. That is a vision I think people will really get behind.
As Andy Burnham's arrival approaches, opposition parties are sharpening their critiques. In a letter to the new Prime Minister, Kemi Badenoch has said, "I was disappointed by your recent comments that there was room for movement on tax and that you might ask people for a little more in tax. I urge you to rule out any new tax rises now." Reform UK are demanding a general election, while the Lib Dems have offered to work with Labour to reform social care. Andy Burnham's journey to this moment and this street has been surprisingly smooth in recent weeks. But later today, that could change. He doesn't just need to decide who to appoint to government, but who to overlook and who to sack. Then there are choices over policy, and not all of them come cheap. Today, in his speech on this street, Andy Burnham will promise to give the public breathing room. But he is unlikely to get any himself. Joe Pike, BBC News, Downing Street.
So the stage is set here in Downing Street. And as Joe was just saying, it's something we've kind of become used to over the last 10 years, isn't it? But let's talk about what makes today different. Our chief political correspondent, Henry Zeffman, is live with us and will be all morning. Hi, Henry.
Good morning.
So what is going to happen, this handover of power? What can we expect in the next few hours?
Well, Sir Keir Starmer will emerge from number 10, much as he did a month or so ago to resign. And again, he will give a speech where I imagine he will seek to frame what he sees as his achievements in 2 years as Prime Minister, even though, of course, that is far shorter, as he's acknowledged now, than he would have hoped. That will be about 11 a.m, just after 11 a.m, 11:15 or so. He'll then walk down the street, perhaps with his wife Victoria, and go to Buckingham Palace, where he will see the King and formally resign. Shortly after that, Andy Burnham will arrive at Buckingham Palace. He will, what's known as, kiss hands with the monarch. He's not actually kissing his hand, but that is the moment at which Andy Burnham will be our Prime Minister. Then he will get in a car here, walk up the street, stand at the same lectern and give a speech about how he wants to change the country. And he was very clear, wasn't he, John, on Friday? That change is not just a change of identity in this building. It is a profound shift, as he sees it, from the past 40 years of British politics, including Labour governments in which he served and the Labour government which is leaving office today.
So those are the big choreographed moments, the almost controllable moments. Then, as Prime Minister, it becomes rather more unpredictable, doesn't it, for Andy Burnham in terms of what he wants to do, what he can do, appointing a cabinet?
Absolutely. So there are certain things that Andy Burnham will do straight away when he walks through that door. He will be given some conversations about security, and he will write letters to the commanders of Britain's nuclear submarines about what to do in the event that Britain is under attack. Those are the moments where former Prime Ministers have talked about suddenly the gravity of the office sinking in, even if it is an office which, in Andy Burnham's case, you've sought for almost 2 decades. Then he will actually start sacking people, sacking members of Sir Keir Starmer's cabinet who he does not want around his own top table. Then, rather more happily, he will start appointing people, and we'll start to see members of Andy Burnham's cabinet walk up this street, walk through the door, preparing to be given a job by Andy Burnham. And of course, as we've been reflecting for weeks now, John, the job which people are most fascinated by is who will live in the building next door. Who will live in 11 Downing Street. We don't know, and that's normal, by the way, to some extent. You've not previously had Prime Ministers who are entering office mid-term pre-announce who is going to be in their top team, but often you have a pretty strong idea of who will be the Chancellor, for example. I mean, it feels likely that Shabana Mahmood, currently the Home Secretary, is going to be the occupant of 11 Downing Street, is going to be the Chancellor. But there are supporters of Ed Miliband, the Energy Secretary, the former Labour leader, who has long coveted that job, who even last night were saying they still hadn't quite given up hope that he might get the nod. That matters not just because of personality, but because it's potentially 2 quite different economic visions that Andy Burnham would be presiding over.
And if Ed Miliband doesn't get that job and has to go to another job, who vacates that job? And it's a long string and chain of unpredictability then.
That's right, but in general terms, I would expect this to be much more significant than a reshuffle, than one of those moments where a Prime Minister shuffles their own team. I would see this much more like a new government taking over from an old government. Yes, there will be some faces in common, but I would expect a really serious amount of change in those very big jobs.
Henry, it's brilliant to have you here with us this morning. Henry will guide us through it. Breakfast on for a little bit longer today, till 10 o'clock this morning. And at that point, we will all find out what's going to happen. Clive Murray will be here live in Downing Street for a BBC News special. Watch around the world here on BBC News and in the UK on BBC One and iPlayer. That's all to come. Of course, because later today, at about lunchtime, Andy Burnham becomes our next Prime Minister. And we can bring you a look at some of this morning's front pages now, how they are covering developments this Monday. Let's start with the Telegraph. Burnham's new era of big state is their take. The paper writing that the new Prime Minister is eyeing public ownership of some key industries, including, it says, the National Lottery, Thames Water and local bus services. Burning ambition is the Mirror's headline. The paper saying that Andy Burnham will promise to give Britain more breathing space on the cost of living when he makes his speech here in Downing Street later today. The Guardian says the new Prime Minister will begin to appoint his cabinet this afternoon with endless speculation about who will head up those big offices of state. We will add to the speculation as the programme goes by this morning. And Andy Burnham is taking the reins amid global turmoil, says The Sun, the paper claiming that chaos is already engulfing that crucial issue of oil and gas drilling in the North Sea. And we can also look at today's edition of the Manchester Evening News, which features a mocked-up illustration of Andy Burnham, who, of course, served as Greater Manchester's mayor for nearly a decade. That pictured by the Mancunian artist Stan Chow, now superimposed over the door of number 10. Now, more than 30 PMs have lived right here over the years. But what do we know about the new one, Andy Burnham? Well, he served as a minister in both Tony Blair and Gordon Brown's governments in the early 2000s. But for the last decade, he's been mayor of Greater Manchester. He only returned to Parliament as an MP a month ago after winning the Makerfield by-election. Labour MPs then put his name forward for the top job, and today he becomes Prime Minister. What a month he has had. Now, he's well known in the north of England. He's even talked about having a number 10 office in Manchester. But how does the man who's sometimes dubbed the King of the North now reach out to other parts of the UK? Can he win over voters across our nations and regions? John Maguire reports this morning from the far southwest of England.
On a hillside in West Cornwall, migrant workers are picking bunches of spectacular agapanthus to be sold across the UK. It's an exotic, unexpected and unique sight.
January, February, we get very mild winters, but we also get a mild summer. So this time of year, where it's really hot up in London and other parts of the country, it will be 6, 7, 8 degrees cooler.
The microclimate here makes it perfect for growing everything, from broccoli to potatoes and daffodils. They handpick 800 million of them each year. Yes, really. So what can a new Prime Minister do for this vital slice of Cornish life?
Anything that they can do to support our businesses to grow and be self-sufficient in food. It surprises me that the UK is about 58% self-sufficient in food, and if a few tweaks here and there, we could really increase our food security. There's some fantastic farmers in the UK. Let's celebrate that and let's deliver that to the great British public.
Penzance sits, famously, at the end of the line. It's more than 5 hours by train to London, 7+ to Manchester and 4 to Bristol. That distance comes with advantages and disadvantages. Those who call this area home all year round are at pains to insist that behind its beauty there are struggles.
There's a lot of poverty here. It seems like we've totally forgotten about Andy Burnham.
Yeah.
I think he needs to come down to Penwith, to Cornwall, and see the real side.
People just need to be given opportunities. Work in more partnerships with the organisation in the area, more growing projects, more anything that gets it doesn't matter what it is, but that gets people together. More funding to provide real jobs.
Food is at the heart of this community centre. They teach cooking and feed local people at affordable prices. Funding is a constant struggle. Their message to Prime Minister Burnham is listen and take action.
He feels that the North has been neglected by Westminster for decades, and they don't know what actual people are like and what it's like to work 2 jobs and still not being able to make ends meet. And I think it's not just a North-South thing. I think that's a Westminster versus the rest of the country thing.
Everyone's entitled to their dignity. And there are so many people that we're dealing with who do not have their dignity. And if politicians would only look at people as real people and not as numbers and statistics and items in a report, and would only actually give them their dignity back.
Cornwall as a whole, obviously we are quite a big county, and it's people's perspective of us that they think that we are all very near to each other, and we are not. So to get out of Cornwall, it takes about 2 hours. So when we are looking at some funders, they might class Penzance and say Saltash as in the same area, and we are not.
So 2 hours apart.
Yeah. So that's another struggle.
They all seem to come in and say the same sort of nonsense and go nowhere with it.
What should a new Prime Minister do you think?
Lay down some proper laws, put things in place.
Community is important here. At the Growing Links project, volunteers cultivate friendships as well as vegetables, both staples of life.
I think it can be a really tough place for people to live because there is that seasonality to it, tough winters. So a lot of the industries, which are mostly hospitality at this point, mean that they don't exist all year round. Penzance has a really high proportion of homelessness as well. And like resources are stretched in terms of support just because we are isolated down here.
These are the industries of the future, and Cornwall has that potential.
I'm being shown around the town's dock by BBC Cornwall's political reporter. He says people tell him when it comes to government support, they want a hand up, not handouts.
I think the biggest concern for people in Cornwall is that the self-styled King of the North is going to forget about places like Cornwall, which, despite being in the far south of the country, probably economically and when it comes to insecure work, creaking infrastructure, levels of deprivation, is probably more similar to those parts of the north. Andy Burnham says he wants to help. And the message, I think, from people in Cornwall is, don't forget about us. We need the same kind of level of support, even if we're not geographically north.
Once in Downing Street, Andy Burnham's promising to head out across the UK and to listen. Communities hundreds of miles from both Westminster and indeed Manchester will be hoping he does exactly that, because they've got plenty to tell him. John Maguire, BBC News, Penzance.
So we've already heard this morning from people in the northwest of England, the southwest of England. During the programme, we're going to hear from voters and our correspondents in all the nations and regions of the UK on an historic day, a transfer, a handover of power from Sir Keir Starmer to Andy Burnham. And there's quite a presence that we have here in Downing Street this morning. Sometimes these things happen suddenly, don't there? Sudden political change, unexpected political change. But we've known for a month, haven't we, since Keir Starmer announced his resignation, that this would be happening. We've much known that it would be happening on this date, which has given the broadcasters, journalists, TV companies and Downing Street itself the opportunity to prepare. So there's a big gantry being built for cameras. There are already broadcasters here from around the world, not just to see the handover of power that will take place between the two prime ministers after visiting the King, but also then to keep an eye at the top of the street on Whitehall when we will see the new cabinet ministers arriving and walking up potentially to find out what jobs they have got under the new prime minister. And amid all the international hullabaloo and attention, spare a thought for Larry the cat, who's out here outside the door of number 10 this morning. He first arrived in Downing Street in 2011, and this just puts it all into focus. He was David Cameron's cat to start with, then he was passed on to Theresa May, then to Boris Johnson, then to Liz Truss, then to Rishi Sunak, then to Sir Keir Starmer, and today Andy Burnham becomes Larry's 7th owner in his 15 years. I think you can tell what he thinks of that from the look, from his body language. back of the head when you come to a big white shot.
I'm all doing the identifying with the jeans.
Oh, yeah. Off the back of the headline in the truck, you come into a big white shot there.
No need to bother you with the small details.
Graham? Graham? No, I didn't. No, I'm doing it right now. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Good morning. It is 7 o'clock and welcome to John Hay
on Downing Street on the day that Labour's
Andy Burnham has to enter number 10 as the new Prime Minister, promising to give the public more breathing room
returning to Parliament this morning, get ready and take over from Sir Keir Starmer.
Well, later today we'll find out his picks in cabinet and crucially that still about his challenges. Well, we'll be live right here in Downing Street all day as Keir Starmer makes way.
Soon the work of government begins. First task for Andy Burnham, appointing his cabinet. Labour MPs have spent weeks jockeying for position. Now all eyes are on who will be Chancellor, whether Siobhan Mahmood has edged out Ed Miliband for the role.
As you can imagine, fans delivered one hit through after a really fiery end to the game on the pitch.
Okay, so when they come back to us, we're starting on the big wide shot in the outer vision at the beginning.
Good morning, and welcome to the programme. We're at Downing Street on a huge day.
And I'll just keep
So in the coming hours, Andy Burnham is going to become the Prime Minister, the country's seventh in just 6 months. And look, the day will be filled with lots of pomp. We'll have speeches here in Downing Street. We'll also have these meetings with the King. But also, there are going to be some very serious decisions to be made, including, of course, who's the new Prime Minister picked to be in his cabinet. So in a speech later, Andy Burnham is going to talk about giving the public described as
Good morning. It is Monday, the 20th of July. We're live on Downing Street, where later today, Andy Burnham will become our next Prime Minister. In just a few hours' time, the man who was Mayor of Greater Manchester until last month is expected to stand here outside the door of number 10 in Westminster and spell out his vision for the country. Now, we're told he's going to promise to make politics more stable as he becomes the UK's 59th Prime Minister and the 7th in only a decade. And the world's media are here preparing to cover this historic moment, this handover of power. Special podium has been erected for cameras. We've heard accents and languages from all over the world. Such is the interest in this moment. Meanwhile, just 2 years after leading Labour to that landslide victory in the general election, the removal vans have been out the back here over the weekend, taking away Sir Keir Starmer's possessions after his own MPs concluded that it was time for a change at the top. So let's just run through what we're expecting to happen today. Just after 11 o'clock, Sir Keir is expected to speak here before he leaves Downing Street as Prime Minister for the last time. After that, he'll make his way to Buckingham Palace to see King Charles. It's only about a mile or so. And there he will officially offer his resignation as PM. Then the King will invite and meet Andy Burnham and ask the new Labour leader to form a government. And once he's accepted that invitation, Andy Burnham will officially become Prime Minister. He will come by car down here to Downing Street, where he will give a speech to the nation. That's expected to be just after midday. You can follow all of it here on BBC One. So ahead of these events, here on Breakfast this morning, we're explaining how this handover of power is going to work. We'll ask what kind of Prime Minister Andy Burnham intends to be. How will he affect all of our lives? Who is he going to appoint to the key jobs in Cabinet, running our economy, our welfare system, our schools and hospitals, our military, our borders, so much more. it's going to be a busy morning, a busy day, a busy week ahead. So let's begin with this report from our political correspondent, Joe Pike.
His route to the peak of power is almost complete. Andy Burnham spent some of his final hours outside Downing Street jogging, while inside the secure zone, final preparations were being made for his arrival. Later, he will promise to give Britain more breathing space, likely further cost of living support, say he's acutely conscious of the high turnover of prime ministers, and argue we're at a moment of reflection and resolution.
Coming out with that clearer vision, a bolder vision, being clear that we are on the side of ordinary working people, taking on the vested and private interests where we need to do so, and redistributing power into every community. That is a vision I think people will really get behind.
As Andy Burnham's arrival approaches, opposition parties are sharpening their critiques. In a letter to the new Prime Minister, Keir Starmer has said, "I was disappointed by your recent comments that there was room for movement on tax and that you might ask people for a little more in tax. I urge you to rule out any new tax rises now." Reform UK are demanding a general election, while the Lib Dems have offered to work with Labour to reform social care. Andy Burnham's journey to this moment and this street has been surprisingly smooth in recent weeks, but later today that could change. He doesn't just need to decide who to appoint to government, but who to overlook and who to sack. Then there are choices over policy, and not all of them come cheap. Today, in his speech on this street, Andy Burnham will promise to give the public breathing room, but he is unlikely to get any himself. Joe Pike, BBC News, Downing Street.
So, here in Downing Street, the stage is set for another handover. Henry is here to guide us through it. And Henry, however many times you see it, and we've seen it quite a few times in the last decade, it's a big moment, isn't it, for all of us?
Yeah, and especially when Andy Burnham is talking up the change, the sort of rupture almost that he believes he represents with what has come before. And we don't just mean new face on the same Labour government. Andy Burnham is talking about this moment, talking about this incoming government as a break with 40 years of British politics. Now, there's plenty of interesting debate to come on what that exactly means and whether that means disowning the governments in which he himself served as a cabinet minister, Tony Blair and Gordon Brown. But it does mean that even in Andy Burnham's eyes, this is a very big moment. It is, of course, also in the eyes of a sceptical public who have been very frustrated with a succession of prime ministers, an early chance for Andy Burnham, a crucial chance for Andy Burnham to try to define what he's all about. And one phrase I think we're going to hear again and again from him, as you're hearing from Joe there, is breathing space. And he will try to convey that that is his top priority, finding ways to alleviate the cost of living, to give people breathing space.
He will stand right here and address the nation, and then he will walk through the door, and then the reality, the political reality, the reality of the job kick in immediately.
Yeah, that's right. And by the way, he will stand right there. Some suggestions that we're picking up that he might not stand behind a lectern, so it might physically feel
no
and look...
tie?
Don't know. I mean, of course, as Mayor of Greater Manchester, he hasn't necessarily worn a suit and tie, but in the House of Commons he always would. I'm sure he'll wear a suit and tie to see the King, but he could definitely change on his way back. I don't know. I think Andy Burnham will, though, try to find ways, whether it's the lectern or something else, to make this look and feel a bit different. But then when he walks through, as you say, reality hits. He will be applauded through by the civil servants who will be working with him, and then go into a room and be told some pretty hard truths about Britain's security situation. He will write letters to the commanders of Britain's nuclear submarines about what they should do in the event that Britain comes under nuclear attack. Pretty serious moment, of course. And then he will sack a string of people who've been serving in Sir Keir Starmer's cabinet and appoint their replacements. One of those will be a pretty grim task, but then the replacements, as they start to walk up Downing Street, we will get a sense of who are going to be some of the most prominent figures in British politics for however long Andy Burnham lasts.
Crucially, his Chancellor.
Right, and we're standing outside number 10, but just next door is number 11, from where the Chancellor works. There is no relationship in British politics that is more important at any time than the relationship between a Prime Minister and their Chancellor. And for weeks, the speculation has been about whether Ed Miliband, the former leader, the current Energy Secretary, would get that job or somebody else. The widespread assumption now is that the favourite to get that job is Shabana Mahmood, the Home Secretary. But I think we still don't really know. Andy Burnham has kept the preparations for government in terms of policy and personnel incredibly tight. It's been very impressive in terms of a feat of management of expectations and management of information. But it does mean there may well be some big surprises when we see the new cabinet ministers walk up the street later today.
Preparations for government, preparations for the handover continue. The street is being cleaned. There are some marks here on the ground which seem to be worrying the staff. They're trying to get rid of these sort of stains for whatever is about to happen. Here we go. The street cleaners are coming in. We're now getting the full.
Oh, well, they've woken up Larry the cat, who's been sleeping through the hubbub for about 4 hours.
I mean, every headline writer is now thinking about new broom, clean sweep.
If there's one thing I've learned in a few years of doing this job, John, is that the City of Westminster Clean Streets team care not a jot for what else is going on. Maybe they actually want to be on camera.
And I was wondering what was going on behind us there when you were talking about maybe a lectern, maybe no lectern. I thought maybe we were getting a clue, but I think they look like they're getting a reverse-angled camera there.
Well, I think that probably speaks to the fact that Andy Burnham wants to
do you think we can get our shoes cleaned at the same time, Henry?
Look out, lads. It's like a really bad theme park ride. Instead of getting yourself wet, it's just a bit of light water on the shoes.
A theme park, like the roller coaster of British politics continues. And we'll be here live and hopefully not too wet here on BBC One till 10 o'clock this morning, especially extended breakfast. And then at 10, Clive and the team take over for a BBC News special. Watch it live here on BBC One, on the iPlayer. And, of course, there'll be a live page on the BBC News website and app as well. Sal, back to you. Hope you're drier than we are.
Definitely. John,
Well, a key challenge for Andy Burnham will be his approach to foreign policy and how quickly he can get up to speed with international issues in his in-tray. Well, let's get more on the global reaction to the new PM now with our UK political correspondent, Rob Watson. Welcome to the programme, Rob. So what kind of a Prime Minister will Andy Burnham be on the international stage, do you think?
Well, when it comes to foreign policy, I think you're looking at much more a case of continuity rather than change. And that's not at all surprising. I mean, he is, after all, another Labour Prime Minister. But, of course, Britain's foreign policy is determined by its history, its geography, its interests and events. So just like Keir Starmer, you will see Andy Burnham prioritise support for Ukraine, for getting closer to the European Union, but not too close, not rejoining. You will see Andy Burnham promote the idea of international norms, the importance of multilateral bodies and multilateralism like the United Nations. And I think it's clear he will want to maintain the UK's special relationship with the United States, though I'm sure he'll be very wary about cozying up too much to President Trump personally because of the way the president is viewed here. So much more a case of continuity than change. I think it's also worth pointing out that, I mean, through his long political career, foreign policy has never been a huge interest of Andy Burnham so far, and I think it's fair to assume that he will want to focus much more on domestic politics and, in particular, on improving living standards in the UK, because, after all, that is exactly, Catherine, what has done for the 6 people who were in Downing Street before him.
Rob, thank you. That's our UK political correspondent, Rob Watson there. Well, let's head to Paris and speak to our correspondent there, Hugh Schofield. Hugh, Rob mentioned there that we have yet another British Prime Minister taking office in the past decades. How are European leaders likely to welcome him?
Well, I mean, he's a closed book as far as Europe is concerned. People here in France certainly have very little conception of what kind of leader he's going to be. They've been, the governments have been, getting up to speed as quickly as they can, but that's mainly based on British press reports filtered by their embassies and by the French press. And what they're getting is this image of a man, as relayed by the British press, a man who's interested in his region, in Manchesterism, as it's known, a man who wants to decentralise, a man probably further to the left than Keir Starmer, digesting all that. But when it comes to foreign policy, I mean, it's a big question mark. But I think, as Rob says, that very fact that he's taken so little interest in foreign policy up to now suggests that his watchword will be continuity, and that's certainly how here in France they hope things will pan out. Why? Because Keir Starmer may have failed on the domestic scene, internationally, he's regarded with a certain degree of respect.
Hugh, I'm really sorry, we just have to leave it there because your sound is breaking up there. That's the BBC's Hugh Schofield in Paris there. Well, a note to say that my colleague Clive Myrie will be live in Downing Street for a BBC News special starting at 10 a.m. in the UK or 9 GMT. Watch Around the World here on BBC News and in the UK on BBC One and the iPlayer.
Welcome back to Downing Street this Monday morning as the country prepares to say goodbye to Sir Keir Starmer as Prime Minister. And hello to Andy Burnham, formerly Mayor of Manchester. Today he takes to the Cabinet Office here. He takes control of the agenda, the country, and will set out what he means to do with this newfound power. What kind of moment is this for him, for his party, for the country? Let's speak to our two guests, Emma Burnell, who's from Labour List. Good morning to you. Morning. And George Parker from the Financial Times. Good morning. Emma, let's talk about the party, the Labour Party, to start with. Yeah. How important a moment is this for Labour, just 2 years after Keir Starmer won that massive majority?
I mean, I think it's huge. Andy said in his acceptance speech for the Labour leadership on Friday, and he said before, this is a last chance. And I think there's a real sense of that in the party. There is a real optimism about Andy, about sort of turning the page and kind of reintroducing ourselves to the country. But also that sense that, there is a real trepidation that we've got to get this right.
And there's a lot of goodwill at the moment. Yeah. But he knows full well that this afternoon, when he starts appointing some people and not appointing other people and having to make compromises, his power very gradually starts to diminish. He'll never be more powerful than he is right now, will he?
I mean, that's always the case, absolutely. But I think there is a difference between the power that he's got with that group of people and the power he's got to communicate to the country and to make difference in people's lives. And I think he really has to focus on the latter power.
Difference in people's lives. George, let's talk about that, because for people watching at home this morning, all over the country, who remembered the Labour manifesto at the last election, they either did or didn't vote for, is Andy Burnham going to be constrained by what it said in that document? He can't go too far away from it, can he?
Well, he said he is going to be bound by the document, because, of course, if he deviates too far from the document, people will always be saying justifiably, go back to the country, have an election, get your own mandate. Now, of course, that's something Andy Burnham will consider if he gets a bit of a bounce in the polls. If Reform UK starts to stall, he could consider that. But I think he is bound by the manifesto, so I agree with Emma that he'll get a new hearing. People will listen to Labour again, which is really important for Labour MPs who felt that Keir Starmer was leading them to an inevitable defeat at the next election. But what comes out of his mouth and what he does next is really important, because he finds himself boxed in by exactly the same political and economic constraints that the previous Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, did.
So is this mainly, do you think, a change in style and tone, a different accent, if you like, rather than really any great change in policy?
I think it's more than that, and I think it's important to say that it is important to communicate what you're doing.
Yeah.
Having someone who actually is able to deliver a message, sounds relatable, to use the youth speak, someone who actually sounds like he's interested in the lives of ordinary people, I think that is important. But you're already starting to see from Andy Burnham a shift in tone and direction, in terms of devolving power to Manchester, taking back some public control over utilities, water industry, for example, and also focusing laser-like on the cost of living. The thing that he says people care about most, giving people breathing space, as he puts it.
Which Keir Starmer said as well.
He did. Andy is constrained by the manifesto, but actually there's an awful lot in the manifesto that is exactly the agenda he's setting out. Devolution was in the manifesto. So it's really a case of just rejigging the priorities and actually delivering really full tilt on some of the things that were in the manifesto but maybe kind of got pushed aside by circumstances and just having that real focus.
We know he's going to be in number 10. The key question is who's he going to put next door in number 11 as Chancellor? What do you reckon, Emma?
I know what you know, I'm afraid. As I understand it, this has been a very, very tightly held decision. We're hearing different names floated around, and we will find out when somebody walks up that street. Because
for some time it was kind of assumed, wasn't it, that Ed Miliband, who we know he's close to, was going to get that job. But in the last few days, it seems to be Shabana Mahmood, that the Home Secretary, is now favoured to get it.
I mean, I think there are positives for both cases. Ed Miliband has done extremely well in Desnes. He's had an agenda. He's really focused on it and delivered on it. Shabana Mahmood has also got a real record of delivery. I think one of the key things here is that Andy Burnham has been very clear that he will be setting the direction on the economy as well as other things. And so that role will be slightly different from the relationship that happened between Keir Starmer and Rachel Reeves, where Rachel Reeves really had the whole grip on economic policy.
George, whoever he picks, whether it's one of them or maybe somebody else, will tell us a lot, won't it, about Andy Burnham's future?
Absolutely. I mean, we expect it's probably going to be Shabana Mahmood who goes in there. She's someone who doesn't have a great economic track record, but going to what Emma says, I think that's not a bad thing from the point of view of Andy Burnham, because he's going to beef up his operation in number 10 to give it more of a grip on the economic levers, not just here actually in number 10 London, but also the new number 10 in the north as well. And having an effective minister like Shabana Mahmood, who's a very good person for delivering policies, driving through an agenda, I think is the kind of person he would favour rather than someone like Ed Miliband, who's got his very own economic agenda.
I mean, Andy Burnham, he's given this a big sell, hasn't he? What has he said on Friday? That the biggest transformational moment in British politics in 40 years? Really?
I mean, it depends what you mean by transformational in politics. Someone like me who's really passionate about devolution, about getting power out of this street and into every street, I think that could be deeply transformational. If we do, again, change the economic model away from that overheated southeast, then funding public services everywhere else, and actually having much more growth around the country, I think that will be transformational. It's going to be a long, hard project. I don't think he's going to be able to do it overnight. He will need to show that there is progress being made, real tangible progress being made towards that.
George, biggest moment in 40 years?
Well, I was here in 1997 on a day a bit like this when Tony Blair walked in. And I find it really strange that Andy Burnham was writing out the whole of the 13 years that New Labour was in office, when the economy grew, towns were rebuilt, the civic infrastructure, the hospitals, the schools, the libraries were rebuilt by a Labour government. And to suggest that he is going to oversee that kind of transformation and write out of history some of the things Labour's done in the past, I find that slightly negative.
I don't think that's quite what he's saying, to be honest. I think the difference is, post-2008, post the crash, the model that the Blair government used very successfully, you're right, to fund those public services was largely driven by the kind of growth we got before the 2008 crash and the kind of growth we just haven't seen since. So there has to be a change. We just still haven't reckoned with changing the economic model once it was tested to destruction in 2008.
Guys, thank you very much indeed. I think we're going to have to stop because otherwise we're going to get brushed away. They've polished the front door already, buffed it up, and now they're getting rid of all the stains on the floor because the eyes of the world are going to be on Downing Street in the hours to come. Thank you both very much indeed. It's going to be a busy day, isn't it, for political correspondents here in Downing Street and right across Westminster. And you'll be able to follow the whole thing live on BBC One. Clive Myrie and the team will be here from 10 o'clock to guide us through that moment of the transfer of power. It's going to be a busy morning, busy day. So let's begin with this report from our political correspondent, Joe Pike.
His route to the peak of power is almost complete. Andy Burnham spent some of his final hours outside Downing Street jogging, while inside the secure zone, final preparations were being made for his arrival. Later, he will promise to give Britain more breathing space, likely further cost of living support, say he's acutely conscious of the high turnover of prime ministers, and argue we're at a moment of reflection and resolution.
Coming out with that clearer vision, a bolder vision, being clear that we are on the side of ordinary working people, taking on the vested and private interests where we need to do so, and redistributing power into every community. That is a vision I think people will really get behind.
As Andy Burnham's arrival approaches, opposition parties are sharpening their critiques. In a letter to the new Prime Minister, Keir Starmer has said, "I was disappointed by your recent comments that there was room for movement on tax and that you might ask people for a little more in tax. I urge you to rule out any new tax rises now." Reform UK are demanding a general election, while the Lib Dems have offered to work with Labour to reform social care. Andy Burnham's journey to this moment and this street has been surprisingly smooth in recent weeks. But later today, that could change. He doesn't just need to decide who to appoint to government, but who to overlook and who to sack. Then there are choices over policy, and not all of them come cheap. Today, in his speech on this street, Andy Burnham will promise to give the public breathing room. But he is unlikely to get any himself. Joe Pike, BBC News, Downing Street.
Our chief political correspondent, Henry Zeffman, is live with us and will be all morning. Hi, Henry.
Good morning.
So, what is going to happen, this handover of power? What can we expect in the next few hours?
Well, Sir Keir Starmer will emerge from number 10, much as he did a month or so ago to resign. And again, he will give a speech where I imagine he will seek to frame what he sees as his achievements in 2 years as Prime Minister, even though, of course, that is far shorter, as he's acknowledged now, than he would have hoped. That will be about 11 a.m, just after 11 a.m, 11:15 or so. He'll then walk down the street, perhaps with his wife Victoria, and go to Buckingham Palace, where he will see the King and formally resign. Shortly after that, Andy Burnham will arrive at Buckingham Palace. He will, what's known as, kiss hands with the monarch. He's not actually kissing his hand, but that is the moment at which Andy Burnham will be our Prime Minister. Then he will get in a car here, walk up the street, stand at the same lectern and give a speech about how he wants to change the country. And he was very clear, wasn't he, John, on Friday? That change is not just a change of identity in this building. It is a profound shift, as he sees it, from the past 40 years of British politics, including Labour governments in which he served and the Labour government which is leaving office today.
So those are the big choreographed moments, the almost controllable moments. Then, as Prime Minister, it becomes rather more unpredictable, doesn't it, for Andy Burnham in terms of what he wants to do, what he can do, appointing a cabinet?
Absolutely. So there are certain things that Andy Burnham will do straight away when he walks through that door. He will be given some conversations about security, and he will write letters to the commanders of Britain's nuclear submarines about what to do in the event that Britain is under attack. Those are the moments where former Prime Ministers have talked about suddenly the gravity of the office sinking in, even if it is an office which, in Andy Burnham's case, you've sought for almost 2 decades. Then he will actually start sacking people, sacking members of Sir Keir Starmer's cabinet who he does not want around his own top table. Then, rather more happily, he will start appointing people, and we'll start to see members of Andy Burnham's cabinet walk up this street, walk through the door, preparing to be given a job by Andy Burnham. And of course, as we've been reflecting for weeks now, John, the job which people are most fascinated by is who will live in the building next door. Who will live in 11 Downing Street. We don't know, and that's normal, by the way, to some extent. And you've not previously had Prime Ministers who are entering office mid-term pre-announce who is going to be in their top team, but often you have a pretty strong idea of who will be the Chancellor, for example. I mean, it feels likely that Shabana Mahmood, currently the Home Secretary, is going to be the occupant of 11 Downing Street, is going to be the Chancellor. But there are supporters of Ed Miliband, the Energy Secretary, the former Labour leader, who has long coveted that job, who even last night were saying they still hadn't quite given up hope that he might get the nod. That matters not just because of personality, but because it's potentially two quite different economic visions that Andy Burnham would be presiding over.
And if Ed Miliband doesn't get that job and has to go to another job, who vacates that job? And it's a long string and chain of unpredictability then.
That's right, but in general terms, I would expect this to be much more significant than a reshuffle, than one of those moments where a Prime Minister shuffles their own team. I would see this much more like a new government taking over from an old government. Yes, there will be some faces in common, but I would expect a really serious amount of change in those very big jobs.
It's going to be a busy morning, busy day. So let's begin with this report from our political correspondent, Joe Pike.
His route to the peak of power is almost complete. Andy Burnham spent some of his final hours outside Downing Street jogging, while inside the secure zone, final preparations were being made for his arrival. Later, he will promise to give Britain more breathing space, likely further cost of living support, say he's acutely conscious of the high turnover of prime ministers, and argue we're at a moment of reflection and resolution.
Coming out with that clearer vision, a bolder vision, being clear that we are on the side of ordinary working people, taking on the vested and private interests where we need to do so, and redistributing power into every community. That is a vision I think people will really get behind.
As Andy Burnham's arrival approaches, opposition parties are sharpening their critiques. In a letter to the new Prime Minister, Keir Starmer has said, "I was disappointed by your recent comments that there was room for movement on tax and that you might ask people for a little more in tax. I urge you to rule out any new tax rises now." Reform UK are demanding a general election, while the Lib Dems have offered to work with Labour to reform social care. Andy Burnham's journey to this moment and this street has been surprisingly smooth in recent weeks, but later today that could change. He doesn't just need to decide who to appoint to government, but who to overlook and who to sack. Then there are choices over policy, and not all of them come cheap. Today, in his speech on this street, Andy Burnham will promise to give the public breathing room, but he is unlikely to get any himself. Joe Pike, BBC News, Downing Street.
Welcome back to Downing Street, where this morning Sir Keir Starmer is expected to speak here for the final time before offering his resignation as Prime Minister to the King, just 2 years after leading Labour to a landslide victory in the general election. And then his successor, Andy Burnham will meet His Majesty, who will ask the new Labour leader to form a government. He will become the UK's 59th Prime Minister and the 7th we've had in a decade. So what can we expect from the man who was Mayor of Greater Manchester only a month ago? Let's ask Neil Lawson, who's from the centre-left think tank Compass, one of Andy Burnham's backers. Good morning. Thanks for joining us today. Big day for Andy Burnham. He says that this will be the biggest change moment in British politics for 40 years. What kind of changes can our viewers expect, do you think?
Well, firstly, John, we don't quote Gramsci very much on BBC Breakfast, but I think we should this morning. This is a moment for pessimism of the intellect and optimism of the will. It is a new dawn. Burnham is the right person to be our Prime Minister. Now he's got to prove that he's good enough to do it, because what he's achieved is remarkable to date, but he's just at a kind of base camp of a mountain that has to be climbed. He said that he wants to roll back 40 years of neoliberalism. Well, to do that is a giant effort that's going to have to be undertaken not just by him, but by the party, and by the country. So this is a big moment, but it's just the start of a process that's going to have to go on for at least a decade.
And when you pitch it that big a moment, he could struggle to deliver, couldn't he? Because the majority he's got in Parliament isn't his majority, it's Keir Starmer's majority. He doesn't have his own personal mandate.
He doesn't have his own personal mandate, but he's going to be tested by you guys in the media, by the opposition, by the country and the pollsters. But let's be clear that this country has voted for big change in every election since the Brexit referendum in 2016. People know that our economy is not working. They know our democracy is not working. They know that big change is going to be needed. Burnham is a big thinker. That's why I started backing him, 2 years ago, because I knew he had the kind of character and the kind of plan that could take on these challenges. The issue now is, how does he go about doing that? You can make big change happen in Greater Manchester, but obviously being Prime Minister is much harder. And how is he going to bring the Cabinet, the PLP, the party, the unions, but the whole of the country into the process of this long journey of changing our country fundamentally over the next 10 years?
OK, so let's talk about the country. Let's talk about our viewers who are having their breakfast this Monday morning. What kind of changes would you expect them to see in their daily lives under this new Prime Minister, Andy Burnham?
Well, I think it's going to have to work at two speeds. Firstly, initially, he's going to have to win over the public. I mean, he's already well supported. He's already popular. But he's going to have to demonstrate quickly, not that he's going to change their lives fundamentally overnight. That's not possible. But that he is on their side, that you'll see initiatives probably this week around, energy prices or water prices or bus fares or changing the tax allowances to lighten the tax impact on people. So there'll be short-term stuff. But it's really him then persuading the country that there is a medium to long-term journey that he's going to take them on and the country on in order to fundamentally change the nature of our politics and our economy. Look, I backed him because he makes a link between the democracy, changing our democracy and the state as the way to change our economy and society and therefore people's lives. I think he's fairly unique in that analysis to know that the short-term, centralised, adversarial system of Westminster just isn't working for people and isn't going to allow us to change our economy. He built a very consensual long-term politics in Greater Manchester and delivered the fastest growing city region in the country. I think he's going to apply that thinking and that approach to Westminster, and he's absolutely right to do that.
You say he's popular, and obviously there's a lot of goodwill among the Labour Party for him right now. And, he seems to be popular in the northwest of England, where he was Mayor of Greater Manchester. But we've heard this morning from voters in Cornwall. And throughout the programme, we're going to be going around the other nations and regions of the UK. And a lot of people outside the northwest, outside of Labour, don't really feel they know him at all. How does he reach those people? Can he really connect with everybody?
Well, look, he's a very personable guy. I think he's kind of quite highly emotionally literate. He's obviously based himself in the northwest, but he's lived and worked in London. This isn't an issue that the people in Cornwall or Norwich face different problems from the people in London or Manchester. Look, he knows that people's lives need to change. He needs to move quickly, but also he needs to move steadily and pragmatically over a long period of time. And I think he has the communication ability to tell people what that journey is, what that story is, what their contribution to that is, what they should expect, and not just promise the earth very quickly, because that's impossible. I think he has to change people's conceptions of leadership, and we as a country, journalists, think tankers like me, but the ordinary public have now got to grow up a bit more and see themselves as adults in this relationship with their political leaders and not just children. So I think this is a moment for all of us, not just for Andy Burnham.
Fascinating insight, Neil Lawson. Thank you very much indeed. Crucially, Neil, really important question. Does he like cats?
Does he like cats? I know he's got a dog, because he would often call me when he was out walking the dog in the morning. But, I'm sure cats, dogs, birds are all going to cross the street and flutter around Andy Burnham. And let's hope that goes on for a long time.
Well, one particular cat, which is why I asked, because, of course, Larry the cat has seen, I think, 7 prime ministers. And he's sitting here guarding the front door, looking a bit tired, a little bit weary. He's counted them in. He's going to count another one out, another one in again this morning. But more from Downing Street shortly. I don't know how the dog's going to get on with the cat. So that could bring a whole new world of political metaphors, couldn't it? Morning.
Morning, John. It's so great.
And we can bring you a look at some of this morning's front pages now, how they are covering developments this Monday. Let's start with the Telegraph. Burnham's new era of big state is their take. The paper writing that the new Prime Minister is eyeing public ownership of some key industries, including, it says, the National Lottery, Thames Water and local bus services. Burning ambition is the Mirror's headline. The paper saying that Andy Burnham will promise to give Britain more breathing space on the cost of living when he makes his speech here in Downing Street later today. The Guardian says the new Prime Minister will begin to appoint his cabinet this afternoon, with endless speculation about who will head up those big offices of state. We will add to the speculation as the programme goes by this morning. And Andy Burnham is taking the reins amid global turmoil, says The Sun, the paper claiming that chaos is already engulfing that crucial issue of oil and gas drilling in the North Sea. And we can also look at today's edition of the Manchester Evening News, which features a mocked-up illustration of Andy Burnham, who, of course, served as Greater Manchester's mayor for nearly a decade. That pictured by the Mancunian artist Stan Chow, now superimposed over the door of number 10. Now, more than 30 PMs have lived right here over the years. But what do we know about the new one, Andy Burnham? Well, he served as a minister in both Tony Blair and Gordon Brown's governments in the early 2000s. But for the last decade, he's been mayor of Greater Manchester. He only returned to Parliament as an MP a month ago after winning the Makerfield by-election. Labour MPs then put his name forward for the top job, and today he becomes Prime Minister. What a month he has had. Now, he's well known in the north of England. He's even talked about having a number 10 office in Manchester. But how does the man who's sometimes dubbed the King of the North now reach out to other parts of the UK? Can he win over voters across our nations and regions? John Maguire reports this morning from the far southwest of England.
On a hillside in West Cornwall, migrant workers are picking bunches of spectacular agapanthus to be sold across the UK. It's an exotic, unexpected and unique sight.
January, February, we get very mild winters, but we also get a mild summer. So this time of year, where it's really hot up in London and other parts of the country, it will be 6, 7, 8 degrees cooler.
The microclimate here makes it perfect for growing everything, from broccoli to potatoes and daffodils. They handpick 800 million of them each year. Yes, really. So what can a new Prime Minister do for this vital slice of Cornish life?
Anything that they can do to support our businesses to grow and be self-sufficient in food. It surprises me that the UK is about 58% self-sufficient in food, and if a few tweaks here and there, we could really increase our food security. There's some fantastic farmers in the UK. Let's celebrate that and let's deliver that to the great British public.
Penzance sits famously at the end of the line. It's more than 5 hours by train to London, 7+ to Manchester and 4 to Bristol. That distance comes with advantages and disadvantages. Those who call this area home all year round are at pains to insist that behind its beauty there are struggles.
There's a lot of poverty here. It seems like we've totally forgotten about. Andy Burnham.
Yeah.
I think he needs to come down to Penwith, to Cornwall, and see the real side.
People just need to be given opportunities. Work in more partnerships with the organisation in the area, more growing projects, more anything that gets it doesn't matter what it is, but that gets people together. More funding to provide real jobs.
Food is at the heart of this community centre. They teach cooking and feed local people at affordable prices. Funding is a constant struggle. Their message to Prime Minister Burnham is listen and take action.
He feels that the North has been neglected by Westminster for decades, and they don't know what actual people are like and what it's like to work 2 jobs and still not being able to make ends meet. And I think it's not just a North-South thing. I think that's a Westminster versus the rest of the country thing.
Everyone's entitled to their dignity. And there are so many people that we're dealing with who do not have their dignity. And if politicians would only look at people as real people and not as numbers and statistics and items in a report, and would only actually give them their dignity back.
Cornwall as a whole, obviously, we are quite a big county, and it's people's perspective of us that they think that we are all very near to each other, and we are not. So to get out of Cornwall, it takes about 2 hours. So when we are looking at some funders, they might class Penzance and say Saltash as in the same area, and we are not.
So 2 hours apart.
So that's another struggle.
They all seem to come in and say the same sort of nonsense and go nowhere with it.
What should a new Prime Minister do you think?
Well, lay down some proper laws, put things in place.
Community is important here. At the Growing Links project, volunteers cultivate friendships as well as vegetables, both staples of life.
I think it can be a really tough place for people to live because there is that seasonality to it, tough winters. So a lot of the industries, which are mostly hospitality at this point, mean that they don't exist all year round. Penzance has a really high proportion of homelessness as well, and resources are stretched in terms of support just because we are isolated down here.
These are the industries of the future, and Cornwall has that potential.
I'm being shown around the town's dock by BBC Cornwall's political reporter. He says people tell him when it comes to government support, they want a hand up, not handouts.
I think the biggest concern for people in Cornwall is that the self-styled King of the North is going to forget about places like Cornwall, which, despite being in the far south of the country, probably economically, and when it comes to insecure work, creaking infrastructure, levels of deprivation, is probably more similar to those parts of the north. Andy Burnham says he wants to help. And the message, I think, from people in Cornwall is, don't forget about us. We need the same kind of level of support, even if we're not geographically north.
Once in Downing Street, Andy Burnham's promising to head out across the UK and to listen. Communities hundreds of miles from both Westminster and indeed Manchester will be hoping he does exactly that, because they've got plenty to tell him. John Maguire, BBC News, Penzance.
Welcome back to Downing Street this Monday morning as the country prepares to say goodbye to Sir Keir Starmer as Prime Minister. And hello to Andy Burnham, formerly Mayor of Manchester. Today he takes to the Cabinet Office here. He takes control of the agenda, the country, and will set out what he means to do with this newfound power. What kind of moment is this for him, for his party, for the country? Let's speak to our two guests, Emma Burnell, who's from Labour List. Good morning to you.
Morning.
And George Parker from the Financial Times. Good morning. Emma, let's talk about the party, the Labour Party, to start with. Yeah. How important a moment is this for Labour, just 2 years after Keir Starmer won that massive majority?
I mean, I think it's huge. Andy said in his acceptance speech for the Labour leadership on Friday, and he said before, this is a last chance. And I think there's a real sense of that in the party. There is a real optimism about Andy, about sort of turning the page and kind of reintroducing ourselves to the country. But also that sense that, you know, there is a real trepidation that we've got to get this right.
And there's a lot of goodwill at the moment. Yeah. But he knows full well that this afternoon, when he starts appointing some people and not appointing other people and having to make compromises, his power very gradually starts to diminish. He'll never be more powerful than he is right now, will he?
I mean, that's always the case, absolutely. But I think there is a difference between the power that he's got with that group of people and the power he's got to communicate to the country and to make difference in people's lives. And I think he really has to focus on the latter power.
Difference in people's lives. George, let's talk about that, because for people watching at home this morning, all over the country, who remembered the Labour manifesto at the last election they either did or didn't vote for, is Andy Burnham going to be constrained by what it said in that document? He can't go too far away from it, can he?
Well, he said he is going to be bound by the document because, of course, if he deviates too far from the document, people will always be saying justifiably, go back to the country, have an election, get your own mandate. Now, of course, that's something Andy Burnham will consider if he gets a bit of a bounce in the polls. If Reform UK starts to stall, he could consider that. But I think he is bound by the manifesto, so I agree with Emma that he'll get a new hearing. People will listen to Labour again, which is really important for Labour MPs who felt that Keir Starmer was leading them to an inevitable defeat at the next election. But what comes out of his mouth and what he does next is really important, because he finds himself boxed in by exactly the same political and economic constraints that the previous Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, did.
So is this mainly, do you think, a change in style and tone, a different accent, if you like, rather than really any great change in policy?
I think it's more than that, and I think it's important to say that it is important to communicate what you're doing. Yeah. Having someone who actually is able to deliver a message, sounds relatable, to use the youth speak, someone who actually sounds like he's interested in the lives of ordinary people, I think that is important. But you're already starting to see from Andy Burnham a shift in tone and direction, in terms of devolving power to Manchester, taking back some public control over utilities, water industry, for example, and also focusing laser-like on the cost of living. The thing that he says people care about most, giving people breathing space, as he puts it.
Which Keir Starmer said as well.
He did. Andy is constrained by the manifesto, but actually there's an awful lot in the manifesto that is exactly the agenda he's setting out. Devolution was in the manifesto. So it's really a case of just rejigging the priorities and actually delivering really full tilt on some of the things that were in the manifesto but maybe kind of got pushed aside by circumstances and just having that real focus.
We know he's going to be in number 10. The key question is, who's he going to put next door in number 11 as Chancellor? What do you reckon, Emma?
I know what you know, I'm afraid. As I understand it, this has been a very, very tightly held decision. We're hearing different names floated around, and we will find out when somebody walks up that street.
Because for some time it was kind of assumed, wasn't it, that Ed Miliband, who we know he's close to, was going to get that job. But in the last few days, it seems to be Shabana Mahmood, that the Home Secretary, is now favoured to get it.
I mean, I think there are positives for both cases. Ed Miliband has done extremely well in Desness. He's had an agenda. He's really focused on it and delivered on it. Shabana Mahmood has also got a real record of delivery. I think one of the key things here is that Andy Burnham has been very clear that he will be setting the direction on the economy as well as other things. And so that role will be slightly different from the relationship that happened between Keir Starmer and Rachel Reeves, where Rachel Reeves really had the whole grip on economic policy.
George, whoever he picks, whether it's one of them or maybe somebody else, will tell us a lot, won't it, about Andy Burnham's future?
Absolutely. I mean, we think, and we expect it's probably going to be Shabana Mahmood who goes in there. She's someone who doesn't have a great economic track record, but going to what Emma says, I think that's not a bad thing from the point of view of Andy Burnham, because he's going to beef up his operation in Number 10 to give it more of a grip on the economic levers, not just here actually in Number 10 London, but also the new Number 10 in the north as well. And having an effective minister like Shabana Mahmood, who's a very good person for delivering policies, driving through an agenda, I think is the kind of person he would favour rather than someone like Ed Miliband, who's got his very own economic agenda.
I mean, Andy Burnham, he's given this a big sell, hasn't he? What was he said on Friday? That the biggest transformational moment in British politics in 40 years? Really?
I mean, it depends what you mean by transformational in politics. Someone like me who's really passionate about devolution, about getting power out of this street and into every street, I think that could be deeply transformational. If we do, again, change the economic model away from that overheated southeast, then funding public services everywhere else, and actually having much more growth around the country, I think that will be transformational. It's going to be a long, hard project. I don't think he's going to be able to do it overnight. He will need to show that there is progress being made, real tangible progress being made towards that.
George, biggest moment in 40 years?
Well, I was here in 1997 on a day a bit like this when Tony Blair walked in. And I find it really strange that Andy Burnham was writing out the whole of the 13 years that New Labour was in office, when the economy grew, towns were rebuilt, the civic infrastructure, the hospitals, the schools, the libraries were rebuilt by a Labour government. And to suggest that he is going to oversee that kind of transformation and write out of history some of the things Labour's done in the past, I find that slightly negative.
I don't think that's quite what he's saying, to be honest. I think the difference is, post-2008, post the crash, the model that the Blair government used very successfully, you're right, to fund those public services was largely driven by the kind of growth we got before the 2008 crash and the kind of growth we just haven't seen since. So there has to be a change. We just still haven't reckoned with changing the economic model once it was tested to destruction in 2008.
Guys, thank you very much indeed. I think we're going to have to stop because otherwise we're going to get brushed away. They've polished the front door already, buffed it up, and now they're getting rid of all the stains on the floor because the eyes of the world are going to be on Downing Street in the hours to come. Thank you both very much indeed. It's going to be a busy day, isn't it, for political correspondents here in Downing Street and right across Westminster. And you'll be able to follow the whole thing live on BBC One. Clive Myrie and the team will be here from 10 o'clock to guide us through that moment of the transfer of power.
King Charles will accept the resignation of Sir Keir Starmer and invite Andy Burnham to form a government, making him the 7th British Prime Minister since 2016. Well, let's go to the Australian capital and speak to Matthew Sussex, Associate Professor at the Australian National University. Welcome to BBC News. Let's start by looking at Sir Keir Starmer. He's played a key role on the international stage on issues like the war in Ukraine. What do you think his legacy will be?
Well, look, Catherine, I think that Starmer may have been criticised at home for jet-setting around the world, but unfortunately that's what the job of being Britain's Prime Minister is. And I think Starmer managed to very effectively handle President Trump, someone who is notoriously prickly to deal with, and did manage to convey a sort of narrative about Britain's role as an important player on the world stage. And this is, I think, perhaps the challenge that Andy Burnham faces as Starmer's successor, in that he has no real history or real, previous desire to engage in foreign policy. One of the things that everybody will be looking for, I think, from Burnham will be a sense that he can articulate a message about what Britain wants from the world and what it can bring to the world in terms of stability, in terms of respect for international law and rules and so forth. So whereas, Andy Burnham has certainly said the right things in that regard, remains to be seen until he actually takes office, whether he can execute the same type of agenda.
So how can he make up for that lack of experience on the international stage, Andy Burnham? Because Keir Starmer did not have that experience either.
No, that's absolutely right. And I think Starmer, in fact, surprised a lot of commentators, particularly on the Trump issue, when he handled him so adroitly. And look, partly Burnham will probably keep a very similar foreign policy team to Starmer's on board with him, but he is going to have to learn relatively quickly. That said, there are places in the world, and of course Australia is one of them, where he will probably enjoy a fairly long honeymoon period, given that it's a relatively blank slate. That Australians really don't have an awful lot of knowledge about Andy Burnham, but they anticipate and assume that he will want to continue on more or less the same foreign policy line as his predecessor and several PMs before him.
What do you think the key issues are for the British Prime Minister on the global stage? Is it still the war in Ukraine, but also China is an important issue, especially where you sit in Australia?
Oh, that's absolutely right. And of course, the UK is a very important part of the AUKUS partnership. So Australian foreign policy and security policy community will be looking very closely for some words out of the new British Prime Minister about support for the AUKUS agreement, because it was only recently that the UK's defence investment programme dropped and committed the UK to supporting AUKUS. But that's something that Australians feel very sensitive about, particularly in terms of how invested the UK might be now that they've got a Prime Minister that is going to be very, very focused on domestic issues. But beyond that, certainly the war in Ukraine will remain a preoccupation for Burnham, as will, of course, events in Gaza. And managing the special relationship with the United States. So all those three things, I think, will come to weigh fairly heavily upon him, even as he tries to articulate a predominantly domestic focus to his prime ministership.
Matthew Sussex, Associate Professor at the Australian National University. Thank you for joining us on BBC News.
Good morning, it's 8 o'clock. Welcome to breakfast with me, John Kay, live on Downing Street on the day that Labour's Andy Burnham becomes the UK's 7th Prime Minister in 10 years. Just a month after returning to Parliament, he will meet the King and then take over from Sir Keir Starmer. He will pledge to restore confidence in government and insist that Britain must be honest about the challenges ahead.
People just need to be given opportunities. Work in more partnerships with the organisation in the area, more growing projects, more anything that gets what, it doesn't matter what it is, but that gets people together.
As soon as he's inside number 10, the work of government begins. First task, appointing cabinet ministers. The most attention has been focused on the identity of the new Chancellor. We will find out today whether Shabana Mahmood has edged out Ed Miliband for that role.
Good morning, welcome to breakfast. Monday the 20th of July. The sun has started to shine down on Downing Street. It's warming up a little bit. And right here, it's getting busy as well. Very, very busy, because media from all around the UK, around the world, have descended on number 10 to capture the moment when Andy Burnham becomes our next Prime Minister. In just a few hours' time, the man who was Mayor of Greater Manchester until last month is expected to stand here and spell out his vision. He will promise to make politics more stable as he becomes the UK's 59th Prime Minister and the 7th that we've had in just a decade. And a reminder of just how fast-moving, how brutal politics can be. Just 2 years after leading Labour to a landslide victory in the general election, the removal vans have been here over the weekend at the back of this building, taking away Sir Keir Starmer's possessions after his own MPs concluded it was time for a change at the top. So let's just run through what you need to know about what's expected to happen today. Just after 11 o'clock, Sir Keir is expected to emerge from this famous front door and leave Downing Street as Prime Minister for the last time. He will say a few words, we expect, and then after that he'll make his way up the Mall to Buckingham Palace to see King Charles, where he will officially offer his resignation as PM. Then the King will call for Andy Burnham and he will ask Mr Burnham, as the new leader of the Labour Party, to form a government. And once Mr Burnham has accepted that invitation, Andy Burnham officially becomes Prime Minister. And then he will head back down the Mall to number 10 and he will give a speech here addressing the nation. That will be just after midday, we think, and you'll be able to see it all here live on BBC One. You can probably hear all the voices, lots of different languages and accents, such as the international interest in this moment. You can probably also hear the bins being collected. We've had street cleaners here, lots of activity for this big moment in UK political history. Here on Breakfast this morning, we're explaining how this handover of power is going to work, but we're also asking what kind of Prime Minister Andy Burnham intends to be. How will he affect all of our lives? Who's he going to put in those key cabinet jobs, running our economy and our welfare system, our hospitals, our schools, our military, our borders, so much more as well. It's going to be a busy morning, busy day, so let's just begin with this summary from our political correspondent, Joe Pike.
His route to the peak of power is almost complete. Andy Burnham spent some of his final hours outside Downing Street jogging, while inside the secure zone, final preparations were being made for his arrival. Later, he will promise to give Britain more breathing space, likely further cost of living support, say he's acutely conscious of the high turnover of prime ministers, and argue we're at a moment of reflection and resolution.
Coming out with that clearer vision, a bolder vision, being clear that we are on the side of ordinary working people, taking on the vested and private interests where we need to do so, and redistributing power into every community. That is a vision I think people will really get behind.
As Andy Burnham's arrival approaches, opposition parties are sharpening their critiques. In a letter to the new Prime Minister, Keir Starmer has said, "I was disappointed by your recent comment that there was room for movement on tax and that you might ask people for a little more in tax. I urge you to rule out any new tax rises now." Reform UK are demanding a general election, while the Lib Dems have offered to work with Labour to reform social care. Andy Burnham's journey to this moment and this street has been surprisingly smooth in recent weeks, but later today that could change. He doesn't just need to decide who to appoint to government, but who to overlook and who to sack. Then there are choices over policy, and not all of them come cheap. Today, in his speech on this street, Andy Burnham will promise to give the public breathing room, but he is unlikely to get any himself. Joe Pike, BBC News, Downing Street.
Cameras arriving all the time here in Downing Street. We each have a fixed position, a mark on the ground where we have to stand for the day ahead of that announcement. I'm on my spot, Henry's on his spot, and somewhere there we think Andy Burnham will speak to the nation on his spot and tell us what he's going to do with this new job and this new power he's got.
That's right, John, and it's a job that he's wanted for decades. It's a job that he's been near inevitably on course for about a month, but there are still big unanswered questions about what exactly he wants to do. I think in that speech later today, we won't necessarily get a list of policies, though we may get a few, but I think we will get a sense of the kinds of things Andy Burnham wants to focus on, and I think top of that list is going to be the cost of living. He will talk about, as you heard from Joe there, trying to give people breathing space. Now, might that mean in policy terms? I think we will find out over the course of this week, because Andy Burnham certainly wants to hit the ground running. I think we might get action on energy bills. We might get something to reduce or cap bus fares across England. We may even get a hint, at least, of something coming down the track on increasing the thresholds at which people start to pay income tax, the personal allowance rate. So that might be what we get through the course of the week. But I think what you'll also get from Andy Burnham is an acknowledgement that you and me, John, have been standing here for moments like this quite a lot in the past few years. He'll talk about a plan for a decade in power, but he knows, as we all do, that Sir Keir Starmer thought he was going to get a decade, that other people thought that they were going to get much longer than they got. So he needs to find a way to kind of draw a line under that political turbulence. Whether it will work out that way, we'll find out.
And he needs to find a chancellor to live next door who will help him deliver the kind of agenda that he wants to set.
That's absolutely right. We will see over the course of the afternoon people who are familiar to us and perhaps people who are a bit less familiar to us walk up the street and then walk inside number 10 to find out what job they're going to get from Andy Burnham. I expect pretty big change at that top cabinet table. I think Andy Burnham promised change, so to some degree he needs to signify that through his personnel. But that question, which has so preoccupied Labour MPs over the past few weeks of who will be Chancellor, is really central. Ed Miliband, the former Labour leader, the current Energy Secretary, made no bones about how he covets that job, and I think for some time people thought Andy Burnham would give him that job. It appears likely, but definitely not certain, that Andy Burnham has called on that idea. It appears Shabana Mahmood, the Home Secretary, is now the front runner. All this matters because, to put it pretty crudely, Ed Miliband's probably a bit more left-wing than Shabana Mahmood, and so that tells us something about how Andy Burnham might run the economy. Those are the kinds of questions we are finally going to start getting some answers to from just before 1 p.m. and then onwards through the course of the day.
Brilliant to have you with us, Henry. Henry will be here throughout breakfast and then with Clive Murray a bit later in the day from 10 o'clock when there's going to be a special programme following the outs and the ins and the outs, and whoever comes and goes, we will find out a little bit later. What we do know for sure is that Sir Keir Starmer will meet the King later this morning, about 11:30 we think. That's when he will formally offer his resignation as Prime Minister, and then the King will meet Andy Burnham shortly afterwards when he'll ask him to form a new government. So let's speak to our senior royal correspondent, Daniela Ralph, who's at Buckingham Palace this morning, and following that end of things. Daniela, a really busy day for the King too.
Yes, it is, very much so. What we're going to see here, John, for the Buckingham Palace part of events today is a show of constitutional monarchy. A little bit of drama where we know all of those players involved and we know how it ends. But we will see the King as head of state, as monarch, overseeing this smooth transition of power from one Prime Minister to the next. In terms of the choreography, first in today will be Sir Keir Starmer with his wife, Lady Victoria. He'll be driven into the quadrangle of Buckingham Palace, where he'll be taken in to see the King. The King likely to greet Sir Keir with "Good morning, Prime Minister," perhaps the very last person to officially address Sir Keir Starmer as Prime Minister. Sir Keir will then offer his resignation. The King will accept it, and there'll be some short private time between the two men. You would think a reflective conversation there before Sir Keir Starmer leaves here at Buckingham Palace, no longer as Prime Minister. Within minutes, Andy Burnham will arrive with his family. Again, he will be taken in to see the King. The King will ask him if he can form a government. Andy Burnham will say yes, and there will again be a private conversation between the King and Andy Burnham, where you would think there'd be a conversation about priorities and intent going forward, perhaps around the formation of Andy Burnham's cabinet, and then the goodbyes, the King saying goodbye Prime Minister, the first official address to Andy Burnham as Prime Minister. So a show of constitutional monarchy and a really consequential day personally for both Sir Keir Starmer and Andy Burnham.
Daniela, thank you very much indeed. So much history, so much tradition, so much choreography at a moment like this. And yet it all actually happens remarkably quickly, doesn't it? In the space of just half an hour, we go from one Prime Minister, one regime, to a new regime. Well, breakfast is going to be live for a bit longer than usual. We've been extended till 10 o'clock this morning, and then we'll hand over to Clive Murray, who'll be here in Downing Street, guiding you through everything that happens for for a BBC News special, which you can watch here on BBC One and on the BBC iPlayer. And if you're out and about or you can't watch the telly or your computer while you're at work today, follow the BBC live page on the BBC News app and website. They have constant updates from Clive, Fiona, Daniela, Chris Mason, all our team who are covering this event. Sally, I was just thinking, it's 7 Prime Ministers in 10 years. I think it's... And we can bring you a look at some of this morning's front pages now, how they are covering developments this Monday. Let's start with the Telegraph. Burnham's new era of big state is their take. The paper writing that the new Prime Minister is eyeing public ownership of some key industries, including, it says, the National Lottery, Thames Water and local bus services. Burning ambition is the Mirror's headline. The paper saying that Andy Burnham will promise to give Britain more breathing space on the cost of living when he makes his speech here in Downing Street later today. The Guardian says the new Prime Minister will begin to appoint his cabinet this afternoon with endless speculation about who will head up those big offices of state. We will add to the speculation as the programme goes by this morning. And Andy Burnham is taking the reins amid global turmoil, says The Sun, the paper claiming that chaos is already engulfing that crucial issue of oil and gas drilling in the North Sea. And we can also look at today's edition of the Manchester Evening News, which features a mocked-up illustration of Andy Burnham, who, of course, served as Greater Manchester's mayor for nearly a decade. That pictured by the Mancunian artist Stan Chow, now superimposed over the door of number 10. Now, more than 30 PMs have lived right here over the years. But what do we know about the new one, Andy Burnham? Well, he served as a minister in both Tony Blair and Gordon Brown's governments in the early 2000s. But for the last decade, he's been mayor of Greater Manchester. He only returned to Parliament as an MP a month ago after winning the Makerfield by-election. Labour MPs then put his name forward for the top job, and today he becomes Prime Minister. What a month he has had. Now, he's well known in the north of England. He's even talked about having a number 10 office in Manchester. But how does the man who's sometimes dubbed the King of the North now reach out to other parts of the UK? Can he win over voters across our nations and regions? John Maguire reports this morning from the far southwest of England.
On a hillside in West Cornwall, migrant workers are picking bunches of spectacular agapanthus to be sold across the UK. It's an exotic, unexpected and unique sight.
January, February, we get very mild winters, but we also get a mild summer. So this time of year, where it's really hot up in London and other parts of the country, it will be 6, 7, 8 degrees cooler.
The microclimate here makes it perfect for growing everything, from broccoli to potatoes and daffodils. They handpick 800 million of them each year. Yes, really. So what can a new Prime Minister do for this vital slice of Cornish life?
Anything that they can do to support our businesses to grow and be self-sufficient in food. It surprises me that the UK is about 58% self-sufficient in food, and if a few tweaks here and there, we could really increase our food security. There's some fantastic farmers in the UK. Let's celebrate that and let's deliver that to the great British public.
Penzance sits, famously, at the end of the line. It's more than 5 hours by train to London, 7+ to Manchester and 4 to Bristol. That distance comes with advantages and disadvantages. Those who call this area home all year round are at pains to insist that behind its beauty there are struggles.
There's a lot of poverty here. It seems like we've totally forgotten about Andy Burnham.
Yeah.
I think he needs to come down to Penwith, to Cornwall, and see the real side.
People just need to be given opportunities. Work in more partnerships with the organisation in the area, more growing projects, more anything that gets it doesn't matter what it is, but that gets people together. More funding to provide real jobs.
Food is at the heart of this community centre. They teach cooking and feed local people at affordable prices. Funding is a constant struggle. Their message: to Prime Minister Burnham is listen and take action.
He feels that the North has been neglected by Westminster for decades, and they don't know what actual people are like and what it's like to work two jobs and still not being able to make ends meet. And I think that it's not just a North-South thing. I think that's a Westminster versus the rest of the country thing.
Everyone's entitled to their dignity. And there are so many people that we're dealing with who do not have their dignity. And if politicians would only look at people as real people and not as numbers and statistics and items in a report, and would only actually give them their dignity back.
Cornwall as a whole, obviously we are quite a big county, and it's people's perspective of us that they think that we are all very near to each other, and we are not. So to get out of Cornwall, it takes about 2 hours. So when we are looking at some funders, they might class Penzance and say Saltash as in the same area, and we are not.
So 2 hours apart.
So that's another struggle.
They all seem to come in and say the same sort of nonsense and go nowhere with it.
What should a new Prime Minister do you think?
Lay down some proper laws, put things in place.
Community is important here. At the Growing Links project, volunteers cultivate friendships as well as vegetables, both staples of life.
I think it can be a really tough place for people to live because there is that seasonality to it, tough winters. So a lot of the industries, which are mostly hospitality at this point, mean that they don't exist all year round. Penzance has a really high proportion of homelessness as well. And resources are stretched in terms of support just because we are isolated down here.
These are the industries of the future, and Cornwall has that potential.
And being shown around the town's dock by BBC Cornwall's political reporter, he says people tell him when it comes to government support, they want a hand up, not handouts.
I think the biggest concern for people in Cornwall is that the self-styled King of the North is going to forget about places like Cornwall, which, despite being in the far south of the country, probably economically and when it comes to insecure work, creaking infrastructure, levels of deprivation, is probably more similar to those parts of the north. Andy Burnham says he wants to help. And the message, I think, from people in Cornwall is, don't forget about us. We need the same kind of level of support, even if we're not geographically north.
Once in Downing Street, Andy Burnham's promising to head out across the UK and to listen. Communities hundreds of miles from both Westminster and indeed Manchester will be hoping he does exactly that, because they've got plenty to tell him. John Maguire, BBC News, Penzance.
Welcome back to Downing Street this Monday morning as the country prepares to say goodbye to Sir Keir Starmer as Prime Minister. And hello to Andy Burnham, formerly Mayor of Manchester. Today he takes to the Cabinet Office here. He takes control of the agenda, the country, and will set out what he means to do with this newfound power. What kind of moment is this for him, for his party, for the country? Let's speak to our two guests, Emma Burnell, who's from Labour List. Good morning to you.
Morning.
And George Parker from the Financial Times. Good morning. Emma, let's talk about the party, the Labour Party, to start with. Yeah. How important a moment is this for Labour, just 2 years after Keir Starmer won that massive majority?
I mean, I think it's huge. Andy said in his acceptance speech for the Labour leadership on Friday, and he said before, this is a last chance. And I think there's a real sense of that in the party. There is a real optimism about Andy, about sort of turning the page and kind of reintroducing ourselves to the country. But also that sense that, there is a real trepidation that we've got to get this right.
And there's a lot of goodwill at the moment. Yeah. But he knows full well that this afternoon, when he starts appointing some people and not appointing other people and having to make compromises, his power very gradually starts to diminish. He'll never be more powerful than he is right now, will he?
I mean, that's always the case, absolutely. But I think there is a difference between the power that he's got with that group of people and the power he's got to communicate to the country and to make difference in people's lives. And I think he really has to focus on the latter power.
Difference in people's lives. George, let's talk about that, because for people watching at home this morning, all over the country, who remembered the Labour manifesto at the last election they either did or didn't vote for. Is Andy Burnham going to be constrained by what it said in that document? He can't go too far away from it, can he?
Well, he said he is going to be bound by the document because, of course, if he deviates too far from the document, people will always be saying justifiably, go back to the country, have an election, get your own mandate. Now, of course, that's something Andy Burnham will consider if he gets a bit of a bounce in the polls. If Reform UK starts to stall, he could consider that. But I think he is bound by the manifesto, so I agree with Emma that he'll get a new hearing. People will listen to Labour again, which is really important for Labour MPs who felt that Keir Starmer was leading them to an inevitable defeat at the next election. But what comes out of his mouth and what he does next is really important because he finds himself boxed in by exactly the same political and economic constraints that the previous Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, did.
So is this mainly, do you think, a change in style and tone, a different accent, if you like, rather than really any great change in policy?
I think it's more than that, and I think it's important to say that it is important to communicate what you're doing. Yeah. Having someone who actually is able to deliver a message, sounds relatable, to use the youth speak, someone who actually sounds like he's interested in the lives of ordinary people, I think that is important. But you're already starting to see from Andy Burnham a shift in tone and direction, in terms of devolving power to Manchester, taking back some public control over utilities, water industry, for example, and also focusing laser-like on the cost of living. The thing that he says people care about most, giving people breathing space, as he puts it.
Which Keir Starmer said as well.
He did. Andy is constrained by the manifesto, but actually there's an awful lot in the manifesto that is exactly the agenda he's setting out. Devolution was in the manifesto. So it's really a case of just rejigging the priorities and actually delivering really full tilt on some of the things that were in the manifesto but maybe kind of got pushed aside by circumstances and just having that real focus.
We know he's going to be in number 10. The key question is who's he going to put next door in number 11 as Chancellor? What do you reckon, Emma?
I know what you know, I'm afraid. As I understand it, this has been a very, very tightly held decision. We're hearing different names floated around, and we will find out when somebody walks up that street. Because
for some time it was kind of assumed, wasn't it, that Ed Miliband, who we know he's close to, was going to get that job. But in the last few days, it seems to be Shabana Mahmood, that the Home Secretary, is now favoured to get it.
I mean, I think there are positives for both cases. Ed Miliband has done extremely well in Desnes. He's had an agenda. He's really focused on it and delivered on it. Shabana Mahmood has also got a real record of delivery. I think one of the key things here is that Andy Burnham has been very clear that he will be setting the direction on the economy as well as other things. And so that role will be slightly different from the relationship that happened between Keir Starmer and Rachel Reeves, where Rachel Reeves really had the whole grip on economic policy.
George, whoever he picks, whether it's one of them or maybe somebody else, will tell us a lot, won't it, about Andy Burnham's future?
Absolutely. I mean, we think, and we expect it's probably going to be Shabana Mahmood who goes in there. She's someone who doesn't have a great economic track record, but going to what Emma says, I think that's not a bad thing from the point of view of Andy Burnham, because he's going to beef up his operation in number 10 to give it more of a grip on the economic levers, not just here actually in number 10 London, but also the new number 10 in the north as well. And having an effective minister like Shabana Mahmood, who's a very good person for delivering policies, driving through an agenda, I think is the kind of person he would favour rather than someone like Ed Miliband, who's got his very own economic agenda.
I mean, Andy Burnham, he's given this a big sell, hasn't he? What was he said on Friday? That the biggest transformational moment in British politics in 40 years? Really?
I mean, it depends what you mean by transformational in politics. Someone like me who's really passionate about devolution, about getting power out of this street and into every street, I think that could be deeply transformational. If we do, again, change the economic model away from that overheated southeast, then funding public services everywhere else, and actually having much more growth around the country, I think that will be transformational. It's going to be a long, hard project. I don't think he's going to be able to do it overnight. He will need to show that there is progress being made, real tangible progress being made towards that.
George, biggest moment in 40 years?
Well, I was here in 1997 on a day a bit like this when Tony Blair walked in. And I find it really strange that Andy Burnham was writing out the whole of the 13 years that New Labour was in office, when the economy grew, towns were rebuilt, the civic infrastructure, the hospitals, the schools, the libraries were rebuilt by a Labour government. And to suggest that he is going to oversee that kind of transformation and write out of history some of the things Labour's done in the past. I find that slightly negative.
I don't think that's quite what he's saying, to be honest. I think the difference is, post-2008, post the crash, the model that the Blair government used very successfully, you're right, to fund those public services was largely driven by the kind of growth we got before the 2008 crash and the kind of growth we just haven't seen since. So there has to be a change. We just still haven't reckoned with changing the economic model once it was tested to destruction in 2008.
Guys, thank you very much indeed. I think we're going to have to stop because otherwise we're going to get brushed away. They've polished the front door already, buffed it up, and now they're getting rid of all the stains on the floor because the eyes of the world are going to be on Downing Street in the hours to come. Thank you both very much indeed. It's going to be a busy day, isn't it, for political correspondents here in Downing Street and right across Westminster. And you'll be able to follow the whole thing live on BBC One. Clive Myrie and the team will be here from 10 o'clock to guide us through that moment of the transfer of power. What we do know for sure is that Sir Keir Starmer will meet the King later this morning, about 11:30, we think. That's when he will formally offer his resignation as Prime Minister, and then the King will meet Andy Burnham shortly afterwards when he'll ask him to form a new government. So let's speak to our senior royal correspondent, Daniela Ralph, who's at Buckingham Palace this morning and following that end of things. Daniela, a really busy day for the King too.
Yes, it is, very much so. What we're going to see here, John, for the Buckingham Palace part of events today is a show of constitutional monarchy. A little bit of drama where we know all of those players involved and we know how it ends. But we will see the King as head of state, as monarch, overseeing this smooth transition of power from one Prime Minister to the next. In terms of the choreography, first in today will be Sir Keir Starmer with his wife, Lady Victoria. He'll be driven into the quadrangle of Buckingham Palace, where he'll be taken in to see the King. The King likely to greet Sir Keir with "Good morning, Prime Minister," perhaps the very last person to officially address Sir Keir Starmer as Prime Minister. Sir Keir will then offer his resignation, the King will accept it, and there'll be some short private time between the two men. You would think a reflective conversation there before Sir Keir Starmer leaves here at Buckingham Palace, no longer as Prime Minister. Within minutes, Andy Burnham will arrive with his family. Again, he will be taken in to see the King. The King will ask him if he can form a government. Andy Burnham will say yes, and there will again be a private conversation between the King and Andy Burnham, where you would think there'd be a conversation about priorities and intent going forward, perhaps around the formation of Andy Burnham's cabinet, and then the goodbyes, the King saying goodbye Prime Minister, the first official address to Andy Burnham as Prime Minister. So a show of constitutional monarchy and a really consequential day personally for both Sir Keir Starmer and Andy Burnham.
Downing Street this Monday morning because Sir Keir Starmer is expected to speak for the final time as Prime Minister a little bit later before he offers his resignation to the King, and then just a few moments later Andy Burnham will be invited to form a government and become our next Prime Minister. The lights are up, the cameras are here, the sniffer dogs have been sniffing around doing their security checks. We've even seen the gardeners preparing the hanging baskets outside number 10 Downing Street, making it all look pristine for this handover moment, a moment of history. And there are media here from all over the UK, but all over the world to witness this. Chris Mason, our political editor, is here. I mean, it's an historic moment. It's an important moment. It's a kind of very familiar moment as well, isn't it? Because how many times have you stood here in the last few years doing this?
Well, morning to you, John. Yeah, I mean, let's be frank, there's no novelty, is there, about this anymore? That's not to underestimate the gravity of it, but there isn't any novelty. So, yes, what have we had this morning? We've had the road sweeper, we've had the bin men, we've had the gardeners. Of course, there's a sense of preparing the choreography. We'll get a bit of a moment from Keir Starmer at the lectern in a couple of hours' time. I think trying to, as he would see it, point to what he sees as his achievements in office. He'll claim that he thinks he's leaving the country in a better state than he found it. But the bottom line is politically he failed. He didn't anticipate being, frankly, sort of turfed out by his own party in short order inside 2 years. Yes, it is only 2 years and a couple of weeks since we were here marking Keir Starmer's arrival. And then Andy Burnham turning up. Now, I hear whispers he might not bother with a lectern, so such is his desire to project a different style as Prime Minister, that the most overworked lectern in the West will have one outing today, not two, we hear. And then we'll hear from Andy Burnham probably a little after 12:30 this lunchtime, setting out his stall and then setting out who's in his cabinet as the afternoon continues.
And I guess the cabinet is key. That will give us the first real indications of what kind of priorities Andy Burnham has, where he wants to drive this, and crucially, who is his Chancellor?
Exactly that. So it matters for way more than what some might see as the soap opera of who's in and who's out and who's getting jobs, because why, beyond the individuals, will people wildly care about that? The reason it matters is it'll give you a sense of the shape of Andy Burnham's government. The prominent faces that you and Sally will be talking to on breakfast each morning, those who'll be delivering what Andy Burnham wants to see delivered. So yeah, who is his Chancellor? The prevailing wind for the last few days has been behind Shabana Mahmood, the current Home Secretary. If she becomes Chancellor, there'll need to be a new Home Secretary. What becomes of Ed Miliband, who was the other name that was absolutely doing the rounds as a potential Chancellor? If he's not Chancellor, what job does he get? Potentially Foreign Secretary, some have suggested. What about Wes Streeting, who resigned as Health Secretary in those flurry of weeks that saw the downfall of Keir Starmer? So that will be absolutely crucial, who assembles around the top table. And then what will really matter is what policy ideas does he start talking about. So in an interview in The Times this morning, he talks about, for instance, income tax and what might be able to be done for what's known as the personal allowance. That's the rate at which we start paying income tax on our wages. Could that be shifted higher, for instance? So many big decisions for him to make. I think there will be an attempt, John, for him to hit the ground running in a way that people notice in the coming weeks, not least because, let's be frank, for the last couple of weeks we've had heat waves, we've had the World Cup, there's not been a general election, there's not been a contest within the Labour Party, so it's perfectly reasonable. A lot of people will think, well, who is this guy? What does he stand for? What is his policy prospectus? I think we'll see and hear quite a lot of him in the next couple of weeks.
Those questions no doubt being asked by Larry the cat, who's waiting to meet his new owner.
He is.
They've probably not met before, have they?
I suspect they've not yet met, but, Larry is schooled in the coming and going of Prime Minister.
I think he's been here 15 years and he's had 7 David Cameron's to start with, and then through the Johnson, Truss, Sunak, Starmer.
He's looking out again, he's thinking John and Chris are here yet again, wittering on about yet another master coming in to serve up the cat food. The big question is whether the Burnhams are going to bring their dog with them, which is, I suspect, the most pressing question on in Larry's mind this morning.
Yeah, you're talking there about potential changes with income tax and about buses and about the real things that affect people's daily lives back home. Can he do those things without a mandate of a general election? Because his big majority in Parliament is Keir Starmer's majority, it's not really his.
And this is the tightrope that he has to walk, in the same way that Rishi Sunak had to walk it and Liz Truss had to walk it, even Boris Johnson did for a while before a general election. How do you project a sense of freshness, a sense of a reboot, a sense of something different, whilst at the same time, of course, there'll be people having their breakfast this morning, listening to our conversation, saying, well, I didn't vote for Andy Burnham. How on earth has he become Prime Minister? Now, yes, the nature of our parliamentary democracy is that the person who leads the party that can command a majority in Parliament gets to be Prime Minister. But that legitimacy question, that mandate question, is always a vulnerability for a Prime Minister who assumes office between general elections and not at them. Now, Andy Burnham is saying he will operate within that pamphlet of promises, that Labour manifesto of a couple of years ago. But that, from his perspective, will impose some limitations on how far he can go. We've seen an element of it play out over the weekend. He's talked about wanting, or hinted at, his team have hinted at, a more liberal approach to North Sea oil and gas. But he says he'll do that within the confines of the Labour manifesto, which talked about no additional licences. So it won't be suddenly Donald Trump-style drill, baby, drill. It might be a more liberal, as he might see it, a more pragmatic approach to that issue. But yeah, he'll always have half an eye on those promises that were made by Labour a couple of years ago, when he was a mayor and wasn't even a candidate to be an MP.
It's going to be interesting to see and feel the change in tone as well, isn't it? No podium, potentially, maybe no tie, dress-down politics.
He will have just been to see the King. So, short of I don't know, throwing on the Adidas trainers and the black shirt in the back of the car en route from the palace, which would be logistically tricky, I suspect, in the back of the car, and also might look a bit too obvious that he's done that, because I suspect we will get pictures of him, still pictures of him meeting the King, where one assumes he will bother with a tie and a jacket. So I suspect the clothing might be on the more typical side for a male Prime Minister arriving for their first time in Downing Street in office. But yeah, it would appear the lectern may not be around. The other thing he's keen on doing in time is what his team describe as people's question times, which is a mayoral thing. You see mayors doing it, where you go out and you assemble a crowd. We saw an element of him doing it in Cardiff last week, which he made a social media video out of. So I think in style and in presentational tone, he will be very, very different from what we've been used to in the last couple of years. Now, that can matter, and his supporters say, look, that does matter. Communication matters, being more adept at politics matters, which he believes he can be compared with Keir Starmer. But in the end, they are just building blocks towards what people really want to see, which is delivery and a sense of lives getting better. And Prime Minister after Prime Minister in recent years have really struggled to convince people that they're capable of that. And he's going to try and buck that trend.
Chris, brilliant to have you here. You're going to be here with Clive from 10 o'clock for a BBC News special for political insight and fashion reviews. Chris Mason, thank you very much indeed. Well, there has been reaction, pre-action if you like, from across the political spectrum. Let's speak now to the Conservatives, to their front bench spokesperson, Alex Burghardt. Good morning to you. Chris, they're just talking us through a potential change and shift in style and tone and some policies. How much change are you expecting as Conservatives to see today from a new Labour Prime Minister?
Just don't really know yet, and the truth is that this has all happened quite quickly, that Andy Burnham has done very, very few interviews, he's taken very few questions, and so we don't really know what his plan is. There are a lot of ideas being floated, but I think for us, we're perfectly happy to work with him on a number of issues. Kemi Badenoch has written to him this morning saying, we understand that public spending is too high, that the government is borrowing too much and that growth is too low. One of the key things that is going to have to be fixed in order to sort this out is working age welfare. And so if it's one of the things that caused Keir Starmer big problems, because part of the Labour backbench didn't want to do that. And she said, we make the same offer to you that we made to Keir Starmer. If you need our support on this, you will have it. Similarly, we're very, very keen that the government improves its offer on defence spending. You may remember about a month ago, 6 weeks ago, we had several key people from within the military saying that Keir Starmer had not put up enough money to keep the country safe. And the John Healey, the Secretary of State for Defence, resigned over this. So there are some really pressing things in his in-tray that we haven't heard anything about yet. And we need to see the plan. And that will be very interesting, what we'll be focused on over the course of the next few days and weeks.
If he manages to do politics better than many here judge Sir Keir Starmer to have done over the last couple of years, and he gets a bounce in the polls, that's a threat to you as Conservatives, isn't it?
Look, the most important thing is that he gets to grip with the fact that the country is on a very unhappy economic path. That we are, as was the case in the 1970s, we are taxing too much and we are spending too much and growth is too low. And everything else anything else that any Prime Minister wants to do will become impossible if you don't grasp that nettle. And at the moment, I say I don't know what his plans are for that. He can, meaning no disrespect to Keir Starmer, I think Andy Burnham is a better speaker than Keir Starmer. He seems to be quite confident and relaxed and comfortable in his own skin. But that will only get you so far. If you can't make the sums work, then I'm afraid nothing else will work either.
Well, you're saying that Kemi Badenoch is reaching out to him and offering to work. You're going backwards. Offering to work in consultation with him. But if he plays this right, he's got a big majority. He doesn't really need the Conservatives, does he?
Oh, I dare say on some things he won't, but on welfare, where there was that big Labour backbench rebellion, he may well need all the votes he can get if he even wants to do it. And that, it sounds to me very much like a lot of the things that he has floated so far cost a lot of money, and that means that you have to find the money from somewhere else. You can find the money from borrowing, except the cost of borrowing is now very high and we're borrowing too much money already. You can find the money from increasing tax, but obviously that slows down the economy, which means you'll get less money in future years. Or you can cut costs within government, but you have to make your choices. And those are tough choices, and that's what the person at the top is paid to do. At the moment, we haven't heard what tough choices he's prepared to make.
It's going to be an interesting day. Alex Burkhardt from the Tories, thank you very much indeed. It's coming up to 9:15, and you probably feel and hear the sound around us here in Downing Street. Lots of raised voices as people get into position for this big moment. Cameras here, cameramen and women getting their lenses ready, their angles right, everything prepared. The lighting has been erected. Radio and TV colleagues getting in position to give the right commentary, to spot not just the obvious that happens when these speeches happen and the handover happens, but looking for any little things behind the scenes that just tell a bigger and sometimes more accurate story about a moment like this, about a change in power. Now, as we've been hearing, Andy Burnham is well known in the north of England. He's even talked about having a number 10 office in Manchester, where he was mayor. But how does a man who's sometimes been dubbed the King of the North now reach out to other parts of the UK? Can he really win over voters across our nations and regions? Well, this morning for breakfast, John Maguire reports from the far southwest of England.
On a hillside in West Cornwall, migrant workers are picking bunches of spectacular agapanthus to be sold across the UK. It's an exotic, unexpected and unique sight.
January, February, we get very mild winters, but we also get a mild summer. So this time of year, where it's really hot up in London and other parts of the country, it will be 6, 7, 8 degrees cooler.
The microclimate here makes it perfect for growing everything, from broccoli to potatoes and daffodils. They handpick 800 million of them each year. Yes, really. So what can a new Prime Minister do for this vital slice of Cornish life?
Anything that they can do to support our businesses to grow and be self-sufficient in food. It surprises me that the UK is about 58% self-sufficient in food, and if a few tweaks here and there, we could really increase our food security. There's some fantastic farmers in the UK. Let's celebrate that and let's deliver that to the great British public.
Penzance sits famously at the end of the line. It's more than 5 hours by train to London, 7+ to Manchester and 4 to Bristol. That distance comes with advantages and disadvantages. Those who call this area home all year round are at pains to insist that behind its beauty there are struggles.
There's a lot of poverty here. It seems like we've totally forgotten about Andy Burnham.
Yeah.
I think he needs to come down to Penwith, to Cornwall, and see the real side.
People just need to be given opportunities. Work in more partnerships with the organisation in the area, more growing projects, more anything that gets it doesn't matter what it is, but that gets people together. More funding to provide real jobs.
Food is at the heart of this community centre. They teach cooking and feed local people at affordable prices. Funding is a constant struggle. Their message to Prime Minister Burnham is listen and take action.
He feels that the North has been neglected by Westminster for decades, and they don't know what actual people are like and what it's like to work 2 jobs and still not being able to make ends meet. And I think it's not just a North-South thing. I think that's a Westminster versus the rest of the country thing.
Everyone's entitled to their dignity. And there are so many people that we're dealing with who do not have their dignity. And if politicians would only look at people as real people and not as numbers and statistics and items in a report, and would only actually give them their dignity back.
Cornwall as a whole, obviously we are quite a big county, and it's people's perspective of us that they think that we are all very near to each other, and we are not. So to get out of Cornwall, it takes about 2 hours. So when we are looking at some funders, they might class Penzance and say Saltash as in the same area, and we are not.
So 2 hours apart.
Yeah. So that's another struggle.
They all seem to come in and say the same sort of nonsense and go nowhere with it.
What should a new Prime Minister do you think?
Well, lay down some proper laws, put things in place.
Community is important here. At the Growing Links project, volunteers cultivate friendships as well as vegetables, both staples of life.
I think it can be a really tough place for people to live because there is that seasonality to it, tough winters. So a lot of the industries, which are mostly hospitality at this point, mean that they don't exist all year round. Penzance has a really high proportion of homelessness as well. And resources are stretched in terms of support just because we are isolated down here.
These are the industries of the future, and Cornwall has that potential.
I'm being shown around the town's dock by BBC Cornwall's political reporter. He says people tell him when it comes to government support, they want a hand up, not handouts.
The biggest concern for people in Cornwall is that the self-styled King of the North is going to forget about places like Cornwall, which, despite being in the far south of the country, probably economically, and when it comes to insecure work, creaking infrastructure, levels of deprivation, is probably more similar to those parts of the north. Andy Burnham says he wants to help. And the message, I think, from people in Cornwall is, don't forget about us. We need the same kind of level of support, even if we're not geographically north.
Once in Downing Street, Andy Burnham's promising to head out across the UK and to listen. Communities hundreds of miles from both Westminster and indeed Manchester will be hoping he does exactly that, because they've got plenty to tell him. John Maguire, BBC News, Penzance.
From the far southwest of England, we've been in the northwest of England, and here we are in Westminster, awaiting the moment when Andy Burnham becomes Prime Minister. And it's not just the cameras in the hands of the snappers and cameramen and women who've gathered here in Downing Street for the moment. I just spotted this. Just look. We're just going to show you. Down on the ground. Sorry, we're just going to show this shot. Down on the ground here, you've got all these automated cameras as well from the various press agencies and newspapers, all lined up, all controlled remotely by the photographers who can then connect and onto their phones and different apps, see what's happening. Imagine being Andy Burnham in a few hours' time, standing at a podium, or maybe not, according to Chris Mason, and looking down and seeing all those eyes upon you. It's kind of surreal, isn't it? They almost look like robots staring up at him just a couple of feet from where he's going to be standing giving that speech. So we're trying to give you an insight here of what's happening behind the scenes before a special programme begins here on BBC One with Clive Myrie at 10 o'clock, a BBC News special, as Clive will guide us through exactly what happens as Keir Starmer walks out, and then a short time later, having seen the King, Andy Burnham goes inside and starts appointing his cabinet. But from Downing Street for now, let's go back to the studio and Sally.
John, thanks very much.
It's going to be a busy morning, busy day. So let's begin with this report from our political correspondent, Joe Pike.
His route to the peak of power is almost complete. Andy Burnham spent some of his final hours outside Downing Street jogging, while inside the secure zone, final preparations were being made for his arrival. Later, he will promise to give Britain more breathing space, likely further cost of living support, say he's acutely conscious of the high turnover of prime ministers, and argue we're at a moment of reflection and resolution.
Coming out with that clearer vision, a bolder vision, being clear that we are on the side of ordinary working people, taking on the vested and private interests where we need to do so, and redistributing power into every community. That is a vision I think people will really get behind.
As Andy Burnham's arrival approaches, opposition parties are sharpening their critiques. In a letter to the new Prime Minister, Keir Starmer has said, I was disappointed by your recent comments that there was room for movement on tax and that you might ask people for a little more in tax. I urge you to rule out any new tax rises now. Reform UK are demanding a general election, while the Lib Dems have offered to work with Labour to reform social care. Andy Burnham's journey to this moment and this street has been surprisingly smooth in recent weeks. But later today, that could change. He doesn't just need to decide who to appoint to government, but who to overlook and who to sack. Then there are choices over policy, and not all of them come cheap. Today, in his speech on this street, Andy Burnham will promise to give the public breathing room. But he is unlikely to get any himself. Joe Pike, BBC News, Downing Street.
What we do know for sure is that Sir Keir Starmer will meet the King later this morning, about 11:30 we think. That's when he will formally offer his resignation as Prime Minister, and then the King will meet Andy Burnham shortly afterwards when he'll ask him to form a new government. So let's speak to our senior royal correspondent, Daniela Ralph, who's at Buckingham Palace this morning and following that end of things. Daniela, a really busy day for the King too.
Yes, it is, very much so. What we're going to see here, John, for the Buckingham Palace part of events today is a show of constitutional monarchy. A little bit of drama where we know all of those players involved and we know how it ends. But we will see the King as head of state, as monarch, overseeing this smooth transition of power from one Prime Minister to the next. In terms of the choreography, first in today will be Sir Keir Starmer with his wife, Lady Victoria. He'll be driven into the quadrangle of Buckingham Palace, where he'll be taken in to see the King. The King likely to greet Sir Keir with "Good morning, Prime Minister," perhaps the very last person to officially address Sir Keir Starmer as Prime Minister. Sir Keir will then offer his resignation, the King will accept it, and there'll be some short private time between the two men. You would think a reflective conversation there before Sir Keir Starmer leaves here at Buckingham Palace, no longer as Prime Minister. Within minutes, Andy Burnham will arrive with his family. Again, he will be taken in to see the King. The King will ask him if he can form a government. Andy Burnham will say yes, and there will again be a private conversation between the King and Andy Burnham, where you would think there'd be a conversation about priorities and intent going forward, perhaps around the formation of Andy Burnham's cabinet, and then the goodbyes, the King saying goodbye Prime Minister, the first official address to Andy Burnham as Prime Minister. So a show of constitutional monarchy and a really consequential day personally for both Sir Keir Starmer and Andy Burnham.
Sir Keir Starmer is expected to speak for the final time as Prime Minister a little bit later before he offers his resignation to the King, and then just a few moments later Andy Burnham will be invited to form a government and become our next Prime Minister. The lights are up, the cameras are here, the sniffer dogs have been sniffing around doing their security checks. We've even seen the gardeners preparing the hanging baskets outside number 10 Downing Street, making it all look pristine for this handover moment, a moment of history. And there are media here from all over the UK, but all over the world to witness this. Chris Mason, our political editor, is here. I mean, it's an historic moment. It's an important moment. It's a kind of very familiar moment as well, isn't it? Because how many times have you stood here in the last few years doing this?
Well, morning to you, John. Yeah, I mean, let's be frank, there's no novelty, is there, about this anymore? That's not to underestimate the gravity of it, but there isn't any novelty. So, yes, what have we had this morning? We've had the road sweeper, we've had the bin men, we've had the gardeners. Of course, there's a sense of preparing the choreography. We'll get a bit of a moment from Keir Starmer at the lectern in a couple of hours' time. I think trying to, as he would see it, point to what he sees as his achievements in office. He'll claim that he thinks he's leaving the country in a better state than he found it. But the bottom line is politically he failed. He didn't anticipate being, frankly, sort of turfed out by his own party in short order inside 2 years. Yes, it is only 2 years and a couple of weeks since we were here marking Keir Starmer's arrival. And then Andy Burnham turning up. Now, I hear whispers he might not bother with a lectern, so such is his desire to project a different style as Prime Minister, that the most overworked lectern in the West will have one outing today, not two, we hear. And then we'll hear from Andy Burnham probably a little after 12:30 this lunchtime, setting out his stall and then setting out who's in his cabinet as the afternoon continues.
And I guess the cabinet is key. That will give us the first real indications of what kind of priorities Andy Burnham has, where he wants to drive this, and crucially, who is his Chancellor?
Exactly that. So it matters for way more than what some might see as the soap opera of who's in and who's out and who's getting jobs, because why, beyond the individuals, will people wildly care about that? The reason it matters is it'll give you a sense of the shape of Andy Burnham's government. The prominent faces that you and Sally will be talking to on breakfast each morning, those who'll be delivering what Andy Burnham wants to see delivered. So yeah, who is his Chancellor? The prevailing wind for the last few days has been behind Shabana Mahmood, the current Home Secretary. If she becomes Chancellor, there'll need to be a new Home Secretary. What becomes of Ed Miliband, who was the other name that was absolutely doing the rounds as a potential Chancellor? If he's not Chancellor, what job does he get? Potentially Foreign Secretary, some have suggested. What about Wes Streeting, who resigned as Health Secretary in those flurry of weeks that saw the downfall of Keir Starmer? So that will be absolutely crucial, who assembles around the top table. And then what will really matter is what policy ideas does he start talking about. So in an interview in The Times this morning, he talks about, for instance, income tax and what might be able to be done for what's known as the personal allowance. That's the rate at which we start paying income tax on our wages. Could that be shifted higher, for instance? So many big decisions for him to make. I think there will be an attempt, John, for him to hit the ground running in a way that people notice in the coming weeks, not least because, let's be frank, for the last couple of weeks we've had heat waves, we've had the World Cup, there's not been a general election, there's not been a contest within the Labour Party, so it's perfectly reasonable. A lot of people will think, well, who is this guy? What does he stand for? What is his policy prospectus? I think we'll see and hear quite a lot of him in the next couple of weeks.
Those questions no doubt being asked by Larry the cat, who's waiting to meet his new owner.
He is.
They've probably not met before, have they?
I suspect they've not yet met, but, Larry is schooled in the coming and going of Prime Minister.
I think he's been here 15 years and he's had 7 David Camerons to start with, and then through the Johnson, Truss, Sunak, Starmer.
He's looking out again, he's thinking John and Chris are here yet again, wittering on about yet another master coming in to serve up the cat food. The big question is whether the Burnhams are going to bring their dog with them, which is, I suspect, the most pressing question on in Larry's mind this morning.
Yeah, you're talking there about potential changes with income tax and about buses and about the real things that affect people's daily lives back home. Can he do those things without a mandate of a general election? Because his big majority in Parliament is Keir Starmer's majority. It's not really his.
And this is the tightrope that he has to walk, in the same way that Rishi Sunak had to walk it and Liz Truss had to walk it. Even Boris Johnson did for a while before a general election. How do you project a sense of freshness, a sense of a reboot, a sense of something different, whilst at the same time, of course, there'll be people having their breakfast this morning, listening to our conversation, saying, well, I didn't vote for Andy Burnham. How on earth has he become Prime Minister? Now, yes, the nature of our parliamentary democracy is that the person who leads the party that can command a majority in Parliament gets to be Prime Minister. But that legitimacy question, that mandate question, is always a vulnerability for a Prime Minister who assumes office between general elections and not at them. Now, Andy Burnham is saying he will operate within that pamphlet of promises, that Labour manifesto of a couple of years ago. But that, from his perspective, will impose some limitations on how far he can go. We've seen an element of it play out over the weekend. He's talked about wanting, or hinted at, his team have hinted at, a more liberal approach to North Sea oil and gas. But he says he'll do that within the confines of the Labour manifesto, which talked about no additional licences. So it won't be suddenly Donald Trump-style drill, baby, drill. It might be a more liberal, as he might see it, a more pragmatic approach to that issue. But yeah, he'll always have half an eye on those promises that were made by Labour a couple of years ago when he was a mayor and wasn't even a candidate to be an MP.
It's going to be interesting to see and feel the change in tone as well, isn't it? No podium, potentially, maybe no tie, dress-down politics.
He will have just been to see the King, so short of, I don't know, throwing on the Adidas trainers and the black shirt in the back of the car en route from the palace, which would be logistically tricky, I suspect, in the back of the car, and also might look a bit too obvious that he's done that, because I suspect we will get pictures of him, still pictures of him meeting the King, where one assumes he will bother with a tie and a jacket. So I suspect the clothing might be on the more typical side for a male Prime Minister arriving for their first time in Downing Street in office. But yeah, it would appear the lectern may not be around. The other thing he's keen on doing in time is what his team describe as people's question times, which is a mayoral thing. You see mayors doing it, where you go out and you assemble a crowd. We saw an element of him doing it in Cardiff last week, which he made a social media video out of. So I think in style and in presentational tone, he will be very, very different from what we've been used to in the last couple of years. Now, that can matter, and his supporters say, look, that does matter. Communication matters, being more adept at politics matters, which he believes he can be compared with Keir Starmer. But in the end, they are just building blocks towards what people really want to see, which is delivery and a sense of lives getting better. And Prime Minister after Prime Minister in recent years have really struggled to convince people that they're capable of that, and he's going to try and buck that trend.
Work hard and we're trying our best to be ambitious.
That's our point of difference.
For some people listening, it matters. Nikki Campbell.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
Hello, hello, hello. Well, what a thing all this is. What? We've been here before. Maybe this is different. And actually, if you are cynical about all this and you're thinking, well, there's no hope in my heart, it's just deja vu. That's what it is. Hope in heart. It's deja in my vu. I don't feel invigorated at all. I feel fatigued by the whole thing. That's fine. We want to hear from you on that. We're testing the mood of the nation on the nation's phone in. Maybe you think it's same old, same old. But we want to hear from you if you're an extraordinary person. They're calling them ordinary people now. If you're in business, if you're in education, if you work in health, if you use the health services, if you use public services, if you're a taxpayer, we want to hear from young people, the jobless people, disabled people. We want to hear from farmers and teachers and soldiers and spies and candlestick makers and drivers and strivers. Do you give a damn? Or is this actually a day of days? I know how many of you are so disillusioned with politics. It's been just such a prevailing refrain on the nation's phone in for so long. Is this a brand new start? 08085 909 693. If he stands on the steps of Downing Street, and I'm just looking at the pictures now, it's brimful of cameras and journalists in the sunshine. If he stands on the steps of Downing Street, lectern or no lectern, and said, there is discord, I will bring harmony, I'll be surprised. If he says that. But it's what he means. That's it all. Promises, great expectations. Let's hear him. Here is Andy Burnham speaking on Friday, outlining his vision for the Labour government.
And I want people to say once again that Labour are for us. I want that to just fall off people's tongues, and we can do it. We can be that party, the party that puts more power in people's hands, drives good growth in every postcode, and puts hope in every heart, that gets the country pulling together again and moves beyond the divisions of recent years. All people and all places, public and private sectors, in a new sense of unity and common cause. That's my mission as your new leader, to bring back hope. I believe in all of you, and I am confident we can do it. Thank you very much.
Is there hope in your heart? You know what they say in football? We know this only too well. It's the hope that kills you. But is there hope in your heart this morning? We need to know that. It's going to be quite a day. We got Matt Chorley in Downing Street. We're covering this throughout the day. The whole ritual, some might call it a rigmarole, but it's all happening. Big constitutional day, big political day, and a big day in our history. Emma Burnell, editor of Labour List. Good morning, Anna. It's wonderful to have you on the programme.
Morning.
And it's always great when you do appear on the programme. Let me just, from the tone of your voice there, are you just warming up? Because I was expecting a morning.
It's very early. And I've been up since 5 o'clock, so I could be on Downing Street already this morning. But yeah, absolutely. I'll give you as much enthusiasm as you want.
Well, how much, come a bit closer to the microphone. How much enthusiasm have you got?
I've got lots of enthusiasm, actually. I mean, partly I am a Labour Party member. But also, my political career has actually kind of matched Andy Burnham's. I got my first job in politics literally a year after he was elected as an MP. So I've watched him grow and develop as a politician through all those years. And actually, as someone who's about the same age as him, I'd like to point out I'm a few years younger, there is a real sense that I get from him of that development. I think the time that he took out from Westminster has helped him grow enormously. And I think there's a real sense that he's got a mission and a purpose.
Is he not just Starmer with a happy voice?
No, I mean, don't get me wrong. I am grateful to everything that Keir Starmer did for the Labour Party in particular.
Making it unelectable.
Well, making it very electable, first of all.
Was it? I mean, after 2 years, unelectable.
We clearly got
to a point electable,
where...
then he made it unelectable.
I mean, one can say he did both. He certainly got us into government, and that's the bit that I'm grateful for. And on the day that he leaves, I'm not going to be, disingenuous. Things had to change, and that's what we've done as a party. We've recognised what the country had said to us at the elections in May, both across England but also in Scotland and Wales, and that's really, really important. So yeah, this is a new chance, a new hope, to quote Star Wars. But I think Andy Burnham's quite right, and you're quite right, that we have, this has happened a lot. We've changed Prime Minister a lot since Brexit, and we really have to make this work.
And as I said as well, people are so... I want to use a really strong word here, but I really shouldn't, and I'm not going to. People are really disillusioned with politics. I'd like to tap into that this morning. If you want to just come on and say, oh, my God, here we go again, that's fine. But also we want to hear from people who do see a shining city on the hill, as Ronald Reagan put it. And there's a lot of that in Labour at the moment. You're beginning to see that shining city on the hill. When he's talking about the past, moving on from the 40 years of neoliberalism, he said we've been wearing too many Tory clothes. Tell me about that cross-dressing. What does he mean?
So I think there's been a real sense within Labour that we were trying to be all things to all people, and sometimes that meant not actually making an argument for our own values, rather simply trying to go, well, what are your values? Let me see how I can fit to those. I think actually politicians, and I get the disillusionment. I live in the world.
What were the Tory clothes?
I think things like just some of the language around, the language around immigration, not necessarily the policy, because we're a party that believes in borders and believes in policing those fairly.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes our rhetoric was just trying to match too much the right-wing rhetoric. I think sometimes we were just too cautious about saying, you know what, our economy doesn't work for people. It doesn't work for people near where I live in East London. And for a long time, we accepted the settlements that sort of happened in the late 70s, early 1980s under Thatcher, where the idea was that we'd have this huge amount of growth in financial services.
Mm-hmm.
And then when a Labour government came in, they wouldn't change that model. They would just redistribute the proceeds of that growth more fairly. And that worked under New Labour until 2008, when we had the crash. And since then, we haven't had the growth. So there's been nothing to redistribute. So
Would you like to see the top rate of tax go up?
I don't think it's just about tax rates. I think it's genuinely about changing the economy. Like, if we just go, oh, it's about tax rates, that's not changing the economy. That's not how literally rewiring the economy works. That's not what Thatcher did. She didn't just fiddle around with tax rates. She changed the economic model that we worked
Are
with.
we in a change point of the... Because they're saying that. They're saying this is a transformational point in British politics. And we're talking as what he said in 40 years, so it's more transformational than the Tony Blair premiership. Perhaps he's saying this will be as transformational in its own way as the Thatcher premiership. Do you think, are we at a real watershed moment in our politics, do you think?
Well, I hope so, but we shall see. I mean, and the proof will be in the pudding. And that, I think it's really, really important that we go in with these levels of ambition, because if we don't, then, if you're not striving to achieve the absolute most, then you won't really achieve anything if you're just sort of going for modest increments. So you've got to really drive forward as much as possible and achieve as much as possible. And also, I mean, we are talking about, he said the words 10-year plan, which I know every politician, when they get to the steps of Downing Street, says, I've got a 10-year plan, I've got a 10-year plan.
It turns out to be a 10-minute plan, doesn't it?
But, the thing is, I think there needs to be a 10-year plan with that long-term vision. There's also got to be milestones that people see really soon. I understand why people are disillusioned with politics. It is very, very hard when we're all struggling and have been struggling for a really, really long time with things like the cost of living. There hasn't been the kind of growth that we've needed in order for people to feel the difference in their pockets since, for decades now. And it is really, really important that people can see immediately, this is a government that's on my side. They're promising to get here. At the moment, they've got me so far, so I can see that they're on that journey.
I just want to ask you a couple more. We got the calls coming in, and this is a call agreeing with you on the neoliberalism, according to my notes here, which I'll come to. We need to nail down and drill into that's the thing we're going to. We need to drill into some of the language, because they're talking about Lucy Powell on Laura Kuenssberg yesterday taking on the vested interests. What is a vested interest? Who are those vested interests? Are the oil and gas companies vested interests? Because it looks like they might be kind of getting on board with them a little bit. Are the BMA, are they a vested interest? Unison, is that a vested interest? Who are the vested interests? You can look at it in many ways, can't you?
You can. Vested interest is one of those phrases that means all things to all people.
Can we stop having those phrases that mean all things to all people? Can we be precise then?
Well, you and I are journalists. If we stopped having those phrases, you and I would have nothing to say. I think vested interest is just a way of making a political argument. It's saying that where there are people who are going to fight the things that you want to change, they have a vested interest in the status quo, in things staying the same because they are the people benefiting from it. And at the moment, that might mean people in central government who don't want powers to be devolved down to much more local and regional level. That might mean people who don't want to see a better distribution of wealth and economic growth in the country because they're based in places that are already, succeeding and doing very well out of that. And frankly, that doesn't necessarily mean the whole of London, because it certainly doesn't mean the bit of London I live in.
Okay. Oh, look at the television there. We've got, see that guy there? Who did the American president? You just missed him. I can't wait for the
I was going to say, I thought it was the Argentinian football team.
No. I'd completely lost the plot. No, I just thought American president, Andy Burnham, Donald Trump. I want to see that one. I want to hear that first phone call. Do you have hope in your heart? Megan in Cardiff, Susan in Leeds, Dave in Epping. Hello to all of you and a very good Monday morning. Hi.
Hello, good morning.
Hi. Susan, I'm going to ask you the question. First of all, do you have hope in your heart, Susan?
I try to feel hopeful all the time because otherwise life is really lousy for all of us. And the thing that and I am cynical about politics, and some of it is because, as you were just discussing with your guest, the politicians talk in such broad phrases and never say anything direct that they leave us not knowing what they mean. It's like they're afraid to be specific and really tell us what the real story is about where we're at and what we've got to do to change. And so the thing that gave me hope about hearing Andy Burnham's speech as the new Labour leader was that he had directly named neoliberalism. And most people don't even know what that is, and most people don't even use the word. But it really is kind of the political philosophy that Thatcher brought in and we've been living with for decades now. And it's about free markets and deregulation and allowing privatization. And it's definitely about reducing government spending. And it prioritizes individual achievement through competitive markets and just kind of globalization politics. And it's not working for us. What people are going to be happy, I think, with politics. And clearly we're very divided. A lot of people are frustrated and a lot of people are suffering. But I think the thing that will make things better is to deal with where we're at in the real world. And our economy needs to be more productive, sure, but privatization is costing all of us a lot of money. And if you look at water and trains and everything else, it isn't working very well for most of us.
And thereby start the arguments when people say that renationalisation is going to cost a lot of money as well. I think we're hearing about kind of hybrid arrangements, which will be interesting. Just judging from your accent, you're not maybe originally from Leeds.
No, I grew up in the States, but I've lived in Leeds for 37 years, and I've always been glad I moved. And I worked in the NHS for my whole career, and I always thought that something like the NHS was the proof of the pudding. To be able to deliver at a relatively low amount of our gross domestic product, a health service for everyone, it really is a jewel in the crown. And there is something important that if a state has the right values and the people are able to really influence its values and what it wants, then we get something that's good for all of us. And I really have experienced that when I first came here, and I've seen it slowly eroded.
Susan, it's good to have the first caller having hope in their heart. Stick around. Here's Dave. Here's Megan. Megan, do you have hope in your heart this morning? I like just asking people a straight question. How are you feeling about that? How's your heart? Is it pumping with hope and optimism and aspiration
Nikki,
and joy?
I am forever the optimist, but I am overwhelmingly exhausted. Andy Burnham is now the 7th Prime Minister we have had in 10 years, when ordinarily that period could have been covered by just 2 full five-year terms. To give you perspective, I'm 28, so I've only been able to vote for the last 10 years. And in those 10 years, this is now the 7th person that I've seen in number 10. Every new Prime Minister arrives with promising stability, change, a fresh start. But as a member of the general public, it feels like we are constantly being told to reset our expectations and place our trust in another new person. Most people aren't really obsessed with the political drama of who's up, who's down. We just want someone to stay in the job long enough to make meaningful changes to our bills, our housing, our everyday lives, and like Susan said, our NHS. If we've got someone over who's lived in Leeds for 37 years from the States who is telling us to protect our NHS, when are we going to start listening to us, let alone people who've come over from America? So hopeful, yes, because the glass is half full, like I am every day, but just overwhelmingly exhausted.
I think That will be a sentiment shared by many people this morning. But this is perhaps... Dave, it's a new start, Dave. Yeah!
Is it?
Is it?
Really? One phrase we get quite a lot from our politicians is lessons will be learned. And the lesson I've learned over the years is do not afford any of them the benefit of the doubt. Let them do the hard yards to prove they're worth their mettle.
Yeah? Well, you've got to give them a bit of road then. You've got to give them a bit of space to do the hard yards. Are you well disposed towards the new Prime Minister? He will be officially confirmed as such today, Dave.
Maybe at a later date. Let's just say the benefit of the doubt from me isn't there. He's got to do the uphill battle and win my trust.
How would he do that?
I've got to feel it in my pocket for a start when I go out in the street and, day-to-day cost of living and stuff like that. Like to see an improvement in... although I suppose it is slightly improving with the NHS and waiting lists and stuff like that. Generally, I'd like to see things on the up rather than the arrows forever pointing down.
3 superb callers. They talk about ordinary people. Lucy Power was going on about ordinary people yesterday, Emma. Extraordinary people. Listen to this programme.
Ordinary people are extraordinary, though, aren't they? I mean, we all are in our own way. I mean, I'm probably not, but, you are, Nikki.
No, you definitely are over the years. Yeah.
But it always strikes me, ordinary people, everyone in their own way is ordinary, including Andy Burnham and Keir Starmer, and everyone is extraordinary. And I absolutely hear what all 3 of your callers said in terms of both the space that Andy Burnham doesn't have to prove his case. And also, there is an exhaustion. And I don't think anyone can pretend that there isn't. And that's equally why he said this is kind of a last chance for Labour. This one has to work. He has to get this right. And it's all on him now to do that.
I once spoke to an old actor backstage, and I'll never forget. I said, "How are you?" I was excited to meet him, and he went, "I am so weary." And that's how a lot of people feel this morning.
Yeah, no, I get it. I absolutely get it.
Let's get to Matt Chorley in Downing Street. Matt, what a day, what a day, what a day. Hope in your heart, ordinary people taking on the vested interests, reinvigorating and revitalising politics and all the other stuff. It's quite a list, isn't it, Matt?
Yeah, good morning, Nikki. The sun is out. It's if anything, it's a bit too hot. So I've got my sunglasses on. I'm a factor 50, and I'm ready. So we're set up at the end of the street. So I'm looking directly down the street. On my left is the door to number 10. On my right is they've built sort of scaffold terracing almost. So there's sort of several tiers of broadcasters. The top tier, obviously the BBC. And some of our own broadcasters have got the sort of front row, and then the further back you go, possibly the less important number 10 seem to think you are. We've got our own radio
Who's
table
at the back?
At the end. I'm not going to get into that. I'm not going to get... What I would say is one of my former employers is quite a long way away down by the bins. That's all I'm going to say. And actually, it's been interesting you talking about the language, we're ordinary people, extraordinary people, whose side are you on and all that. This morning, there's preparation, because this is how I like to spend my time. I've been watching back lots of the speeches that Prime Ministers have made arriving in number 10, going all the way back to Margaret Thatcher in 79, where there was discord, where we were bringing hope and all of that. Actually, I think the first bit, before that, Prime Ministers didn't really. They just got out their car and went into number 10 and got on with it. But the rise of telly and media and all of that meant that they feel like the need to address...
the rise of telly? What are you talking about? The 1950s?
All I'm saying is Jim Callaghan, Howard Wilson, they got out of the car and they wandered in, by and large, as far as I can tell.
Fair enough,
the interesting thing is, we watch it, I think, of one of the consequences of having so many changes in Prime Minister is that trying to find new ways of saying the same thing is quite difficult. Because actually, some of them, I think on my show later, we'll actually play like a supercut of them all to sort of remind our listeners of the various things that were promised. Actually, if you were from Mars, or maybe one of our international colleagues from a different country here in Downing Street, and you played them that, you wouldn't necessarily even be able to tell which party they were from or who they were. They're all on the side of normal people. Britain, let's make Britain better again. Britain better, stronger, faster, higher, longer, and all of that. And trying to find new ways of saying the same thing is part of the challenge. I mean, I have to say, it is one of the appeals, I think, from Labour MPs. They think that Andy Burnham does have an ability to say essentially the same thing in a new, more engaging way. And that's sort of been his pitch to some extent, is that he's going to be the same as Keir Starmer politically. He doesn't want to call a general election, so it means he's got to operate within the bounds of the manifesto from 2024. But he's just going to say it in a different way.
So when are we going to get, as I put it at the beginning of the show in the intro, the sprightly steps along Downing Street and the shiny happy faces on the way out, and then the weary trudge of others to the back benches and political oblivion for now? When does that happen?
Yeah, at least, I mean, I've spoken to you quite a lot from Downing Street, it feels like, this year, Nick, and we've never quite known what was going to happen when. Today, we do. Because partly I think the palace is involved, so these things get sort of nailed down and they're in the diary. So around about 11 o'clock, late morning, we will get Keir Starmer will come out from Downing Street. We expect him to make a short statement in which he will say that he's leaving the country in better shape than he found it 2 years ago. Sort of one sort of final victory lap, if you like, to sort of restate his case for his premiership. He will then leave out of the gates directly in front of me and go to the palace and sort of tender his resignation to the king, hand in his sheriff's badge, and go off and enjoy a break, I suspect. And then the choreography, and then his government car, his prime ministerial car, stays at the palace, and Keir Starmer will go off in a different car. And then Andy Burnham will arrive. I mean, whether, I don't know, maybe he'll arrive on a bus. That would be entirely on brand. He arrives in his own transport at the palace. He's invited by the king to form a government in a ceremony known as kissing hands, although I think the actual kissing of hands has somewhat passed. And then he gets into Keir Starmer's old car, so hopefully he's like check the glove box and all of that, just to make sure he hasn't left anything behind. He gets back into the prime ministerial car and arrives back here. We expect to hear from him sometime between sort of 12 and 1, you know, the best laid plans and all of that. And he will then go through the door of number 10, where the people, as you said, the civil servants who've just clapped out Keir Starmer, they'll have dried their eyes, they'll have whipped the hoover around, and they clap Andy Burnham as the new Prime Minister in. And he walks down that long corridor into the Cabinet room, where he'll be greeted by the Cabinet Secretary. And one of the first things he has to do is sign the letters of last resort, the instructions to our nuclear submarines.
Oh, blimey.
Yeah, that's one of the first things.
It's quite hard to have hope in your heart when you're doing that, right?
Yeah.
I've spoken to, just while we're talking actually, Darren
Exactly.
Jones, Chief Secretary of the Prime Minister, just arriving just walking to the door of number 10, close ally of Keir Starmer. Some speculation he might be out of government altogether, but no one would expect him to remain in that role for Andy Burnham. Yeah, I've interviewed definitely David Cameron, possibly Tony Blair about this, and they said that that's like as a way of the state machine really putting the you-know-what's up you. Walking in at this extraordinary moment, we've just become Prime Minister, and immediately being asked, so, what do you think we should do in the event of a nuclear apocalypse? Is quite the way to focus the minds.
I remember speaking to a Labour figure. Sorry to interrupt, but it's just in my thought. I was speaking to a Labour figure once who said, when you become a Home Secretary, as they did, you think, oh, I'm going to be a Liberal Home Secretary, and then you look at what's in front of you, and you go, oh, blimey. You know, it's quite a thing, Matt, isn't it? It really is. So carry on with the timetable, sorry.
And then at some point, somebody will, well, maybe might do the things differently, but certainly this is what happened in the past. Somebody will wheel in a whiteboard where they will be putting together the cabinet. And we would expect, and certainly the ambition of Team Burnham, I think, is to announce the full cabinet today. So I'll be, although I'll be on air with you this morning and then Naga, from when the point my show actually starts around 2 o'clock. No, actually at 2 o'clock. We would expect we think, whoever is the Chancellor, the Home Secretary, the Foreign Secretary, to walk up the street in front of me, and they'll have their moment with the Prime Minister where he appoints them and gives them their sort of marching orders. They'll have their photo taken, and then they head off to their new departments. And that process will probably run into drive after 4 o'clock today. But the ambition certainly from Team Burnham, when I was talking to them last week, was to get it all that done and dusted today.
Thank you very much. Cheers, Matt. More later, which is great. The great Matt Chorley. Interestingly, that Andy Burnham in his interview in the Times today says, to be clear to people, it can't be done overnight, but you've got to show people where we're going and the steps towards it, which is of some contrast to one of the main criticisms of Keir Starmer, and that Keir Starmer and Rachel Reeves were a bit, it's all bloody terrible when they came in. So it's that hope thing. Do you have hope in your heart? Lo and behold, we have got, let me see now, we had a caller from Huntingdon. Is Claire there from Huntingdon? Claire.
Claire is here.
Claire.
Yeah, I am.
I want to hear someone with hope in their heart. Is it you?
Oh, it is. Yeah, it is. It's a happy Monday for me. It is about hope. It is about I just felt with Keir Starmer, Rachel Reeves, just the whole tone of that Labour government coming in was that everything was doom and gloom, nothing was possible. It just has felt so depressing and just not a really great place to live over the last couple of years. And I'm a Labour supporter. I absolutely understand that it needed to be slow and steady and all of that kind of thing. But you know what? It can't just be down to Andy Burnham. It's got to be down to people genuinely believing that things can change, genuinely believing that things can get better. And I do. I really do. So, yeah, lots of hope in my heart this morning.
And on that note, thank you very much indeed, Claire. And it's a good attitude for any old Monday, but this ain't any old Monday. It is a politically manic Monday, and this is the best place to be to hear it all. 5 Live. Emma, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you
for coming in this morning. Editor of Labour List, Emma Burnell. And you've seen him come, you've seen him go. Is this a stayer?
I think so. I think the Labour Party are so aware that they just don't want to end up like the Tories and doing this, every sort of 18 months or so. So I think, and I've said it a lot, this has to be one and done. Andy Burnham has to be the Prime Minister who takes us up to and hopefully victoriously through the next election.
Thank you very much indeed, Emma.
Thank you.
Great to see you. It's 9:34. More to come.
The Voice of the UK.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
What we do know for sure is that Sir Keir Starmer will meet the King later this morning, about 11:30, we think. That's when he will formally offer his resignation as Prime Minister, and then the King will meet Andy Burnham shortly afterwards when he'll ask him to form a new government. So let's speak to our senior royal correspondent, Daniela Ralph, who's at Buckingham Palace this morning and following that end of things. Daniela, a really busy day for the King too.
Yes, it is, very much so. What we're going to see here, John, for the Buckingham Palace part of events today is a show of constitutional monarchy. A little bit of drama where we know all of those players involved and we know how it ends. But we will see the King as head of state, as monarch, overseeing this smooth transition of power from one Prime Minister to the next. In terms of the choreography, first in today will be Sir Keir Starmer with his wife, Lady Victoria. He'll be driven into the quadrangle of Buckingham Palace, where he'll be taken in to see the King. The King likely to greet Sir Keir with "Good morning, Prime Minister," perhaps the very last person to officially address Sir Keir Starmer as Prime Minister. Sir Keir will then offer his resignation. The King will accept it, and there'll be some short private time between the two men. You would think a reflective conversation there before Sir Keir Starmer leaves here at Buckingham Palace, no longer as Prime Minister. Within minutes, Andy Burnham will arrive with his family. Again, he will be taken in to see the King. The King will ask him if he can form a government. Andy Burnham will say yes, and there will again be a private conversation between the King and Andy Burnham, where you would think there'd be a conversation about priorities and intent going forward, perhaps around the formation of Andy Burnham's cabinet. And then the goodbyes, the King saying goodbye, Prime Minister, the first official address to Andy Burnham as Prime Minister. So a show of constitutional monarchy and a really consequential day personally for both Sir Keir Starmer and Andy Burnham.
We're trying our best to work hard and we're trying our best to be ambitious.
That's our point of difference.
For some people listening, it matters. Nikki Campbell.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
Yeah, I hope you had a brilliant weekend. It is an extraordinary political week. It is an historic day today. A new Prime Minister who has spoken about putting hope in every heart, growth in every postcode. So talking about the former, is there hope in your heart this morning? 08085 909 693 and 85058 on the text. I have great hope in my heart that you will call and you will text, because we need to know what you are thinking. Harry in Reading, Susan in Leeds, Mark in Swanley. Susan's still with us, actually. He was talking about neoliberalism. And I think, Harry, you want to talk about neoliberalism as well. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Nikki. Yeah, no,
Hi.
Thanks for getting me on. I was responding to your
Can I just put
caller.
it on? Yeah, it's great that you are. Can I just put it on the line here? You know, neoliberalism. It's one of those things we hear bandied about a lot, don't we? So we're talking about it's the Mrs. Thatcher legacy. Some people attach Ronald Reagan to it. Lower taxes, privatization. I guess weakening of trade unions, greater individual responsibility rather than relying on state provision, all that stuff, which has been adhered to and signed up for by Labour and Tory governments over the years. What do you think?
Yeah, well, I think the diagnosis that Burnham is going to be sort of the end to neoliberalism is the wrong one. And perhaps that is partly because Burnham sort of says different things to different people. But your earlier caller was sort of saying that this guy is going to end neoliberalism. I mean, I lived in Manchester for many years, and those big gleaming towers in the city centre don't say that to me. From everything I know, you had kind of Richard Leese and Howard Bernstein, the late kind of great people of the council in Manchester, making it very, very business friendly and making planning decisions very quickly in that city. And that was the legacy that Burnham inherited. And since then, you've had legal services growing, you've had, financial services growing. This doesn't say to me that this is a man whose success has been built on getting rid of neoliberalism. If anything, it's been sort of supercharged. And I would just add that I think Burnham will be cognizant of the fact that Manchester's success really was built on neoliberalism. That's what Manchesterism, the sort of 19th century
free
word,
trade.
as I understand it. Yeah, exactly. Free trade, opening
Corn
up.
laws.
Corn laws, exactly. And it even gave birth to The Economist magazine, which is the world's kind of big champion of free trade. So, yeah, I just think Burnham's come from a completely different place. But the fact that one person can think that he's anti-neoliberalism and another person can think he's a great champion of it perhaps indicates that he's not very clear on where he comes from. But perhaps
So
that's
one
a
of those
sensible thing.
One of those phrases that is just sort of bandied about, you're kind of saying, so neoliberalism is to the economy what the wind is to the weather, to an extent.
Well, it certainly has been in Manchester. I think, Manchester's the classic example of, build lots of flats in the city centre, get the bars growing, get the marketing agencies coming in. And that's what's really, supported Manchester's growth.
Mm-hmm. I don't want to make this phone in wither neoliberalism in 10,000 words, your PhD thesis, but it's part of it, and it's part of the kind of, is there hope in your heart? Susan, do you want to come back on what Harry said, pointing out those contradictions?
Oh, I agree with Harry that we live in a time of neoliberalism, and I wasn't trying to suggest that Andy Burnham is going to end neoliberalism or anything. I'm just saying that the way that the UK's economy and other Western countries often operate means that the economics of the situation, the big money powers, like, as you say, construction industries or real estate or whatever, almost hold sway over what politicians can do. And to my mind, it might be kind of controversial, but to me, I think that in terms of national politics, international economics more rules national politics than the other way around. And I hope that Burnham will be looking at things that we can do incrementally and be straight with us and explain how long things will take to kind of shift that balance. So, like, if Southeast Water can't deliver water for 2 days in Tunbridge Wells in a country like this, something's wrong with
it's
our
a fair
water
point.
countries. Yeah,
it's a fair point. Do you want to come back on that, Harry? Harry wants to come back. Go on.
Yeah, just briefly, Nicky. Look, I hear what you're saying, and obviously there are lots and lots of problems with neoliberalism. But from everything I understand, the success of Manchester, to come back to that, has been about removing, not removing, but maybe softening some of those affordable housing targets. That's something I've heard. It's actually been about encouraging businesses to create jobs, and that's what's given people opportunities in Manchester city centre. So, there is good growth and there's growth, but I think every time, most people would probably take growth over less growth. And the danger with the kind of the good growth thesis is that you slow it down.
Oh, interesting.
Can I add one more? Really. Nicky, can I add one more thing?
I grant you one more thing. Yes.
Cheers. Which is that, look at the state of our society today. Look at the levels of child health. Look at the levels of mental ill health. Look at how disabled people are finding it hard to get into work or being discriminated against. There are many things about our totally competitive industry includes everything society that I think affects us all as people in a really big way. And if people had more of a hope that we lived in a society that was going to support us all, even in the face of the big economic pushes from business to do this and that, I think we'd be a much happier country. I really do.
So many competing and contradictory interests will be shouting at Andy Burnham, saying, what about us? What about us? It is the question this morning. What about you? Do you have hope in your heart? Mark in Swanley, Fiona in Harlan. Where is it? Ivan in Haverfordwest. Hello, Ivan.
Hello.
Is it Ewan? Yeah?
Ewan, that's the one. Ewan, Welsh name, yeah, that's the one.
Ewan, I love Haverfordwest with all my heart, so I'm going to come to you for... Not that I don't like Hull or Swanley, but it's such a beautiful part of the world, and it's an interesting one to talk about because it's quite a long way from Manchester. How are you feeling?
Yeah. Positive about it, to be honest. I liked what he was saying in his speech, his first speech as Labour leader, about devolution. Mm-hmm. Yes, there are a few people in Wales, few politicians in Wales are a bit sceptical. He doesn't seem to know all the concepts of how devolution works, mainly in Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland. I think people are a bit scared that maybe when he says devolution, he's more talking about local authorities in England, mayorships and stuff like that. So, but I think there is a little bit of hope in Wales today, after the Senedd election results in Wales especially, and up in Scotland, where Labour were resoundingly defeated. So
you've got a new leader, new Labour leader, of course, haven't you?
Yep. At Ken Skates, he's the new Welsh Labour leader as well. So there's a bit more vision for Wales now.
Vision. Yeah, and clarity maybe. You kind of know what the direction of travel is going to be. You know, that's as much in the language and the delivery, isn't it? Are you feeling that? A lot of people are.
Absolutely. I think he's a far better communicator. No offence to Keir Starmer, but I think Andy Burnham is a more talented politician as well. I think he can be the unity candidate that many in not just Wales, not just Scotland, but the whole United Kingdom needs right now.
The whole United Kingdom, from Hull to Haverfordwest. Fiona in Hull, what do you think? Joy in your heart? Spring in your step?
No, absolutely not. The thing is, again, 7 in 10 years, prime ministers, it's a joke, really, isn't it, politics in this country. Andy Burnham, yeah, Mayor of Manchester, but is he from Liverpool? I didn't understand why he wouldn't have been the Mayor of Liverpool.
Well, he grew up in Manchester. He was born in Liverpool, but he grew up near Manchester. Quite near.
Oh, right, okay. Well, anyway, I don't think one man's going to make any difference. It's the party that's the problem. They change leaders to accommodate popular. And, you know, I think a month down the line we'll be having the same discussion. Something's not working. It's the party that needs to be looked at. That's the problem. It's the people within that party who are voting for another leader for their party. We come second to anything, really, the people of this country. We elect him. Now we elect somebody to replace Boris. And it's the same old thing. We should be looking within their parties to change a lot of things.
Well, he's looking to change his party, isn't it? Interesting you say that it's a joke and we are the laughing stock.
Change to accommodate popularity of the day. And I don't believe that it isn't one man, is it? Let's face it. He answers to the party, not people.
Well, leaders are
Maybe
important.
he might be stronger than the rest of them. Who knows? Maybe, you know, take a leaf out of Margaret Thatcher. A strong leader, don't be dictated to by how many people are voting for this person to be our Prime Minister. Is it about 5,000? I don't know. We don't live in
a presidential system. That is
no,
the
it's
point.
a shame we don't actually. To be honest, I think.
Who would you like the president to be then?
I'd rather the King of England be in charge of this country.
Oh, blimey, we've taken a tangent.
Yeah, I know, but this is it. Going back in time might be a better thing. Moving forward, I just think things are going to get worse. There's so many things wrong with this country now. It's a hard job for anybody to take on, to be honest.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. So when he goes to the palace, you'd like Charles to say, actually, Andy, you're not going to do it. I'm taking over. Okay, let's take it. Fiona, delightful to hear from you as well. And Mark in Swanley, I was thinking lots of people saying we're the laughing stock, we're a joke. And I was thinking that joke isn't funny anymore. And that got me thinking about the Smiths. And it got me thinking about the Manchester music scene, of which Andy Burnham is very fond. Mark, that joke isn't funny anymore. Is the joke over, Mark? Can we get serious now?
Yeah, definitely. What the point that I made to your people is that he failed, right? He wasn't good enough to be the Labour leader twice in the past, right? He even then stopped being an MP, right? He went to Manchester, he rode a wave that was already started in Manchester. It's sort of mediocre. But now he's being sold to us, the public, as the saviour of the Labour Party, the saviour of the country. He's all of a sudden like the best person for the job and all this sort of thing. If he was that good, why wasn't he already the Labour leader? Why wasn't he already the Prime Minister? You know, what's all of a sudden made him so good when he wasn't acceptable in the past?
He wasn't in Parliament. Well, he stood twice. You're right. Yeah, but he wasn't in Parliament. And what do you feel sorry for Keir Starmer?
Yeah. Well, I sort of do, but I sort of don't. I think I don't think he was always kept in hindsight. And when he became leader, he couldn't really hide behind that anymore of just reacting to whatever was going on by saying that he would do something different. And he did. The amount of U-turns that he done was quite bad. But I feel that Andy Burnham is only where he is now because Keir was so bad. You know, I don't think that he was good enough in the past. I don't think he's good enough now. And I think in a year's time, people will be saying, oh, who can we have as leader? Because he's no good.
Oh, my God. Not again, not again, not again.
Yeah, definitely again.
Well, but you reckon? Well, we should be getting the flesh on the bones of the policy or something. We do know they're going to scrap the digital ID card scheme, which I think is going to save 1.9 billion, maybe, not much more than that, which is just about the cost of the England squad. Not a lot, but he's going to have to get some money from somewhere, and it's going to be from some of you. Steve Mason, Lib Dem councillor. North Yorkshire.
How
Hello.
you doing, Nicky? You all right?
I'm fine,
How you
Steve.
doing,
You're
Nicky? All right?
looking forward to... Yeah, fine, thanks, Steve. You're looking forward to some consensual politics.
I think Burnham's got an opportunity to bring the country together, I think, but I think he's got... There was a conversation he had earlier about... it was about the neoliberal experiment and all that. I think there's an opportunity to move beyond that now, because we're in 2026, not 1986. And I do think if he comes up with the right words and the right policies around sort of particularly growing our wealth rather than, say, simply just relying on GDP all the time, I think he could set a standard that could go down in history for our economy. I just think he's got to do it right and get it right in the first few weeks. I do think, listening to his speeches in the past, I think his values are in the right place. I'm a Lib Dem councillor, and I'm looking at this really interestingly about what's he going to change on the ground publicly? The investment, invest in our natural capital, for instance. Let's invest in and use that to provide services to prevent flooding and stuff. That's a new way of thinking. We didn't have climate change in 1986. We've got it now.
Well, we
and
did.
It's costly. Well, we did, just about. But it's not in the way we have it now. And it's costing us billions. So let's use our capital systems. Let's use our investing in education and get people working on that side of the economy properly. And I tell you what, if he does that, he'll end up being Prime Minister for 10 years, I reckon.
And you'll end up joining the Labour Party, will you?
No, I don't think I'll go that far.
Ed Davey has said that his door is open because Andy Burnham has been talking about reaching out across the political
But that's what politics
divide.
should be like.
Yeah, I think people like it when they do that.
I agree. Paddy Ashton did it with Blair back in '97, and I actually think that's what politics should be about. And
that was when Blair thought he was going to get a
chamber.
minority. That was when Blair was worried about getting a minority.
Yeah. But when I'm in the council chamber, I see it all the time. When I go see MPs in Parliament, I see collaboration all the time. What we don't see we see Prime Minister's question time and see it on the media. And I think sometimes, people are wanting to see collaboration more. I think there's a want in the country to show our politicians are actually working together and being, I would say, more professional.
I think you're right. There's a quote in the Patrick Maguire interview in the Times today in which he addresses that. And he says, does Andy Burnham, I'll try and find common ground with anybody. I will always recognise capable politicians when I see them. I think Kemi is probably much more capable than some of her predecessors. She's certainly impressive in some ways. And you've got to admire Farage's communication skills. Patrick Maguire goes on to write, that's a striking, sacrilegious even thing for the Labour leader to say. Certainly the comments on Kemi Badenoch are...
True, though.
What's true?
But what you're saying, you can see substance in Kemi. You can see Farage's communication skills, and I think that's basically the main skill that Farage has, is the communicating side of it. I'm never going to agree with his policies. I'm a liberal Democrat. But at the same time, you can see politicians with substance do shine through, even in council chambers and in Parliament. And that's just the nature of politics. And I say professional in a way. You've got to work with people in politics to make things happen for people on the ground. If you don't, it ends up where we are now. We end up divided, and we end up with an economic problem that's not really helping. If Andy Burnham can grow our wealth rather than just focusing on GDP, for instance, and our wealth goes up, we'll all be happier.
Really? interesting hearing from you. Andy's in Swindon and Alan is in St Albans. Hi, Andy. Hi, Alan. Andy, back to the question. Do you have hope in your heart?
Yeah, good morning, Nikki. I hope you're well. I'm just concerned that this is sort of no change from any of the other party leaders, in that he's just words. It's just telling people what they want to hear rather than what they need to know. And what we need to know is how are they going to do these things? You know, plans and headlines and sound bites are all very well. But until you have that detail of, you know, when, how much cost, timescales, outcomes, who's going to pay, you know, none of them have that. I mean, if you go back to the last election, Nigel Farage even admitted that he had no way of delivering his manifesto whatsoever, and yet millions of people are still voting for it. And I just worry that people only listen to the headlines and they don't bother to do any sort of level of fact-checking and you know, to see whether some of these things are even possible. I mean, you know, let's face it, we don't have a lot of money, so somehow we have to manage it better. I think that's the main thing. Exactly.
We have to spend it in a wiser way. One example I can give you, Nick, is our procurement system in the UK is £500 billion a year, and we don't spend it to be better. We spend it because it's a short-term cost. Everything is so based on the short-term cost. If we just spend 10% of our procurement money, the £500 billion a year, on adding more social value, environmental value into what we buy as a public sector, we'll be tackling climate change. We'll be helping the health service, but we don't. It's all about the cheapest first type decision making, and then it's all discretionary. So when an officer in a council he said, "Oh, okay, well, we want to do this to help this local community," it's a short-term cost. So it's always the cheapest first, which always ends up the money coming out of that community.
And also, when you add in all the outsourcing as well, I mean, you know, you go to some public sector and there's like 20, 30, 40, 50 different prongs to who's doing everything. And, you know, sometimes those at the top have no clue who's actually responsible for doing things. It's just so badly organised on so many levels, with so much money being wasted, as you say.
So as a politician, my main theme is I always take in, what do we do now without compromising the future? That's my main political theme, and I think that's something our government can really learn from, because at the moment we're taking away the future, and we have been doing for 20, 30 years, of our kids. I've got 2 teenage boys. I'm concerned about where they are going to go, just because my generation we've had a bonanza, I would say, and I think it's time we started reframing more strategic thinking rather than 2 years, 3 years, 1 year, short-term cost. I think that's the way I think we need to be going. I think Andy Burnham has spoken about this in the past. I just hope
rebalancing the generational focus.
Yes.
But the problem is, because of our political cycles, they don't get any time to actually do anything. And and Andy Burnham is going to have even less time. Can he turn it around and stop a reform government in 2029? You know, does he have long enough to be able to do that? He's going to have to compromise and put some short-term policies in place to ensure that when he goes to the polls in 2029, people actually want to vote for him. If they don't see any change, he's just, you know, even if he plans long-term, he's not going to get the chance to do it because people just simply aren't going to vote for it.
Thank you very much, both of you. That was really interesting. And so we've got the 7th Prime Minister in 10 years coming up, the 5th in 4 years. A bit of copy and paste politics today with the constitutional niceties. Is it copy and paste, or is it actually something brand new, filling you with hope? Tell me, please.
The voice of the UK.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
View from Huddersfield, and that's the view from our helicopter looking down on Westminster, onto the Palace of Westminster and up the road, up Whitehall to Downing Street, where we will see this transition of power from Keir Starmer to Andy Burnham as Prime Minister in the next couple of hours. Thank you for joining us here on BBC Breakfast this morning. It's been a A busy, frantic few hours, hasn't it? I'm about to go to the palace and hand in my resignation, and then Clive Myrie will be invited to form a new control of BBC
One. A new
One.
administration. There's no question about that. You talked about the transfer of power, and that's a really important thing to focus on, I think, in this moment, because I have reported from places where you get a transfer of power. It's not very peaceful. This has happened, 5 times over the last 4 years, 7 times in the last decade, roughly, and every single one has been peaceful, has been legitimate, and has been accepted by the vast majority of the people. Questions today about whether or not Andy Burnham should be getting a mandate, does he need to call an election, and so on and so forth. But we should be proud of that in this country at the moment, particularly given the events going on in so many other parts of the world. And I think that's an important thing to remember.
And a reminder when you see all these cameras and hear all these languages from all over the world of how much global interest there is in the UK in a moment like this.
Absolutely huge. You know, we're going to be talking to Jeremy Bowen, our international editor, about the international ramifications of this change of leadership. What could Andy Burnham be doing in terms of foreign policy, the relationship, of course, with America, and crucially with Europe as well, the continuing situation in Ukraine and so on. We'll be getting into that. But yes, here, surrounded by journalists all the way down to the gates there, hitting the main road. This is a massive story, not just for the people of the United Kingdom, huge story globally as well.
I feel like I've reserved our BBC lounger by the pool, and you now get it.
Get your swimmers on.
Look after the cat, OK? Larry the cat has been here all morning.
I don't want to mess with that cat.
Have a good shift.
Thank you so much. Thank you. John Kay there. Hello to you from Downing Street here on a day that the UK gets its 5th Prime Minister in 4 years. In about 2.5 hours from now, Andy Burnham will arrive at this door behind me to take office, replacing Sir Keir Starmer, who became Prime Minister after the general election just 2 years ago. Seems like a lifetime ago now, but just 2 years ago. And Mr. Burnham, the former Mayor of Greater Manchester, of course, was elected an MP just last month and became leader of the Labour Party just last Friday. Well, we'll bring you all the events this morning live here on BBC One, iPlayer and the News Channel, and we'll be looking at the enormous challenges Mr. Burnham will be facing. So let's take a look at what we can expect over the next few hours or so. Well, the current Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, will make a statement outside number 10. That is around 11:15 today. He'll then travel to Buckingham Palace for his final audience with the King, when he'll formally hand in his resignation. After that, Andy Burnham will travel to the palace where the King will invite him to form a new government. And Mr. Burnham will then head to Downing Street where he'll address the nation at around 12:45. Then, over the next few hours, we can expect to see cabinet appointments. Who will be traversing the tarmac here outside number 10? Who will be in? Who will be out? Who will be retained from Sir Keir Starmer's cabinet himself? What Andy Burnham's government will look like could give an indication as to the kind of policies that he will be looking to institute over the next 2 to 3 years over the run of this Parliament. Remember, this is a man who has given few indications, some in the newspapers this morning, about the possibility of taxes going up, for instance, on some sectors. In some sectors, he's talked about the possibility of continuing, certainly, the relationship that the UK has with Ukraine, and talking about the importance of the transatlantic relationship with Donald Trump. Chris Mason, our political editor, is going to be with us throughout the next few hours or so. And Chris is with me now. You've got a couple of books there.
I have. These 2 books, which I think in many senses, Clive, are the challenge, the tightrope down which Andy Burnham will seek to walk between these 2 tomes. So what have we got here? Labour's manifesto from the general election 2 years ago. Effectively, this pamphlet of promises is is their legitimacy to govern, their mandate to govern. Now, granted, in a parliamentary democracy, just reflecting on that conversation you were having with John a few minutes ago, it is entirely legitimate for a Prime Minister to arrive between elections if they can command a majority in the House of Commons. That's the question the King will ask of Keir Starmer formally when he heads to the palace in the next hour or two. Who do you think can command a majority in the House of Commons? To which the answer will be the new leader of the Labour Party, Andy Burnham. Then you can govern and govern legitimately in a constitutional sense. But how do you win the argument with the electorate, given that Andy Burnham wasn't even a candidate for the Labour Party at the last general election, let alone a candidate for Prime Minister? Well, if you're Andy Burnham, you say that this pamphlet of promises, this manifesto, is going to be the bedrock of what you are going to govern by in terms of the ideas and the policies. But then comes the challenge, well, so what difference will there be? How different can this be? And this is where this book that Andy Burnham wrote with Steve Rotherham, who's the Labour mayor of the Liverpool City region, comes in. He wrote it a couple of years ago. It's kind of half biography, half manifesto. Westminster has been reading this like you wouldn't believe in the last couple of weeks, civil servants and journalists, to get a sense of how he might govern and how he might be distinctly different from Keir Starmer, albeit, as I say, within the tram tracks of that existing manifesto.
But a lot of talk about Manchesterism. We're not 100% certain what that is, but this idea that he's going to be able to transport some of the policies from the Northwest on a national level. The point about the speech, the first speech he's going to give as Prime Minister when he comes here, around about lunchtime, is that he's got to be appealing to the whole nation in order to bring everybody in.
Yes, and so he very pointedly the other day, when he accepted the Labour Party leadership, talking about governing for the North, South, the East and the West, and for Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. I mean, you might say, and critics have said, well, of course, because that's what every Prime Minister would seek to do. Pointedly as well, he went to Gravesend in Kent for his first visit as Labour leader to emphasise that communities like that are just as important to him as those in the northwest of England. So how does he, if you like, build up his image, his brand, awareness of him beyond the northwest of England? Because, you know, in the last couple of weeks, we've had the World Cup, we've had heat waves, we've had no general election, no internal contest within the Labour Party. And so actually a big part of what Andy Burnham's got to do, standing here in the street in a couple of hours, by the way, we don't think with a lectern, we think he might dispense with the idea of a lectern. A big part of it is introducing himself to the country and beginning that process of trying to win an argument in the country. That process begins for him in a couple of hours.
Indeed. All right, Chris, much more from you in the next few hours or so. We're going to be talking about policy, of course. We're going to be talking about his ideas for reforming social security and the safety net. We're going to be talking about taxes. We're going to be talking about foreign policy. All that is to come. But, of course, he has to be formally invited by the King to become the next Prime Minister and to form a new government. And my colleague Fiona is at Buckingham Palace for us now. Fiona.
Yes, so in the next hour, hour and a half, Keir Starmer will make his way for the last time from Downing Street to come here to offer his formal resignation to the King. This is something he has to do in person. And then very quickly after that, possibly within a minute or so, Andy Burnham will make his way here. He will go in the North Gate of Buckingham Palace and meet King Charles, and King Charles will ask him to form a government. It's a constitutional process. This is the way it works in the United Kingdom. Meticulous preparations have been underway here this morning, and of course this is a familiar process for the King. I mean, this is the fourth Prime Minister for him in the 4 years of his reign. And Andy Burnham is also familiar to him. He's met him a number of times before. Well, as I say, meticulous preparations. We've been seeing gardeners making sure all the geraniums are looking perfect. Buckingham Palace gleaming in the sunshine. Daniela Ralph is with me, as you've been here all morning, Daniela. You've seen what's going on, and I say it's a familiar process for Buckingham Palace. Andy Burnham will be the 59th Prime Minister, but nonetheless it has to run like clockwork.
Yes, this is a show of constitutional monarchy. So there is a little bit of drama in all of this here today in terms of Buckingham Palace. But I suppose we know who all the players are. We know how this is going to end. But it's an important reminder of the UK's constitutional monarchy and the role of the King in it. So we know that the King has spent the weekend at his Highgrove estate in Gloucestershire. He will arrive soon here to Buckingham Palace, ready to welcome an outgoing Prime Minister and a new Prime Minister. It will be a very careful, choreographed, smooth transition of power that we will see here later this morning. As you say, everything is being prepared. There's some of the crowds gathering outside the palace now as well. Many of them perhaps here to see changing of the guard, and things have changed rather in terms of the timing this morning. But yeah, even the gravel inside the quadrangle where the outgoing and incoming Prime Ministers will go has been raked to perfection to make sure everything is incredibly well choreographed and carefully done today.
And I say this is not the first time the King has done this, but in order to strike the mood. I mean, you have a Prime Minister coming in, Keir Starmer, clearly a very sombre moment for him, one he could not have thought would be coming, just 2 years after he won that landslide majority. And then Andy Burnham coming in, no doubt with some trepidation, but full of excitement and optimism looking to the future.
Yeah, there are some real contrasts, I think, here today. Firstly, that this transition of power is quiet, it is careful, it's choreographed against the noise and the turbulence of day-to-day politics that we've seen in recent months. And then the contrast in terms of the personal experiences for the two men involved here today. As you say, for Sir Keir Starmer, it must be a day tinged with sadness, with regret, perhaps a little bit of relief as well for his family maybe. And then for Andy Burnham, he will be arriving here full of optimism and hope, and as you say, trepidation, but of very different personal experiences that both men will have here today. And if you read any memoir of any former British Prime Minister, this day here, this moment here at Buckingham Palace is an extremely memorable one for them.
And look, a bit of ceremony happening now here as we see. Now tell us what we're seeing there, Daniela.
Yeah, some of the military movements up and down here, ready for changing of the guard later, that we are seeing here today outside Buckingham Palace. It would be around this moment here that we would normally see changing of the guard, but the timings have all been shifted to accommodate some of the ceremony, I suppose, some of the constitutional moments that are required today.
So what exactly will happen? So Keir Starmer will drive in his car, in a convoy, I assume, into the north gate of the palace, and then what?
Yeah, so we will see the whole journey of Sir Keir Starmer, because we will know that after his speech in Downing Street, we will be able to follow him up the Mall into Buckingham Palace here. A journey of around a mile. It will take just a couple of minutes with a police escort. They will go into the centre gates in a vehicle. They will his vehicle will drive into the quadrangle, into a side entrance of Buckingham Palace. There he will be met by senior members of the royal household. That will be the King's private secretary and his equerry, and taken inside to an ante-room for a couple of moments with his wife, Lady Victoria. And then Sir Keir Starmer will go in to see the King. The equerry will introduce Sir Keir Starmer to the King. Your Majesty, the Prime Minister, perhaps the very last time we hear Sir Keir Starmer referred to as Prime Minister. There will then be, usually around 20 minutes or so, a meeting between the King and Prime Minister, where Sir Keir Starmer will offer his resignation, the King will accept it, and there will then be a conversation between the two of them. You would imagine that would be quite reflective, perhaps, on the shared experiences that they have had with one another. Sir Keir Starmer then leaves, no longer Prime Minister.
And he doesn't come out the front.
No,
he
usually goes out a side entrance, so there is no fanfare. He quietly leaves Buckingham Palace.
And at the moment, we've no idea where he's going from.
We don't. No, we don't know where he will go. So, and at that moment, attention immediately switches to the arrival of Andy Burnham. Just a few minutes, we think, between those two moments, Sir Keir leaving, Andy Burnham arriving. And it will be the same process going into the quadrangle, driven in to Buckingham Palace with his family, Andy Burnham. They will then go inside, supported by royal household staff. Andy Burnham then goes in to meet the King. The King will ask him if he can form a government. Andy Burnham will say yes. There will then be some private conversation between the two of them. Again, you would imagine that might be around Andy Burnham's priorities, his intent as Prime Minister, perhaps the formation of his cabinet. And then Andy Burnham leaves here for Downing Street and his first speech there as Prime Minister.
And of course the King and Andy Burnham will then work reasonably closely together in terms of big state occasions, foreign trips, that kind of thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Our understanding is that they don't particularly know each other very well, although they have met a number of times. The King has made 3 visits to Manchester, official visits, during his time as King, but he would also have met Andy Burnham when he was a Secretary of State in previous government. So there is a familiarity, but they don't particularly know each other very well. They will get to know each other fast. There will be that weekly private audience that the King has with the Prime Minister on a Wednesday. That will start immediately. There is usually a moment later on in the summer. The King will shortly go on holiday up to Scotland, to Balmoral. The Prime Minister and his family are generally invited up to Balmoral towards the end of August, beginning of September, so we can expect Andy Burnham to do that. That will be a very easy, informal moment for him to get to know the King and the royal family perhaps a little better. And then, as you say, there are these state occasions, big official moments, Remembrance Sunday, international travel, incoming state visits, state banquets, where the two men will get to know each other better.
And how important is it that they get on? I mean, there have been instances, I mean, famously through history, where prime ministers and monarchs have not got on. How important is that relationship?
As you say, they don't have to get on. It's not a requirement that they like each other or are particularly aligned. I think it is helpful, particularly from the King's perspective and the stability of his reign and how it is viewed in terms of the future, that there is a good, solid, challenging at times relationship between King and Prime Minister. And I think from the King's perspective, he will want to establish that fast with Andy Burnham.
And standing here, you know, seeing the crowds gathering, I mean, there's a real sense of, I mean, there's always lots of tourists, of course, Daniela, but there's a real sense of anticipation. I mean, that building itself forms an important function today, doesn't it?
Yeah, very much so. This is the headquarters of monarchy, as it is constantly referred to by staff in the palace. We have to remember as well that we now know that Buckingham Palace is no longer going to be the residence of the King. He has said that he will continue to live at Clarence House, where he currently is. There had been a load of work being done at Buckingham Palace, and there had been a presumption the King would move in once it was finished. But he doesn't want to. This is going to become the official headquarters of Buckingham Palace, perhaps having it open to the public more often as well, because the King and Queen will not be living there. But it is the symbol of this transition today. It is a symbol of constitutional monarchy and a reminder of the importance of that and the King's role in this today.
And rather, as Clive was saying over in Downing Street, I mean, the scene in Downing Street, I've been there many times, the phalanx of journalists, it's noisy, everyone's kind of trying to get their space and broadcast and make sure they're not all talking over each other. But here, it's a little oasis of calm. And actually, on a day where, I mean, I'm sure Keir Starmer, this is not a day he wanted to come, and certainly not this soon. For him to come here for this quiet, orderly transition, and actually, differently perhaps, but for Andy Burnham, this is the quiet before the storm, if you like. This is an important moment.
It is, and we talk a lot about the Constitution and the role of monarchy. For me, I think this is a deeply personal moment. You know, two men in very different situations, with the King acting as a reassuring figure in many ways in terms of the conversation he's going to have with them both today. I suspect the King and Keir Starmer have already spoken about this moment and about his departure. There will have been a number of audiences between the King and Prime Minister since Keir Starmer announced that he was leaving office. So that conversation to a degree may have been had already. But this is sort of the pinch point, the big moment, isn't it, when Sir Keir Starmer goes in to formally offer his resignation to the King. And I think the King will view his role in this as quite a personal one as well as a constitutional one, to reassure, to listen and perhaps to guide in terms of next steps for both of them.
Well, we shall see very soon, Daniela. For the moment, thank you. That's it just for now from Buckingham Palace, but as you're hearing, there will be action here shortly. But for now, Clive, back to you in Downing Street.
Fiona and Daniela, thank you for that. Joining us here is Faisal Islam, our economics editor, joining Chris Mason, our political editor. Chris, I was talking about a little bit earlier the importance of today, the choreography, that this is a peaceful transfer of power. But having said that, it's become a little bit more usual that prime ministers are ousted and others replace them. But usually there would be an election, for instance. That would mean that there would be some kind of manifesto where the potential prime minister could lay out his or her stall. There was no leadership contest either that took place for leadership of the Labour Party. Andy Burnham, therefore, didn't have that opportunity to set out his stall in terms of policy priorities and so on. And I've mentioned social care, I've mentioned taxes, the economy, cost of living crisis, foreign policy and so on. Are we any clearer on which direction this new incoming Prime Minister could be heading?
He's painted in pretty broad brushstrokes, to be honest. He's talked about his black box, by the way, as far as this is concerned, both in terms of policy and in particular personnel. It's been a very, very tight group of people in the last couple of weeks who've been in the most intense discussions, both about the personnel around his cabinet table and indeed the conversations they've been having with government departments. They're known as access talks. In conventional times, it's what a opposition party does in the countdown to a general election so that they are sufficiently prepared for government if they are to win. Andy Burnham's been doing it in the last few weeks with just 2 senior aides. So James Purnell, who's to be his chief of staff, is already his chief of staff, and Louise Haigh, Labour MP, former cabinet minister, who's been central to his campaigning in recent months. So it has been very tight. As you say, the absence of either a general election or indeed an internal contest means there hasn't been that public battle of ideas where candidates, even in an internal contest, are forced to put some ideas out there and see them stress tested by their own side and then have to move a little bit because their rival has moved a little bit, and the usual competitive nature of a race in politics. So it has been pretty broad brush. As you touch on, some of the ideas that he is keen on: social care in England. Talks very movingly, actually, in an interview with Patrick Maguire in The Times this morning about his dad, Roy, a Labour man for his entire life, who's living with Alzheimer's and doesn't know that his son's about to become Prime Minister and is already Labour leader. So he talks very passionately about social care and has done for many years, but what about the specifics? And then one intriguing detail, Clive, which is very much in Faisal's wheelhouse, again in this Times interview this morning, Andy Burnham talking about a recurring theme that came up, he says, on the doorsteps in the Makerfield constituency during the by-election, about the point at which people start paying income tax. It's known as the personal allowance, and that level has been frozen for the last handful of years, and Andy Burnham articulating a sense of frustration that he picked up on the doorsteps around that. And he's talked repeatedly, Clive, Andy Burnham, about the Makerfield test, about the decisions he'll make in there being driven by the people he represents in that corner of the northwest of England. So fascinating that he would float a potential and quite specific tax change the morning that he becomes Prime Minister.
Yeah, let's get on to that, Faisal, because Chris talks about frustration there. Prime Ministers, it seems, often have frustrations with their chancellors, the men or women who hold the purse strings at the Treasury. And there's a suggestion that perhaps there's going to be a little bit more oversight from number 10 over number 11, where the Chancellor resides. And the idea that perhaps whoever comes in as Chancellor, and the suggestion is that it might be the current Home Secretary, Shabana Mahmood, could be a Chino, a Chancellor in name only. What do you hear?
Yes, I mean, so if it is Shabana Mahmood, and that seems to be the direction that the talk is going, we don't have a sort of large hinterland of speeches to judge her economic views. She was a shadow junior Treasury Minister back in the day, so I'm sure they are well developed if it is her. But, we don't have the sort of run-up of 2 years of speeches that Rachel Reeves gave when she was Shadow Chancellor, if there is to be that change. And so as important, and it's rare to say this, as the appointment to Chancellor will be, I will also be looking for other economic appointments, potentially at number 10. If the sorts of names we've been hearing about, and again, you hear that they're up or they're down, but if it's like a Jim O'Neill, who's a very senior city economist, very well respected, Andy Haldane, a former chief economist at the Bank of England, Richard Hughes, a former chief of the Office of Budget Responsibility. Those guys are anyway around number 10. That is a formidable economic muscle. And I think I'm right, Crystal, on the door, on that golden, it says First Lord of the Treasury. It's First Lord of the Treasury. Yeah. And so when you look back now to some evidence that we do have of what Andy Burnham as Prime Minister might want to do, it's from his book that he co-wrote with the Merseyside Mayor Steve Rotherham. There is quite a detailed set of plans and some scepticism as to the role of the Treasury in holding back investment across the United Kingdom, not just in the north of England. A very specific case when he was Chief Secretary 10 years ago, when he asked about the very successful Elizabeth Line, Crossrail as it's called. He said, well, I want an equivalent project for the north of England. And it didn't pass the Treasury formula. The computer said no, there is no equivalent project. He recounts that story. And that, I think, is probably one of the foundational stories of his journey here. And so I look at this, yes, I'm looking at who's Chancellor, but I'm also looking at the other economic team. And there is that question. The other thing I would say, just in terms of what Chris said about the lack of a battle on the way here. So what the markets want to see is they want to see, yes, a number 10 and a number 11 that can make the budget sums add up. And there's questions about that. A lot of the policies we've been hearing from Andy Burnham, even in their vague form, have been about spending more money. And how is that going to add up? Even this issue about the taxation and the thresholds.
That'll be billions lost.
That will be $4 billion minimum if you start raising them from 2027. Depending on the rate of inflation, $6 or $7 billion. Some of the ideas here, which are circulating actually from the unions, I'm a tiny bit sceptical about how much this came up from the masses. By definition, these are known as stealth taxes. Maybe they are starting to hit home now, and maybe that's what he's noticed. But this is an expensive tax move that affects everybody, and one wonders about that. And I have heard that there are concrete plans emerging from unions about this being their target. And that's such an irony, because this was the same plan that came from the Conservative coalition government to raise thresholds, and then they froze them for ages, because which had a huge effect because of high inflation. So in terms of the markets, they want them to add up. But I think the other thing we've seen in the past few years of instability in this street is they want to know their Chancellor can pass a budget. And so I think what you've seen with this, as you call it, peaceful transition of power, is it seems like, Chris will know more than me, that the loyalties of this Labour majority have just been transferred over to Andy Burnham. So he will be able to potentially make those tough decisions to make those numbers add up, but we haven't heard how yet.
We haven't heard how yet. Okay, Faisal, Chris, more with you a little bit later. Andy Burnham has been talking about trying to create breathing space for ordinary people on the street. And as Chris was indicating there, he was talking about the Makerfield test, this idea that you can't afford an extra pint when you go out in the evening or a holiday because of the crush on the cost of living. So we're now going to go up to Coletta Smith, who's in Derby with some local people there to get a sense of their hopes and fears for this new administration. Coletta.
Yeah, Clive, I'm spending the day in Derby today, finding out exactly what it is that people are after from this new Prime Minister. Derby is, of course, a relatively red part of the world. There are 3 red MPs, 3 Labour MPs representing Derby, and the council at the moment is Labour as well. But it's a part of the world that doesn't necessarily know very much about Andy Burnham, who, of course, has been centred in the northwest of England for most of his political career. Today, I'm in the beautiful Book Cafe right here in the middle of town. Lisa's in charge. Lisa, is it tough running a business at the moment? What do you want to see from a new Prime Minister?
It is really tough at the moment, especially since April. We've had increased business rates, increased national insurance, cost of living for people who are out enjoying themselves, so maybe not as many people. So some support would be amazing for small businesses.
If we're hearing from the Prime Minister about giving people a bit of breathing space, about helping them financially, do you think that's going to help you financially?
Hopefully, yeah, but we have to wait and see, I suppose.
Well, thanks for letting us be here in this lovely space. We've got lots of guests with us today. Angela has come along with Iona this morning. Angela, first up, one of the big issues right away across the nation is immigration, and that's something that you're concerned about.
It is, but not in the way that you often hear about. I want Andy Burnham to be much more positive about immigration. We're a nation of immigrants, from right back to the Anglo-Saxons, the Romans, the Vikings, the Normans, right through to the...
And are you hopeful that he's going to strike a tone that chimes with you on immigration? Or will he be more appealing to the right wing, do you think?
I really hope he does recognise the contribution that immigrants make to the country, because if you're English, you're from a melting pot. It's part of what being English is.
And of course, Derby, a very mixed area, and one that on average, wages here are slightly above the national average when it comes to wages. People here busy, joining in the cafe, making sure they're getting their cuppa. Shanmuga's been here for a little while. You finished your cup of tea already?
Yes, I did.
And when it comes to the spending that you want to see from the government, you've got particular priorities. You got in touch with us through BBC Your Voice. Shanmuga, what's your big concern?
My concern would be on the rail infrastructure, because I work on the railway. What I would like to see is government working collaboratively with the supply chain and the regional bodies and deliver the rail infrastructure needed in this country efficiently, both in terms of cost and time.
There's been a lot of talk about the railways over the last couple of years, about big changes. Obviously, HS2 has been in the headlines loads. Does it feel like a Burnham government might do things differently for you?
I am optimistic that the government would work with the supply chain and deliver the project what is needed.
So there are lots of things to chat about, lots of priorities, lots of pressures too for an incoming Prime Minister who is trying to appeal to the masses, is certainly trying to become well known right the way across the country, not just in the Northwest. People here in Derby have got a little bit to go in terms of getting to know that new Prime Minister.
The views of some of the people there in Derby. Coletta will be with local people there, getting their ideas and thoughts on the new Burnham administration and what their hopes are for that throughout the next few hours or so. Faisal Islam is still with me, our economics editor. We were together on election night, barely over 2 years ago. Thumping majority. Everything seemed to be going Sir Keir Starmer's way. Low turnout, it has to be said, but he still had a mandate, a huge mandate. Economically, what went wrong?
Well, I think you can look back to the origin story of that election, the manifesto, and I think at the time people were saying, well, you're really tying your hands behind your back with this manifesto, right? Refusing to use any of the main tax levers, making all sorts of other promises and restrictions. What is your room for manoeuvre? That's the first thing I'd say. And the second thing is, it's a subtle thing, but I think it really did hit home. We were coming off years of political instability in this street, economic instability, just constant crisis. I think the people of the country, despite voting in the way that they did, were kind of ready for just a kind of fresh, just breathing out, a sense of relief.
Yeah.
And I think this is recognised, fully in Downing Street. That the extremely pessimistic economic tone that was taken just in the first couple of months, interest rates had just started to be cut, and people were, I think, looking to the future. And then you get told, and I think it was the Prime Minister in the Rose Garden in late August of 2024, there's going to be pain ahead. I forget the precise quote, but that was the message that was heard. You can see it in the consumer confidence charts. You can see them starting to go up. Rishi Sunak points this out. It started to recover after years of crisis, and then bang, you get hit by, somewhat the Prime Minister of the country saying there's going to be pain. I don't think that the whole government thought that was the right message. Right. There's a clear recognition. They were trying
there was a debate around that then at the time.
Yeah.
Because one would have thought that Keir Starmer might have felt, well, look, we are taking an economic situation in hand that is pretty disastrous, and we need to spell that out.
Yeah.
And a lot of people would have said, well, that's fair, isn't it?
Listen, I've heard from very senior former cabinet ministers in the previous government, in the Conservative government, who were quite shocked that this government, that Keir Starmer and Rachel Reeves, didn't, at that first budget, just say, do you know what? We haven't budgeted, or the previous government didn't budget for pay rises for nurses and teachers and all this, and so that is a gap. And the tax cut that you got in March before the election, we just can't go through with it. We're going to have to reverse it, which would have broken the manifesto commitment. And they're quite shocked because they feel that they had the political capital to pass that. So, the pain, saying to people, looking them in the eyes, millions of people, there's going to be pain, pain, pain. people look to their leaders, I think, for a sense, even in bad times, for a sense of hope and optimism. So I think they found that quite difficult to recover, and they tried to turn it around within months. From the January, they then started suddenly talking up the economy. They were facing international investors saying, what's this pain about? So I think that's something. But then we had a kind of an unnecessary year of chaos over will there, won't be tax rises. Almost every week there was a bad economic number, and there were some decent economic numbers, but everywhere it's a bad one. It fed through to the markets, which then fed through to whether or not Rachel Reeves had a gap in her numbers that she'd have to fill with tax rises, destabilising. So there were some mistakes along the line. Now, of course, we may get onto this. They will talk about the achievements. But I think I was very struck by something Tony Blair said when they entered Downing Street, Rachel Reeves and Keir Starmer, which is stability is not enough. Right? They said it's been unstable for 10 years. We're just going to be stable, and that's going to be fine. Yeah. And I think that warning, which I think was privately given by the former Prime Minister, well, that has come to pass. Yeah. People want a sense of direction, I think,
and a sense of hope. Yeah. And Andy Burnham was keen to use that four-letter word quite a lot in his speech when he became leader of the Labour Party last Friday. Faisal, more from you a little bit later on. Well, Andy Burnham is no stranger to Westminster, of course, having been an MP here for 16 years before taking on the Manchester mayoralty in 2017. Now, during his time as an MP, he held a number of ministerial positions in previous Labour governments and also stood for the Labour leadership twice before succeeding at his third attempt. Well, Joe Pike looks at what a Burnham premiership could look like.
The duly elected leader of the Labour Party is Andy Burnham.
The victory was no surprise, but his premiership could be.
This change today is the most significant change moment in our politics for 40 years. It will take us to a country where life is more affordable and all people and places are lifted from where they are now.
Andy Burnham has kept a low profile in recent weeks, but we're gradually getting a better idea of what he wants to do in office.
We want to give your area more power to build the council and social homes that you desperately need for those families I was talking about a moment ago. More power to improve your high street, backing local businesses such as the pubs and the shops that bring them to life.
He says he wants to transform the economy, our political culture and his party.
Boldly, confidently, authentically us. Labour. That's how we win.
Burnham's allies argue his political philosophy and a focus on inequality can be traced back to his roots, to what he's called a working-class family in the northwest of England.
Andy Burnham said there are three core things in his life. And he said in order, Everton FC, about which he is indeed obsessive, the Labour Party, he's a creature of that sort of working-class northwest England background where the Labour Party was seen as the vehicle of your aspirations, and the Catholic Church. So he might not go to Mass every Sunday, but he has said his Catholicism does matter to him.
His route to number 10 has been tricky, but Andy Burnham is hardly an outsider. He was a junior minister under Tony Blair, a cabinet minister under Gordon Brown and a shadow minister under Jeremy Corbyn, leading some critics to claim he's a chameleon.
The Duke in Westminster is a Blairite, a Brownite, a Corbynite, goes into a bar and orders a pint, and barman says, "What would you like, Andy?"
This was a difficult decision for the Labour Party.
It's third time lucky for Andy Burnham after losing in 2010 to Ed Miliband and 2015 to Jeremy Corbyn. He swapped Westminster for the Greater Manchester mayoralty in 2017, which allowed him to burnish his brand. But difficult decisions now lie ahead.
Greater Manchester Mayor involved giving away lots of nice things to the people of Greater Manchester. Being Prime Minister might mean taking away things from ordinary people, and that's mighty, mighty difficult.
The tone and plan may have changed, but the fundamentals facing Andy Burnham have not. He'll need to try and trim the £58 billion a year sickness and benefits bill for working-age people, try and help the 1 million 16 to 24-year-olds not in education, employment or training, find another £9 billion for the defence budget per year, and try and reform England's system of social care.
This is massive when it comes to the things that people care about, and I'm not going to do what Westminster has traditionally done, which is to kick the can down the road on this important issue. I will expend political capital on bringing forward a plan to fix social care.
But how will he pay for everything he wants to achieve? Last week he hinted at tax rises.
We are going to have to work quite hard to make sure we can pay our way, and at some point that might be having to ask for a little more.
And does he know much of foreign policy? The US president doesn't seem to know much about him.
Yeah, know about who?
The new incoming Prime Minister, Andy Burnham.
I don't know anything. I see that he was, I guess, the mayor of a town. I hear he's extremely liberal.
Andy Burnham's return to Westminster and his journey to Downing Street have been remarkably swift.
I believe in all of you, and I am confident we can do it. Thank you very much, Andy.
He's got the job he coveted for decades. We'll soon find out if he's any good at it. Joe Pike, BBC News.
Joe Pike there talking about the fact that this is third time lucky for Andy Burnham in running for the leadership of the Labour Party and eventually becoming Prime Minister, and that of course is at the expense this time round of Sir Keir Starmer. We're expecting him to emerge from the very polished gate of door of number 10 there in about, 50 minutes or so. That will be his farewell address before he heads over to Buckingham Palace to formally give his resignation in to the King, and then he'll become just an ordinary MP, or at least we think that's what will happen once he leaves number 10. You can watch the full story on the new Prime Minister, Andy Burnham, who is the new PM, on iPlayer from 6 p.m, and that is tonight. We're going to get a few more words now with Chris Mason. I had a chat, Chris, with Faisal Islam about what went wrong economically for Sir Keir Starmer. Yeah. Politically, what went wrong, given that thumping majority and pretty decisive win he won just 2 years ago.
It is extraordinary, isn't it? I mean, I recall you and I at 1 minute past 10 as the exit poll appeared on election night, predicting accurately that Labour were going to land a colossal majority. They did exactly that. Keir Starmer talked about a decade of national renewal, as he called it. And here we are 2 years and a handful of days on. That lectern will appear shortly, and he will do his best in a couple of minutes before he heads off to the palace to make an argument about how he believes the country's in a better place than he found it. So how has it unravelled? I think the essence of the explanation, Clive, lies in the manifesto I was waving around earlier, and that word, change, yeah, and the perception that there's been nowhere near enough of it. Yeah. I think that's the essence of it. And then what happened over time, over the 2 years, gradually and then very quickly, is that his own MPs concluded that he was a drag on the popularity of the Labour Party. And they'd been thinking that for a while. We'd been reporting that sense building up in private for a while. It was very real and a very real threat to Keir Starmer, and it boiled over after those elections in May, English local elections, devolved elections in Wales and Scotland, simply because Labour MP after Labour MP were out knocking on doors. They asked people, why are you no longer willing to vote Labour if you voted Labour 2 years ago? And all too often, so they tell us, the answer was Keir Starmer. And so, in the end, the most important electorate for any sitting Prime Minister are the MPs who sit behind them. Ask Liz Truss, ask Boris Johnson, ask Keir Starmer. That's, in the end, what did for it.
But because we don't have too many clear ideas on the policy direction of Andy Burnham at the moment, there's a sense perhaps that, is it all about messaging? Faisal Islam was talking about coming out at the beginning of his premiership, Sir Keir Starmer, and talking about doom and gloom, the fact that, you know, the books don't add up, it's all a mess, we're going to have to dig ourselves out of this hole. Is it about messaging? Is Andy Burnham much more personable on camera? Is he much more able to translate to the public an idea of where he wants to go?
So I was talking to a senior Labour figure about exactly this the other day, and they acknowledged, look, you can't win on vibes alone. It can't just be about communication. Yeah. This person was saying to me, but it is a big element of it. And I think certainly outwardly as he embarks on his time as Prime Minister, the difference between Andy Burnham and Keir Starmer is that you can see that Andy Burnham revels in being on the public stage. He revels in making an argument. So plenty of his supporters will say he's a better communicator. He has a more natural touch in front of the cameras. He's been revelling in a whole slew of social media videos that you may have seen. He was out running with Mo Farah yesterday afternoon through the streets of London. Not the kind of thing you'd expect on social media from Keir Starmer. But also, Clive, his supporters make the argument that Andy Burnham is much more political. And he's been in and around the Labour Party as a senior level for a lot longer. Keir Starmer became an MP in his 50s. He's had a previous high-flying career as a lawyer. Andy Burnham has been in jobs connected to the Labour Party for the best part of 30 years, starting as a MP's assistant, going on to be a special advisor, then becoming a backbench MP, then a cabinet minister in various departments, and then the best part of 10 years as the mayor of Greater Manchester. So the argument his supporters make is that, yes, a better communicator, yes, more willing and able and keen to pick political fights and enjoy the political scrap. But, and it's a big but, will that be enough? Politics is intensely fragmented and competitive at the moment. The rule of the last couple of years, Clive, in politics has been this: to be Prime Minister is to be unpopular. That has been the reality for 4 or 5 years at least. Can Andy Burnham shift that? He'll never be more powerful than he is today, but the minute he takes office behind that door, the difficult decisions begin, and that is where the unpopularity, he will hope slowly, starts to creep in.
And briefly, it's not just about trying to communicate your vision to the public. It's about the people in your party as well. And we know that when it comes to Sir Keir Starmer and friends and welfare cuts, for instance, that was very difficult.
Really difficult. And so many of the policy issues that caused Keir Starmer grief with his own side, Andy Burnham's going to inherit. What is he going to do about the welfare bill, which has been climbing significantly? Plenty of Labour MPs quite squeamish as we see the lectern arriving
so he's
behind
not
us.
going to be doing it with us.
Okay, so this is Sir Keir Starmer. Lectern.
Right, okay.
We think it will only have one outing today, this lectern. This is the hardest working lectern in the Western world. Actually, it's not, because there's been different lecterns. Liz Truss had a kind of swirly-based lectern when she was in the job. This is a straight-based lectern. Has a very precise spot to be put
I was going to say, and we're also not going to be hearing Ode to Joy or the possibility of any other extraneous noises, perhaps the police helicopters above, but no music. That's been banned by the authorities.
It has.
Here.
So on the last couple of occasions here, not least the day that Keir Starmer announced that he would be leaving, he was, to a greater or lesser extent, drowned out by noises off from the bottom of Whitehall. That has been banned this time, so we will hear both the outgoing Prime Minister and the incoming Prime Minister without a musical fanfare or otherwise.
All right, Chris, more from you in a few minutes. So the lectern is here. We're expecting the Prime Minister to come out possibly in about half an hour or so to give his farewell address before heading over to Buckingham Palace to formally resign as Prime Minister. We're going to see now how other parts of the country are reacting to another new Prime Minister. In a moment, we'll be in Cardiff and Belfast, but first we're going to go to Edinburgh and Katie Hunter, who's there for us now. What's the view from there, Katie?
Morning from Holyrood, Clive. Well, Scotland's First Minister John Swinney has said that he wishes Andy Burnham well. He said that the two men will work together to improve the lives of the people of Scotland. And he said that if Andy Burnham is serious about strengthening the powers of the Scottish Parliament to grow the economy, then Mr Burnham will find a willing partner with John Swinney. But the First Minister has also made the point that it isn't for the, as he puts it, latest incumbent of number 10 to decide the future of Scotland. It is for the people of Scotland to decide that. In other words, I think there will be calls for Andy Burnham to transfer powers from Westminster to Holyrood so that Holyrood can have the power to hold a second referendum. Don't forget, a majority of MSPs here support independence. In the recent Scottish election, Scottish Labour suffered their worst result in the history of devolution. So there's a lot of talk here among Scottish Labour figures of energy, of optimism. They hope Andy Burnham's appointment will be a turning point. But of course, his opponents are saying that he will be judged on his actions, not on his words.
Katie, has there been much of a relationship between Andy Burnham and the Scottish Labour Party?
Well, John Swinney will be hoping to meet Andy Burnham in the coming days. Of course, Andy Burnham knows some figures from Scottish Labour from his time back in the Blair and Brown government in that era. And it will be interesting to see later this afternoon who he appoints as the new Scottish Secretary. Douglas Alexander in that role at the moment. Andy Burnham and Douglas Alexander do go back to the Brown and Blair days. Or could there be a newer face for that position, perhaps Blair McDougall or Michael Shanks? But as yet, Andy Burnham, Team Burnham, have been keeping their cards pretty close to their chest, so we should get more answers on that front later this afternoon.
All right, Katie, thank you. Katie Hunter there at Holyrood. We're going to go to Howell Griffiths, who's at the Senedd in Cardiff. Howell, I was with you on that night that Labour was obliterated in the regional elections. That was possibly the moment many people would point to as the final nail in the coffin for Sir Keir Starmer that's led to events today.
Absolutely, it's hard to understate the impact of that Senedd election after Labour ruled Wales for 27 years. To lose that power and to lose it in an incredible shift towards Plaid Cymru as the government, Reform as the second-place party, Labour way behind. Many people here, in fact, I think I've stood right here interviewing a former Labour Senedd member, putting the blame squarely on Sir Keir Starmer, as Chris reflected there. People on the doorstep, according to Labour MSs at least, blaming Sir Keir, saying they didn't want to vote for Labour in Wales because of the UK party. Now, how does Andy Burnham rebuild bridges with Labour supporters here? It will be a long process, and he has to do, well, arguably two things. Talk to Labour in Wales, but also speak to the party of government, now Plaid Cymru. In theory, both camps support greater devolution. We've heard that message a lot from Andy Burnham. In practice, it might be a difficult relationship because they want different things. Andy Burnham talking about giving regions in Wales more power. The Welsh Government pointing out actually local government is under their control, as is housing, as is social care. So many of the subjects we've heard so far from Andy Burnham. So how power and money flows in that new relationship between Wales and Westminster will be interesting to track.
Yeah, that will be fascinating, Howell. But is there a sense from the local Labour Party that perhaps this change of leadership might see their fortunes turn in a better direction?
Well, arguably, the only way is up for Welsh Labour now, having lost so many of their members. The previous First Minister, Eluned Morgan, losing her seat. So a new leader coming into place, Ken Skates, leading only a small group within the Senedd. We know that he is the support of Andy Burnham. We believe that he was out there actually campaigning in Makerfield for Andy Burnham. So there's a relationship there. And Ken Skates, who leads leads Labour in Wales now, is from North Wales and would maybe have more in common with a Prime Minister who's from the northwest of England. So there's a relationship there that may help Labour in future Senedd elections and arguably maybe even more in future general elections. It depends on the kind of Welsh Labour we're talking about. Is it one that wants to appeal to Plaid Cymru voters here, talking about greater devolution, things like justice, like rail, the things that Plaid Cymru wants? Or is it maybe more of a centralist one that, while it talks about devolution, wants to keep a grip of those core issues for the UK government? That's maybe where the tension is within Labour. That's something that Andy Burnham will need to consider when he speaks to Ken Skates in the future.
All right, Howell Griffith at the Senate there in Cardiff. We're going to cross over to Sarah Gervin, who's at Stormont, I see, for us today. Sarah, just give us a sense of how this new leadership might go down where you are.
Yeah, well, I think the issue is, and we've been hearing this from Scotland and Wales as well, is that Andy Burnham is a bit of an unknown quantity. We don't really know about his policies. We don't really know how he feels about Northern Ireland. But we do know that there is a bit of a backlog here in Northern Ireland for him to deal with when he becomes Prime Minister. Now, first of all, and probably most pressing, the devolved government, the Northern Ireland executive here at Stormont, is yet to set a budget, despite the fact that we're nearly 3 months into the financial year. Northern Ireland politicians have said, look, we need more money, but the message from the UK government so far has been, this is your responsibility and you need to sort it out. There's also the issue of legacy. How to deal with Northern Ireland's violent and troubled past has been a real thorn in the side for previous Prime Ministers. And Sir Keir Starmer's Labour government introduced a bill through Parliament to try to deal with some of those issues. It will be expected that Andy Burnham will continue with that legislation, so that'll be watched on really carefully. And then, as we've also been hearing from Scotland and Wales, those issues around devolution, his comments about taking power deeper down, we just don't know what that means at the moment. So when we do hear more detail, for sure politicians here at Stormont will be listening very, very carefully indeed.
Sarah, thank you for that. Sarah Gervin there at Stormont, and also to Howell Griffith in Cardiff and Katie Hunter live in Edinburgh at Holyrood. Many thanks. You join us here at Downing Street, where we're expecting in a little bit over 20 minutes now Sir Keir Starmer to leave this famous building and go to Buckingham Palace to tender his resignation. We've got a few people coming in now. Chris Mason is with me. Chris?
Yeah, this is the arrival of the departure party, if you like, for Keir Starmer. So what we're going to see in the next couple of hours is an element of choreography around supporters. I'm told there will be some overlap between the supporters of Keir Starmer and the supporters of Andy Burnham, but there will be some who will only be at one of the two occasions. So what we see here gathering behind us, a collection of supporters of Keir Starmer. They'll be here as the backdrop, if you like, to his moments at the podium, which we expect in the next 20 minutes, half an hour or so. And I guess one or two people for him to greet, to say hello to as he walks down the street to get into his car to head to the palace shortly after that.
Potentially some of these people would have been here just over 2 years ago.
Indeed so.
When he took office.
Indeed so, and I think there's a pointed attempt from Keir Starmer's team to acknowledge that this is a different occasion from arriving. Let's be frank. There's far fewer people here than were here 2 years ago, and there was a very jubilant spirit then. They were all waving Union flags and obviously smiles of pride and achievement, and this time clearly for Keir Starmer it's a moment of sadness and rejection.
Sure. I want to bring in Annabelle Tiffin, the BBC's North West political editor. It's good to see you.
Thank you.
Obviously, you know Andy Burnham pretty well from your work up in the North West, and he's talking about transferring a certain amount of power from here up there. How is that going to work?
Well, this is the number 10 North, which he announced when he did his big speech at the People's History Museum. There is a slight joke up there that this is because Marie France, his wife, didn't particularly want to have to come down here, so he's had to set up a base up there. But this is what he wants, as he calls it, he wants it to be the nerve centre of Britain. So he wants a lot of his transformations, as he sees it, to go through there. So it's things like his massive programme on council house building. He wants to be centred from there. And obviously his big thing is devolution. So for him to be serious about devolution, he has to show that it's not always going to be here. It's not going to be London-centric. How it works, I don't know. You know, he says he's going to spend at least one day a week up there.
At least one day a week up there.
At least one day a week up there. Right. But I mean, we know how great the trains are, don't we, between Manchester and London?
I'm from Bolton. So I know exactly what the trains are like up to the northwest.
First, hasn't he? And we don't have an HS2, so that could be an issue. How much of this he's going to take up there? It's certainly not going to be like this. It's going to be, we believe, in Ancoats, which is a very up-and-coming part of Manchester city centre, in a big new fancy glass building. So, you know, the sort of mouse-infested number 10, it'll be quite different, I think, up there.
Yeah, no Larry the Cat up there, one suspects. I mean, just how successful has he been in Manchester in rejuvenating that city?
Well, he has been successful, and a lot of people would say that the train was already running into the success, and he's now taken over the driving of it. So Sir Howard Bernstein, who was the chief executive of Manchester City Council for years, Sir Richard Leese, who was leader of the council for years, really started that rejuvenation of Manchester, and the growth has really grown, literally. You can see it when you go into the city centre, the huge tower blocks. But he has built upon that with a lot of foreign investment. He's very good at bringing in that kind of thing. So he has been enormously successful. Manchester City region is the fastest growing economy in the UK at the moment. But even he will admit that is not 100% down to Andy Burnham. Success in his popularity, yes, he is a very, very popular mayor, and he has been throughout his tenure, really, for the last 9 years. At the last mayoral election he won, I looked it up because I've been saying he won every single ward in Greater Manchester. He actually didn't win one in Oldham, that was won by an independent. But yes, he is enormously popular. His success, it depends. If you don't like the clean air zone, he wasn't successful. Right. He wasn't wholly successful with the police. They went into greater measures, but he'll say he sorted that out. But he did integrate the transport system, which is his ultimate legacy.
All right. Chris, very briefly.
So we see the kind of horseshoe of supporters of Keir Starmer assembling behind us, including prominent members of the Cabinet.
Yeah.
So we can see David Lammy there, the Deputy Prime Minister, just being shown to his position, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Rachel Reeves. These titles that these people will perhaps only hold for a matter of hours now. We can see Sir Sadiq Khan, the Mayor of London, Lord Khan, as he will soon be, having been offered a seat in the House of Lords, and some of the key Cabinet Ministers and those most loyal to Keir Starmer in his last weeks in power. Darren Jones, the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister there, Nick Thomas-Symonds, Steve Reed, a really doughty defender of Keir Starmer in some really difficult times for him, assembling here, many of them with their sunglasses on, awaiting the Prime Minister, for he is still that for an hour or so yet, Keir Starmer, who will be heading out to address us shortly.
Indeed, in about 15 minutes' time. Annabelle, many thanks for that. Chris, more from you a little bit later. It's just hit 11 o'clock. You're watching a BBC News special of the UK's new Prime Minister, Andy Burnham. And welcome to viewers joining us from around the world. And as I say, we will be expecting the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, to give his final address here in Downing Street. He announced his resignation here a few weeks back, and now he will be leaving for good. And as Chris was mentioning there, behind us gathered now many members of his administration, David Lammy, saying hello to us there, and next to him the Chancellor Rachel Reeves. A poignant moment, given that it's little over 2 years since Sir Keir Starmer won that thumping majority, and pledged 10 years of activity from number 10, but all that obviously has been cut short. When he comes here and he makes that speech, he will then depart to Buckingham Palace, where he will formally hand in his resignation to King Charles. And my colleague Fiona is there for us now. Fiona.
Yes, well, we and a gathering crowd are here at Buckingham Palace. The Union Jack has been taken down. The royal standard has been raised over the palace to mark the arrival of King Charles just a few moments ago. And then after him, as you've been hearing, Keir Starmer will arrive, he will resign, and then Andy Burnham will follow, and the King will ask him to form a government. Now, Daniela, just fill us in exactly what will happen when Keir Starmer, let's take him first, gets inside the palace.
Yes, what we will see today is a very smooth transition of power overseen by King Charles. First in will be Sir Keir Starmer with his family. He will go in for a private audience with the King. He will offer his resignation. That will be accepted. There will then be some private moments between the King and Prime Minister, you would think, to reflect perhaps on the past couple of years and their own experiences and time together. Sir Keir Starmer will then leave. Minutes later, the arrival of Andy Burnham and his family. The same process. Andy Burnham will go in to see the King for a private audience. He will be asked by the King if he can form a government. Andy Burnham will say yes. And then again, there will be some private time for them both to discuss priorities and intent and perhaps the formation of a cabinet.
Daniela, for now, thank you very much. There's a growing sense of anticipation here at Buckingham Palace, as there is at Downing Street. Clive, back to you.
Right, Fiona, thank you for that. We're just waiting for the current Prime Minister to come out and address the nation. Probably 2-3 minute speech, obviously say his thank yous and farewell, but also talk up, one suspects, the successes that he believes he's had in his time in power. Chris, I was talking to Annabelle Tiffin there about Andy Burnham and the success he believes he's had in Manchester. Sir Keir Starmer will be talking about his own successes despite his curtailed tenure in office.
Yeah, he will attempt, I think, in this speech that we'll hear. Short speech, as you say. I think it'll just be a couple of minutes. He's well aware that it is Andy Burnham's day today, but he wants to share some valedictory words at the Downing Street lectern for the final time. His argument has been in the last few weeks that the test of any Prime Minister is whether you leave the country in a better state than you found it. It is his argument. I mean, he would say this, wouldn't he? But it is his argument that he can point to evidence that that is true. Certainly his team emphasise that he thinks he has a record he can be proud of in domestic politics as well as the international stage, where quite often, frankly, he felt more comfortable than he did on the domestic stage. He's proud, for instance, of the social media ban for teenage children. Talks about lifting people out of child poverty. So it wouldn't surprise me if those two, for instance, get a mention. Perhaps indeed at that moment in the House of Commons last week that he managed to pull off just before he leaves the job, which is the so-called Hillsborough law, demanding a duty of candour in public officials after disasters like what we saw at Hillsborough. So I think it'll be that kind of reflection from Keir Starmer. He has attempted publicly to be as dignified as a difficult moment like this that he can manage, because look, the bottom line is that he's annoyed at having to leave office as soon as
he didn't want to leave after 2 years.
He didn't want to leave. He did everything he possibly could to make the barrier to entry, if you like, for Andy Burnham or indeed anyone else as high as possible, talking about how he would contest any challenge to his leadership. Now, it didn't come to that in the end, as can happen to a Prime Minister in office if it becomes overwhelmingly obvious that you cannot carry on because your party won't wear it, then you have no option but to go. But he did as much as he could to hold back the tide. Of course, remember, it's only a matter of months ago that he refused Andy Burnham a passage to stand as a Labour candidate in a by-election. And here we are, just an hour or so away from Andy Burnham becoming Prime Minister. And quite the sight, I think, Clive, that we have behind us here. It's often talked about in the House of Commons as donutting, the people that a Prime Minister will choose to sit in the immediate ring around them so that they are visible on the television when the Prime Minister is talking. Well, here we have the Downing Street's equivalent of a rather elongated donut. In fact, it's not a donut at all, is it? It's a sort of horseshoe of his closest staff and supporters and cabinet ministers. Interesting which cabinet ministers are here and which are not.
Is that an indication then that perhaps the people here know that that's it for them?
Possibly. I mean, I think some of those behind us are perhaps unlikely to be in the cabinet of Andy Burnham. Some of them who were the most loyal and dogged defenders of Keir Starmer. Others might find themselves in different roles from the ones they are doing now. The human reality for a lot of the people here, firstly, let's be blunt, a lot of people here are losing their jobs.
Yeah.
When a Prime Minister loses their job, a whole host of other people lose theirs. Now, a lot of these people would acknowledge that the nature of politics is that it's volatile. They don't expect sort of violins around these moments. But at a human level, lots of these people are people that I deal with on a daily or weekly basis. They are losing their job as a administration falls. So for them, at a human level, as well as at a professional level, because the nature of working in Downing Street is pretty all-consuming. It's an all-consuming life. Is that a project that they imagined would have a longevity to it that might have extended to at least 4 or 5 years, potentially longer, is coming to an end after a 2, and that's something that many here will feel deep in their bones, as a sense of how and why did it go wrong so quickly.
Yeah, I mean, it has been said all political careers do end in failure. On a practical level, that clearly is the case here, despite what Sir Keir Starmer is clearly going to trumpet as his achievements over the last 2 years.
Yes, relative to what he might have hoped for when you and I were talking about that exit poll and he had a majority of north of 150, and granted politics is very volatile, but you'd have put a reasonable amount of money on him having a decent crack at having a full parliamentary term, and we're not even at the halfway point. The halfway point of this parliament, if it runs to its full 5-year length, is at Christmas. We're not even at that halfway point, and it is coming to an end. Now, I think where he and the history books will reflect where he can point to some success was dragging the Labour Party off the canvas after the double defeats at 2 general elections back-to-back with Jeremy Corbyn as the leader. They had all of those problems around anti-Semitism, condemned as they were by a watchdog that looked into their record on dealing with anti-Semitism. And Keir Starmer regarded that as absolutely central to his mission in trying to make the Labour Party electable again. And he certainly did that. You know, there are very, very few Labour Party leaders who have won general elections, and he is one of them. And yet, once he had crossed that threshold into Downing Street a couple of years ago, remarkably quickly, I had senior folk in the Labour Party, in the government, fearful that in their view they were squandering the opportunity that they had. And that built up slowly, was principally whispered in conversations to folk like me privately for a reasonable amount of time, and then started to bubble up increasingly publicly, which is why we could bring viewers night after night as we chatted at 10 o'clock, the prospect that Keir Starmer's time might be limited. And here we see the final act, if you like, in that play.
Indeed. Do you see him going quietly into the night, sitting on the back benches, or do you think, given how difficult he knows this job is, and he wants Labour to succeed, obviously, that he's going to keep council a little bit better on the back benches?
So I think he said this publicly, that he will offer advice privately when asked, not publicly when not asked. So he isn't someone, I think, by demeanour or instinct, who will be sounding off in public frequently. He says he will remain as an MP for Holborn and St Pancras. That'll be a relief to Andy Burnham, because a by-election there, where the Green Party leader of England and Wales, Zach Polanski, might fancy a tilt, could be quite a lively thing. He hasn't ruled out, though, the prospect, Keir Starmer, of some sort of international job in the future. You know, you think possibly of NATO or the United Nations or the International Criminal Court. So I do wonder if there may be another act of Keir Starmer in public life beyond this job, but let's see.
Indeed. Annabelle, come back in. Annabelle Tiffin, North West political editor for the BBC. A bit of consternation, it has to be said, among many of the people here behind us and behind the polished black door, that Andy Burnham was looking at some kind of move to take over a year ago. Were you hearing those rumours around about that time?
Yeah, there has been rumours, I would say, probably going back a year. I spoke to his best friend, his ally, Steve Rotherham, last week, who said, no, it didn't go back that far. We did talk long into the night over a pint about it, but it was really whenever the opportunity would arise, and the opportunity hadn't arisen. And then, as we know, he tried to go to stand in the Gorton and Denton by-election, but was turned down by Labour's NEC, and then he got another opportunity, or there was an opportunity made for him to be able to stand in Makerfield when his friend Josh Simons stood down. Now, it is difficult to know exactly when he first started to think about it, but what Steve said to me was that they have thought about it for quite some time. As I said, they wanted the situation to arise, and it hadn't. When I spoke to Andy Burnham many years ago, he said, goodness me, who would ever want to stand to be Prime Minister again? This isn't Theresa May days. And I said, well, you did try twice, Andy.
Yeah.
And he said, I know, but I can't imagine wanting to do it now.
So what was the trigger then? If we're going back a year, we're talking about literally 12 months after that huge majority was won by Sir Keir Starmer. What was it that he saw that was going wrong, even at that early stage?
Well, that's it, isn't it? What was it at the early stage? It did seem very early for him to suddenly want to throw his hat into it. But I think he had always had a taste for it. He couldn't quite get over the fact that he'd never become the leader before. So that taste had never, ever gone away for him. I think he could hear the grumblings from local MPs in particular. You know, there are a lot of MPs that had been suspended from the party, a few in our area, for not agreeing with things that the government was doing. And also grumblings from the public, from the electorate, knowing that they weren't as happy as they should have been with the Labour governments that they had waited so long for. And if you do go out and vox, as you will do as well, and you go into places like Makefield, into Salford, any of those places, they all say we've waited for a Labour government, and now we are disappointed. And I think Andy Burnham picked up on that and thought, right, this is my time now. But he didn't have any seat to stand in, and that was the issue.
Yes, waiting for change, that change perceived to be not coming, and this sense that perhaps Sir Keir Starmer was not being Labour enough, was somehow carrying on a policy of so-called neoliberalism that perhaps was a little bit too Blairite.
Well, that's the critique we hear from Andy Burnham. I'm keeping half an eye on the door, Clive, because I think in the next minute, perhaps less than a minute, in fact, the door is opening right now.
And here we go.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, and good morning. I'm about to visit His Majesty the King to offer my resignation and close the book on my time as Prime Minister. My work is done. In 6.5 years, I took our party from a historic defeat in 2019, changed it so it was fit to face the country, and won a landslide general election victory in 2024. Since then, it has been the privilege of my life to serve you and this great country as Prime Minister. And I am confident that Britain is now stronger and fairer than it was 2 years ago. Our economy is stronger. Our public services are on the up, with the biggest fall in waiting times for 17 years. Children are being lifted out of poverty every single day. Immigration is down significantly. Our defence and security are on a far stronger footing, and our international reputation is greatly enhanced. Yet the thing I will always take away with me, the most humbling aspect of this job, is the front row seat you get to witness the greatest things of this country in action. To see every day immeasurable acts of resolve, grit, decency and compassion from people who serve our country, whether that's in their regimental colours, NHS scrubs, or simply the millions of people in their communities who volunteer their time and their effort to the ground beneath their feet. We face a world now where our enemies will stop at nothing to divide us because of our values, our freedom, our decency, and frankly, because of our unflinching resolve towards the brave people of Ukraine. And so, under this attack, it is vital that we remember the greatness of the Britain all around us, that while we debate how to fix our problems, there is something we inherit from our country and our character that can give us confidence, that we can change our country for the better, that we can create a Britain where every child can go as far as their talent will take them, and we can unite different people under our common flag if we don't succumb to that division. So, as I now pass the baton to Andy Burnham, I wish him every success. He has my full support. And finally, I want to thank once again my family, Vic and our children, my team, all the staff here and across the Labour Party, everyone at Number 10 and across the civil service, and everyone who has supported our efforts along the way. For all the focus on individuals, politics will always be a team sport, and the changes we've delivered for our country and our party belong to everyone who has fought for them. I thank them again today, and I thank the British people for the opportunity to serve. I go with good grace, I go with a smile, and I go proud of everything that we have achieved. Thank you very much.
Prime Minister with his wife, Vic, thanking all those people who've been behind him during his time here at Number 10. And now he makes his way to the Prime Ministerial car to head to Buckingham Palace to formally hand in his resignation as Prime Minister to the King. And within about an hour of that, Andy Burnham will make that visit too. Let's listen in.
You get a good one? Huh?
So Keir Starmer in that speech saying that he is leaving office with good grace and a smile on his face. He was greeted with applause when he left Downing Street. Left Number 10 to give the speech. Now applause echoes as he leaves and heads towards Buckingham Palace. Off towards Trafalgar Square, passing through Admiralty Arch, and then heading up the Mall and onto Buckingham Palace. Chris Mason is with me. We talked about the fact that he would point to what he has achieved over the last 2 years. But he goes back a little bit further and he talks about where the Labour Party was before he came into office.
Yeah, a first reflection, Clive, as we see his car depart and we see some of his closest staff and aides mingle here, another Prime Minister has gone. Another Prime Minister. And yes, Keir Starmer reflecting on what he sees as achievements in office, but also those reflections on, as he sees it, reviving the Labour Party and bringing it back from its defeats under Jeremy Corbyn. But the extent to which he leans on that as part of his legacy tells you the story of how limited the window has turned out to be for him to achieve in office. Such was the impatience of his party at what they perceived to be a failure to deliver, and deliver sufficiently quickly and brutally, an unpopularity that they concluded was dragging them down. That's the root cause of these scenes that we're seeing behind us now, of Labour and Keir Starmer staff and ministers embracing, the odd tear shed there, and a really big moment for these staff.
All right. The Prime Minister then on his way to Buckingham Palace, where my colleague Fiona is standing by. Hi, Fiona.
Hi, Clive. Yes, well, we can see the car actually now just disappearing under the canopy of trees past St James's Park. It's just a very short journey from Downing Street to Buckingham Palace, a matter of a couple of minutes. But obviously for Keir Starmer, this is the last time he will visit the King as Prime Minister. The King will be the last person to address Keir Starmer as Prime Minister. We understand he's not going to be coming in through the main gates, but possibly through the north gate. There's all sorts of renovations going on at the palace, so things have changed a little bit. And you can see the crowds there, all gathering. Partly, I have to say, the tourists for the changing of the guard, but lots of people waiting here. There's a real sense of occasion, and lots of journalists here. All the people here know something important is happening. And Keir Starmer, as you see, the car there, in this convoy, the police fore and aft, now making his way, actually coming up just behind me, coming into the area just in front of the palace, past the Queen Victoria Memorial, statue of Queen Victoria, of course, and as he arrives at Buckingham Palace, we will see his car drive in the gates. We can see here the police coming behind me, and there we have Daniela. There we have the car arriving, and it looks like the car is going in. Is that the north gate or the central gate, Daniela?
The north gate.
It's going the north gate, and there he is.
One of the bizarre, quirky moments of British life.
Sir Keir Starmer is arriving here while the military band seems to be playing a Bon Jovi medley on the forecourt of Buckingham Palace. So an interesting moment. The music just stopped there. Sir Keir Starmer will now be driven into the central archway of Buckingham Palace, into the main quadrangle, which is where many people perhaps will be familiar when there have been investitures or arriving for garden parties and state events. He will be driven through into the quadrangle there, ready to meet the King with his wife, Lady Victoria. So an important show of constitutional monarchy that we are seeing here, of Keir Starmer arriving to meet the King. We can see the vehicles arriving here. This is the luggage door of Buckingham Palace. Now, this is not the luggage door.
Why is he coming in the luggage
What's
door?
happening here today is because of the work that is being done at Buckingham Palace. Major Ben Rigby there, he is the equerry to the King. Sir Clive Alderton shaking the hand of Sir Keir Starmer there. Sir Clive Alderton is the King's private secretary. He will know Keir Starmer and Lady Victoria very well. Clive Alderton, an absolutely key figure in terms of the relationship between the royal household and 10 Downing Street. So somebody that over the past couple of years Keir Starmer will know well. Into the luggage door, as I was saying, because of the renovation work at Buckingham Palace, they can't actually go in the normal routes that we would see this moment take place. So inside now, Sir Keir Starmer and Lady Victoria, they are going to be taken to the Chinese dining room as well. Again, not the normal audience room we would normally see a Prime Minister and King meet. But again, because of the refurbishment of Buckingham Palace, some of the normal routes and normal rooms are not in use. So things are a little bit different, but there is tradition in what is going to happen over the course of the next 20 minutes or so. So Keir Starmer will meet the King privately.
They will sit there on their two.
They will be two chairs in this room. I mean, it is a new room to us, but we would expect it to be dressed the same way. Two chairs next to one another often. There'll be photographs of the royal family in the room. They will privately chat. There'll be a single photograph of this moment issued a little bit later on. Sir Keir Starmer will offer his resignation. The King will accept that resignation, and then will be time for the two men to privately reflect on their relationship, on Sir Keir Starmer's time in office. The King will meet Sir Keir Starmer's family. His wife, Lady Victoria, his two children are here away from the cameras, as they always have been during Keir Starmer's time in office. And that will be it. There will be a goodbye, and that will be the final moment that Keir Starmer leaves here for this phase of his public life. And within minutes, we expect to see the arrival of Andy Burnham.
And for the King and Keir Starmer, there have been key moments in their admittedly brief relation. I mean, the King knew Keir Starmer, who was Director of Public Prosecutions, of course, and he'd come across him many times. But nonetheless, there have been key moments in the 2 years they've worked together, not least the visit to the United States, where relationships between America and the United Kingdom looked a bit rocky, and the King went there on an important diplomatic mission to try and smooth things over as much as anything else.
That's right, and of course nothing that the King does in terms of international travel happens without the Prime Minister and Downing Street wanting it to happen. It is very much a negotiation and a discussion between the royal household, the Foreign Office and Downing Street. So Keir Starmer will have very much wanted the King to go to the United States back in April to try and shore up relationships with the Trump administration, which is what the King tried to do in his own way. So there would have been a lot of discussion. That relationship over the past couple of years between King and Prime Minister will have built. There was an obvious warmth and rapport between them when you saw them together. They meet every week, virtually every week for the entire year, either in person here at Buckingham Palace or over the phone.
And how important is that meeting? Because it happens always, there's the hullabaloo of Prime Minister's questions. I mean, it's a bit of a bear pit in the House of Commons. And then straight after that, the Prime Minister leaves to come here to talk to the King. And suddenly you're in a completely different atmosphere and one of constitutional significance. How useful are those meetings?
I think they're incredibly useful for Prime Ministers. And of course, we don't know, because the whole idea of them is that they are completely private and they are secret and they are a safe space for Prime Minister and King to discuss great matters of state or anything that is concerning them or policy issues, that everyone can speak freely, that it won't be reported in the media. Some past Prime Ministers have perhaps been a little looser-tongued about these moments than others. But what you totally get is a sense that for the Prime Minister, it is a real outlet for them to talk to the late Queen or to the King now, to sound them out, to call on their wisdom and guidance, to get a sense of how they feel about things and what their concerns are as monarchs. So I think it's a very important exchange of ideas and exchange of how they feel about the world. And I think both the King and the Prime Minister will have found that a very, very useful exchange.
And we used to hear, didn't we, that when the Queen was conducting these meetings on a Wednesday, she would signal the end of it by tinkling a little bell. I think it was Tony Blair who mentioned that, and then they knew it was over. I mean, I can't really see King Charles doing that.
I think there's a buzzer. Don't quote me on that. I think there is some kind of buzzer. But we've seen Major Ben Rigby there, who is the King's equerry, a very important figure in the royal house, a sort of personal assistant in some ways, who will know how the King works, who will know roughly how long things are due to last, and perhaps a nod, a look. There'll be an understanding in terms of how long things should last, or when somebody should come in or out of the room. So he will be the person escorting Sir Keir Starmer out of the room today. So he will be the one that sort of has a sense of how long things will last. But we are expecting the meeting between the Prime Minister and King to be around 20 minutes, maybe a little bit less.
And then just looking ahead while the two men are talking inside Buckingham Palace behind us, Andy Burnham will arrive. Now, we don't know exactly when he'll arrive, but when Theresa May resigned to the King and Boris Johnson became Prime Minister, there were just 42 seconds between them, which makes one assume that Boris Johnson was circling in a car somewhere so that he could then get in pretty quick, and that in fact may be the case with Andy Burnham. We don't know. The important thing is that this transition is smooth and that it is quick and nothing interrupts it. And then there's this strange process which is known as the kissing of hands. Just talk us through that, Daniela.
Yes. Just on timings, Fiona, my gut is today that it will be quite quick as well, because the King has a number of engagements this afternoon outside of London. So as soon as so I mean, if you want to get a flavour of the fact that this is just a constitutional monarchy at work, he will do this now. The King see an outgoing Prime Minister and an incoming Prime Minister. He's then off. He's travelling around an hour or so outside of London for engagements for the whole of the afternoon. So I think that the move between Sir Keir Starmer and Andy Burnham will be pretty quick. Yeah, the kissing of hands. There is no kissing of hands.
Presumably there once was.
There once was. It's a historical reference, a moment of respect and deference that we just don't do in 2026. So that was where it comes from. But no, this is a handshake and a conversation today to mark the end of one Prime Minister's reign, for want of a better phrase, and the start of another term for a new Prime Minister. So there is no grand moment in this. I think what always strikes me, where you spend so much time here, we both have at grand state occasions, the royal family on the balcony.
And also the band performing behind us.
But this moment is quiet, it's careful, it's very smooth, and it's, it is private as well, a lot of it. That is about this smooth transition of power off the back of a time that has been quite bumpy politically. Today is something very different. The mood is different. The King has executive power. Today he is passing that executive power on to his new Prime Minister to execute it through his government. It is a very formal, choreographed, constitutional moment that will be very carefully handled.
Yes, it's interesting talking about the constitutional role, because the King, as it is described, can advise and warn. Quite how that warning would be expressed would be interesting to know, wouldn't it? But he can advise and warn, but otherwise that is it. But when it comes to the resignation of a Prime Minister and asking a new Prime Minister to form a government, that's something that only the monarch can do, and it has to be done in person.
Yeah, that's right, which is why the King is here this morning. He wasn't planning to be in London this morning because, as I said, he has these engagements out of London today, and he'd also spent the weekend at Highgrove, his private estate in Gloucestershire.
But yes, he only arrived about 20 minutes
exactly.
ago.
So he has had to come back to London to have this moment because, as you say, it has to be in person. He will be very conscious of wanting this to be right and proper and done correctly. So he is literally doing a very quick stop-off here to see Sir Keir Starmer and to see Sir Andy Burnham, and then he will get on with his regular duties that have been planned for today.
And one wonders, again, to be a fly on the wall, Daniela, but one wonders how much King Charles's personal feelings can come into this. I mean, this is Keir Starmer, a man he's got to know over many years and in many respects has worked closely with.
Yeah, that's right, and you do always wonder how well do they get on, the King and Prime Minister, and do they need to get on? Is that an important part of their relationship?
Well, is it, do you think?
Not necessarily. I don't think they have to get on, but I think the King is somebody who I think would feel that for the stability of his reign, for the success of his reign, he will want to feel that he has a good, strong, challenging, working relationship with his Prime Minister. And I think that has evolved over the past couple of years with Sir Keir Starmer. We have seen them on a number of engagements together. We've seen them at state banquets, on Remembrance Sunday, at a number of official occasions. In fact, Sir Keir Starmer is part of a big project that the King has been doing around knife crime with the actor Idris Elba. Sir Keir Starmer has been very involved in a number of events surrounding that. So they will have got to know each other very well, and it will be important that it was important that was a successful and strong relationship, which I think it has been. We are now at a stage where there is going to have to be the forging of a new relationship between King and Prime Minister. We're told the King and Andy Burnham do not know each other well. They are familiar with each other. They have both been in public life for some considerable time in different ways, so they are familiar with each other but don't know each other well. So this will be the start of a whole new relationship from the moment they meet here a little bit later.
And just looking at the glorious pictures there of Buckingham Palace in the sunshine, I mean, it really looks picture perfect today in this wonderful weather. I mean, this is going to be this is still a place of enormous constitutional importance, but not somewhere, for the first time, that the monarch is going to live. So how is that going to change its importance in public life, do you think?
Yes, we've learnt in recent weeks that the plan is not for the King and Queen to move back into Buckingham Palace.
And in fact, they've never lived there,
no,
have
they haven't. They have always been at Clarence House, which is smaller, cosier, for want of a better phrase.
And it was the former home of the Queen Mother.
Exactly, and somewhere that the King and Queen clearly feel much happier, and they are leaving Buckingham Palace to be the official headquarters of monarchy. So it'll be still where we see garden parties. When the refurbishment is finished, it will be where state banquets and state visits are hosted. There is also the possibility of opening up Buckingham Palace now to the public more often for more weeks in the year, because there won't be a King and Queen in residence. So still very much the symbol of monarchy here, but not where the King and Queen will actually live day to day.
And Charles has been king for, 4 years so far. This is his 4th Prime Minister in this time. I mean, this has become a very familiar procedure for him.
Yeah, very much so. He knows what he's doing here in terms of saying goodbye to one Prime Minister and welcoming in another one. I mean, it's an extraordinary number, isn't it, to have seen 4 in 4 years, and perhaps not what he anticipated after the death of his mother. He would not have thought that it would have played out in this way. But you have to remember as well, he was the longest-serving Prince of Wales that was here. He was incredibly politically engaged. He has a great understanding of state affairs, of the working of government, of figures in Number 10, in the Foreign Office, of ambassadors around the world, of the Commonwealth. He brings to the role a huge wealth of knowledge in terms of the Constitution and of politics and of state affairs. So he's incredibly well equipped to deal, I suppose, with the churn of Prime Ministers here. But even he will have found it quite surprising, I think, that he's had to deal with so many of these moments during his short reign so far.
Well, I'm sure he's not the only one to be surprised. I mean, our politics has changed dramatically in the last few years, and we are all living through it. Because Andy Burnham now is well, we don't know exactly where he is, but I assume he's not far away, and he will be preparing for his first audience with the King, where the King will ask him to form a government. I was looking up on the royal website last night, and they're saying there are 2 responses to that question. I can't imagine anyone has ever said no, but clearly if you are the leader of the party with the biggest majority in the Commons, you command the confidence of the House of Commons. That is going to be your role. I mean, that is quite a moment, isn't it?
I think in this moment, historically, if you go back, there have been some moments where Prime Ministers have asked for if they could just have a pause to check that they can do this. And it can, so, you know, sometimes it's not quite as smooth.
Well, I don't think that's going to be Andy Burnham's problem this morning.
I think it's going to be very clear that he knows that he is going to be able to form a government. He will tell the King that. And then I suspect there may be some conversation between them about what that government will look like and what its priorities will be. But it will be really interesting from my job here as senior royal correspondent to see how that relationship between King and Prime Minister evolves. They're not 2 men who seem on paper very similar. You know, there are other Prime Ministers that have perhaps felt a little bit more similar to the King in terms of background and school and experience. Andy Burnham and the King have very different life experiences, but I think there is a lot of common ground. We saw Andy Burnham with the King just last year in Manchester visiting Heaton Park Synagogue after the attack there, and you could see there was obviously a lot that they wanted to talk about in terms of multi-faith engagement and communities working together. There is a lot of common ground between the 2 men, but it will be a relationship that now has to grow and evolve.
Well, certainly Andy Burnham at least has not called for the abolition of the monarchy, as Keir Starmer once did. I think that is a view that he left behind, and certainly his relationship with the King, as you say, seemed very warm. And I'm struck by the fact that Keir Starmer today, as Prime Ministers have done in the past, will have brought his children along. I mean, the children that we have not seen, they have very deliberately kept their lives private and out of the public eye. But they are coming along as well. So they are marking this as a hugely important moment, obviously in Keir Starmer's life, but in the life of the family as well.
Yeah, I think it's a reminder, isn't it, that this is both a constitutional moment but a deeply personal one for Sir Keir Starmer too. We know that he and his wife, Lady Victoria, have worked incredibly hard to keep their children, their teenage children, out of the public eye, but the royal household will have offered the invitation to come here today for the whole family, for Sir Keir Starmer to have his private moment with the King, but for then his wife and his children to join the King in the Chinese dining room, and for them as a family to have a moment with King Charles. So it is a definite personal outreach on behalf of the royal household, and a very important moment clearly for them as a family, closing the chapter on this phase of Keir Starmer's public life.
And much sooner than Keir Starmer would have anticipated. He went into the palace through the North Gate, as we saw, at 11:25, so one assumes they are now, Keir Starmer, Lady Victoria, in conversations with King Charles. I mean, it's a great moment of state, but it's a very human moment as well. I mean, whatever one's politics are, it's clear that this is something that will have brought enormous sadness to Keir Starmer, that he has been in office, 2 years and just a few weeks. He had great plans. They have not come to pass as he would have wanted them, and he is effectively being booted out. And in fact, when he leaves Buckingham Palace and Andy Burnham arrives, Andy Burnham will arrive in the front and all the attention will be on him. It will all change immediately to Andy Burnham as the next Prime Minister. And Keir Starmer, what was it? David Cameron once said, "I was the future once." Keir Starmer is out the back door, and as far as we don't know where he's going. I mean, it's over.
It's brutal, isn't it? I mean, it really is. This moment here at Buckingham Palace is a very visual moment of the end of one Prime Minister's term. And it's tough going, I would think, for Sir Keir Starmer and his family. And his day, it's a day of contrast in so many ways. The transition of power itself, overseen by the King, is quiet and smooth compared to the noisiness of Downing Street or the noisiness of the House of Commons. It's a very different mood here today. But on that personal level as well, you have this personal, quiet moment tinged, you have to be thinking, tinged with sadness, with regret, with reflection, perhaps from Lady Victoria especially, a little bit of relief as well. Possibly. In terms of this all coming to end after an incredibly bumpy few weeks and months for the Prime Minister. But it is a very personal family moment, as you say, and that is why Sir Keir Starmer has his wife and his 2 children with him here today.
And just thinking in the 4 years, it was a very short time that Charles has been king. So he started off with Theresa May, so she was Prime Minister for just over 3 years. Boris Johnson, again, just over 3 years. Liz Truss, of course, 49 days, as the tabloids had her in competition to see if an iceberg lettuce would last longer than her in office. Rishi Sunak, just not quite 2 years. And then the only Prime Minister that's been elected, which is Keir Starmer, 2 years and just a few weeks. I mean, that turnover is extraordinarily rapid. And that is something that the King has to deal with, not find political favour with one way or the other, but just in his role, as we were saying, he can advise, he can warn, but that is it.
That's right. So the King has had 4 Prime Ministers in 4 years. So we're talking Liz Truss, Rishi Sunak, Sir Keir Starmer and now Andy Burnham. So he has had to develop and create a new relationship with 4 completely different personalities, with 4 different politicians who have different priorities, different interests. And the King will obviously have his own interests and worries and concerns and things that he cares about. So he will have to be navigating those relationships with each of those individuals. And it's fascinating to think quite how those relationships play out, perhaps more so because we just don't know anything about those audiences, and those are the key moments where the relationship between Prime Minister and monarch develop. And because we don't actually know what goes on in those audiences, there's a lot of speculation and questioning and wondering quite what it'd be like. Who was his favourite? Who did he get on with?
And of course, we see the pictures, as we saw the pictures with the Queen, of course, with Theresa May, and with Boris Johnson, and with Liz Truss. I mean, and the Queen, of course, died very soon after. Keir Starmer has now tendered his resignation. The King has accepted. Clearly, there's no question he's not going to accept it. The King has accepted. And I guess now is the time where they will just, as you say, reflect on perhaps the things that they have undertaken together. And I imagine, on a human level, what Keir Starmer will do next, where he will go with his life. Presumably stay on as an MP, we don't know, but other projects that he and the King may share.
Yes, and it may be that their relationship continues beyond him being Prime Minister. As I said, there are a number of projects, particularly around young people, around social cohesion, that Sir Keir Starmer has been working with the King on. They may well continue in a different way when he is no longer Prime Minister, when he is an MP. That won't go away. He will remain a well-known public figure who has been involved in certain projects alongside the King. So it will be a goodbye to Sir Keir Starmer today in terms of him being Prime Minister, but I suspect their relationship will continue, ongoing beyond this moment as well. So it's a big moment. We know that Buckingham Palace now has confirmed that the resignation, as you say, has been received, and that has happened. He has tendered his resignation, and now there will be this time for perhaps the more informal moments of the conversation around their shared experiences that they've had together over the past couple of years, perhaps around the incoming state visit of President Trump, around some of the projects they've worked in together, visits they've made, particularly one visit to Cornwall that the King and Keir Starmer made together around social housing and the development of rural communities. So there'll be lots to talk about, as well as bringing in the family and having those conversations too.
And meanwhile, the pomp and circumstance
still goes on
outside. And so, Danielle, listen, you see this stuff all the time. Is this still the remnants of the changing of the guard?
Yes, exactly. It's the departing guard as part of the changing, now leaving Buckingham Palace. This is what the vast amount of this crowd will be here to see.
Yes, because let's face it, the tourists, many of them, with the best will in the world, will have no idea what's going on politically here. And they want to come and see the ceremony that takes place.
Exactly, and that is changing of the guard. So the crowds have been here for around 10:45 to watch the comings and goings of this version of changing of the guard, because the moment actually going on inside, this huge constitutional moment, is without colour, is without ceremony. That is a private, quiet moment, but changing of the guard is a big moment that most of the tourists are here to see.
And of course, one hates to think how hot they must be in those outfits and their bare skins.
Yeah, absolutely. They are well trained, they are very used to it. They have found themselves at all sorts of occasions, particularly recently trooping the colour, where it was absolutely baking hot. So they train in this heat. The horses are well practised in doing this, and it is an absolute key part of the tourist experience of.
And we have now the official picture of Keir Starmer tendering his resignation, of Keir Starmer tendering it to King Charles. See, that's the Chinese drawing room. So amongst, politics can be a brutal, down-dirty business, but there they are in the very elegant surroundings of Buckingham Palace. And a very friendly picture, I'd say.
Yeah, very much so. And this is the only picture we will have of this moment. There is no video of this moment, no film of it. It's just this one solitary image of one Prime Minister saying goodbye to the monarch, which, in a world where so much of it is played out live and played out visually for us, it's interesting that this incredibly important constitutional moment is just one single image. But yeah, that is effectively Sir Keir Starmer's goodbye to King Charles.
And of course, Keir Starmer will be aware that as King Charles is saying goodbye to him, King Charles is mentally preparing to welcome the next one.
Yeah, that's right. He'll be well aware of the timings, of knowing that Andy Burnham is just in the wings, ready to come into Buckingham Palace. The King also aware that he has to be somewhere as well later on this afternoon. So there'll be some timings and a timetable that he will be trying to keep to. But he also won't want to rush this moment. The King has a humanity to him, and he will understand for the Starmer family that this is an incredibly important moment. He won't want to rush it, and he will want to make sure everybody has the time they need for a degree of closure, to say goodbye and to leave this very public role.
And it's a very formal occasion. I mean, Andy Burnham, we don't usually see him suited and booted. He's normally in his dark T-shirt and dark jeans, but one assumes he's going to be anything but today when he drives in. And so is it going to be the same for him, as far as we know? Or will he drive in the main entrance, would you expect? Or because of the renovations, again, be going in the North Gate, you know, in through the luggage entrance?
Yes, yeah. We don't know exactly which gate he will go into. It is, in this situation, it is usually the departure of the new Prime Minister that is the big moment, rather than the arrival of him here. Of course, because he's then
on his way to Downing Street, where he'll make his speech.
Yes, exactly. So, again, that image, here we have a couple of other images here from this moment of the King and Sir Keir Starmer together, saying their goodbyes in the Chinese dining room of Buckingham Palace.
Yes, surrounded by all the gilt.
Yes.
And the pictures and the antiques. And yes, that's a very, very different call from Downing Street, isn't it? But that's, as you say, a hugely moment, and a hugely important moment for Keir Starmer, but no doubt a very emotional moment for him, I would think. I mean, this has not ended as he would have wished it. I mean, Prime Ministerial life very rarely ends well. It's usually because people want you to go, and that has been the case with Keir Starmer. Of course, Andy Burnham's come in, he's not elected, but he has the support of the Labour Party for now. And we await his arrival here at Buckingham Palace. But for the moment, these are our images of the last man, the monarch, who will call Keir Starmer Prime Minister.
That's right. The King will have welcomed Sir Keir Starmer into that room, with probably a Good Morning Prime Minister becoming probably the very last person to address him in that way. I think it's also important to remember that Sir Keir Starmer announced he would be resigning around a month ago. So it may well be that the King and Sir Keir Starmer have talked about this moment during their audiences in recent weeks.
It would be odd if they hadn't.
Yes, exactly. So there will have been a degree of conversation and understanding of why this was happening and what Sir Keir Starmer's thinking has been in this moment. So it won't have just landed today. There will have perhaps been a bit of build-up between the two of them to understand what is happening. But an important personal moment for Keir Starmer, and a real show of constitutional monarchy and the role of the King in this moment as well.
And also the fact, we've mentioned it a couple of times now, as has Clive in Downing Street, the calm, quiet transition. This is not Capitol Hill. This couldn't be further from it. This is, you know, we've got all the tourists there. There's no sense of unrest or unease. This is, you know, a glorious picture here, bathed in sunshine, and inside everything is planned meticulously to the last detail. The arrival of the current Prime Minister, his resignation, his departure, and then swiftly after, possibly even less than a minute after, the arrival of the new Prime Minister. This is planned to the last detail.
Very much so. There is a real dignity in this moment, I think, which is very much what Buckingham Palace would want, and Downing Street would want as well. And perhaps that's why we haven't seen any moving pictures of it. Occasionally we do get a little bit of, we're allowed in the room for maybe 30 seconds when the King meets the Prime Minister, but not today. It's just those couple of photographs, images that we have to illustrate this important moment for Keir Starmer and for the King. And I think it allows for us to understand the importance of privacy, for Sir Keir Starmer to be able to talk freely to the King, for the King to be able to talk personally to Keir Starmer in this moment as well. Not in front of the cameras, something that happens privately, quietly, away from the rough and tumble of politics. What has been an incredibly difficult time for Sir Keir Starmer, and we know for his family, he has spoken about it. Today is dignified, it is quiet, it is reflective. That's the mood of this moment here today.
And much as we cannot know, and with good reason, about the private conversations going on between the monarch and Sir Keir Starmer, equally, Andy Burnham is around here somewhere, waiting for his moment to come. It would be wonderful to know exactly what he's thinking. Let's talk to Chris Mason at Downing Street. Chris, I mean, Andy Burnham waiting in the wings, as I say. This is... I mean, he's tried twice to be leader of his party. He is now without an election. He is about to become Prime Minister. This... I mean, you can't stress how important a moment this is for him. Chris, we can't quite reach you at the moment, so let's just stay here at Buckingham Palace for a moment. But that's certainly where attention is turning now to Andy Burnham, who'll be arriving here shortly. And again, will the process be the same, Daniela? He'll be met by the equerry, he'll be taken through to the Chinese drawing room. We expect it to be the same,
That's right, yes. He will be driven in with his family through the gates of Buckingham Palace into the main quadrangle. He will then be parked at the luggage door, this entrance that they're temporarily using because of the work that's being done on the palace.
I mean, that is a wonderful detail, isn't it? Coming in through the luggage door.
The luggage
you might
door.
be about to lead the nation or depart your leadership
Yeah.
of the nation, but you're going in through the luggage door.
He will be met by Major Ben Rigby, the equerry to the King, and also, very importantly, Sir Clive Alderton, who is the King's private secretary. The Prime Minister and the King's private secretary will get to know each other very well in the weeks ahead.
And how closely do they work together? And what is that relationship?
Yeah, so Sir Clive Alderton, the private secretary, is the main communication between the King and his government, really. He is the person who will be liaising with his team, with Downing Street, with the Foreign Office, on matters of state, on international travel, on the arrangements for the weekly audience. He is a key figure. He is himself someone who worked at the Foreign Office, was an ambassador for a number of years, so very much understands the world of international diplomacy and state matters here in the UK. So he is a very influential figure. He will welcome with the equerry Andy Burnham and his family to Buckingham Palace and take them up to the room in which they will spend some time with the King.
So we can see the scene here at Buckingham Palace with the crowds. They've seen the changing of the guard, but many crowds still here. Clearly a sense of occasion. They know that something important is happening here today. We've got the Royal Standard flying over Buckingham Palace. Earlier on it was the Union Jack, and that was taken down as the King arrived. He landed by helicopter, I believe, not far away. In the grounds of Kensington Palace, came here by car, and of course as he arrived, coming through the main gate, the Royal Standard was raised, as it always is when the monarch is here. And then at Downing Street, we can see the pictures there. I mean, it all looks very quiet when you look at it from that angle. What you cannot see behind the camera is serried ranks of journalists from all around the world, all with their little spot, there you have it, all waiting for the moment when Andy Burnham is going to come out and tell us something about what his premiership will be. We've had little hints through interviews. There have been interviews with the newspapers. People close to him have come out and spoken, but we don't really have a clear idea, not only who is going to be in his cabinet, heading these great departments of state, but also quite what they will be doing. And there, again, we see the crowds at Buckingham Palace. Keir Starmer, we believe, is still within the palace. Sir Keir Starmer, Lady Victoria and his children who we have not seen. They've very carefully kept them out of the public eye, as they are doing today, no doubt as they will continue to do. But they are inside having their meeting. Is it unusual, do you think, Daniela, that it's taking this long? Or I imagine, you know, this is a very personal moment for them and they want to make sure that they don't rush it and they give the moment the dignity it deserves.
Exactly.
Let's talk to Chris Mason, who's at Downing Street for us. Chris, we're waiting here as Keir Starmer, as we understand it, is still in Buckingham Palace. And then Andy Burnham will arrive here, and then soon, of course, we'll come to you and make that all-important speech with or without lectern outside number 10. And that will be our first instance, really, of getting a clear idea of what our new Premier is about.
Yeah, that's right, Fiona, and it's a reminder, isn't it, as we look at the pictures on the screen now, of the nature of today, which is simultaneously ceremonial, deeply personal, and then, of course, political. So right now, a penny for the thoughts of the outgoing Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, in conversation with the King, having just given that address that we brought you here in Downing Street, half an hour or so, 40 minutes or so ago. And then perhaps even more so, a penny for the thoughts racing through the mind of Andy Burnham right now as he anticipates heading into the palace for that conversation with the King, perhaps a moment that he may have imagined in his mind down the years. It's 16 years since we first became aware publicly and explicitly of Andy Burnham's ambition to be Prime Minister. When he first stood for the Labour leadership in 2010, he was unsuccessful then, unsuccessful again 5 years later in 2015, and successful at the third time of asking. So his ambitions to be the Prime Minister have been long-standing. They have built very, very gradually for a long time, only to suddenly happen very, very quickly in a short period of time. In fact, some of those who've been advising Andy Burnham were anticipating him having the whole summer to prepare for this moment. And because the Prime Minister, the outgoing Prime Minister Keir Starmer, decided not to contest the leadership, and because nobody else sought to contest the leadership alongside Andy Burnham, the process has been much shrivelled compared with what it might have been. And so he and a very, very close number of advisers have been working up in pretty short order their plans for government in the last couple of weeks. And now he stands on the threshold of exactly that. And within the next 45 minutes or so, he'll have completed his conversation, his appointment with the monarch, and will then head down here to where I am in Downing Street to address the country for the first time as Prime Minister. And then for him, the real work, the hard work, really begins.
Well, yes, and Chris, we understand from Buckingham Palace that Keir Starmer has now left the palace. That is the end of his political life as Prime Minister. He is now once more an MP, or he will be the moment that Andy Burnham is asked to form a government by the King. An important constitutional move. It has to take place this way. Andy Burnham will, of course, accept. And from that moment on, Andy Burnham is our new Prime Minister. So we assume, Chris, that he is waiting in the wings somewhere. He will come here to Buckingham Palace. We will see his car arrive. That audience will happen with the King. And then he is whisked straight off to Downing Street. And then the pace of life will change dramatically for him. And we are so close to him officially becoming our Prime Minister, Chris, but we still have not the clearest idea of exactly what kind of Prime Minister he is going to be.
Indeed so. So the choreography is now playing out. It's a choreography, isn't it, that we've become very familiar with in recent years, which has been the frequency of prime ministerial turnover. He'll head in to be invited by the King to form a government, having been recommended by the outgoing Prime Minister as being the person who can command a majority in the House of Commons. That's what gives the Prime Minister the capacity to govern, and frankly, in the end, that's what did for Keir Starmer, because his own side concluded that they wanted rid of him. And then, as you say, Andy Burnham will come here to Downing Street. He has been, partly because of circumstance and that shrunken timetable I was talking about, but also because of a strategic decision to do it this way, he has been very limited in what he's been saying in the last few weeks. He's done very, very few interviews. His public appearances have been rationed as well. We learned, courtesy of an interview that he gave to the Times this morning to Patrick Maguire, that there were just 3 people involved in what are known as the access talks that the incoming Burnham administration had with the civil service. So it was Andy Burnham himself, it was James Pennell, his chief of staff, and Louise Haigh, the former cabinet minister who's been very close to Andy Burnham in recent months. I know from talking to cabinet ministers in the last week or so, and indeed more recently than that, that plenty of them have been in the dark about their own prospects, their own future, either in the job that they are still just about currently doing, or any job that they may subsequently be doing. And Andy Burnham's been painting in pretty broad brushstrokes. We've heard, haven't we, about his desire for greater devolution, this idea that Number 10 will have an office in Manchester, Number 10 North. I suspect we'll see the new Prime Minister, as he soon will be, visiting there in the coming days. We've had a sense about his commitment to social care in England, talking very movingly in that interview in the Times this morning about his father, Roy, a lifelong Labour man living with Alzheimer's, unaware that his son is about to become a Labour Prime Minister. And then also a tax detail that we were talking about with Clive a little earlier, that Andy Burnham has talked about. I say a detail, it's hugely significant and comes with a huge bill potentially, which is this idea that the personal allowance, the amount of money you can earn before you start paying income tax, in Andy Burnham's view has been static, has been frozen for too long. So to what extent might he be able to shift that, and with what consequence and with what trade-offs elsewhere? But that's almost the sum total, really, of what we've had from Andy Burnham. How much does he develop that argument here in Downing Street in the next hour? Incidentally, we think he may do that without the lectern that we saw the Prime Minister, the outgoing Prime Minister, speaking at in the last hour. And then to what extent over the next week or so do we start getting additional details from Andy Burnham? The expectation is that he will seek to hit the ground running, and we will see and hear a lot of him and his new cabinet in the coming days and then in the next week or so.
So, Chris, we can see Andy Burnham's car now arriving down the Mall. We could hear the whistles of the police before we saw the car. The north gate to Buckingham Palace has been opened in preparation for his arrival. Police holding up the traffic. And there we see the convoy and the police escorts as Andy Burnham makes his way into Buckingham Palace, where the King will ask him to form a government. This is a big moment for our country, of course. This is our new Prime Minister in that car in the middle, one assumes. But also it's a massive moment for Andy Burnham. And this is something that one gathers from sources that he has been preparing for more than a few months. And this moment has come. So, Daniela, look here, we see him coming into the, same as the quadrangle here. Look, we can see some of those renovations taking place you've been talking about. But he comes here into the quadrangle. The gravel has all been swept, as in preparation for his arrival.
To hear the crunch of the tyres on that gravel in the quad, and just to emphasise the speed at which things move here as well. We have had the official statement from Buckingham Palace about the last audience, just to say the Right Honourable Sir Keir Starmer MP had an audience with the King this morning and tendered his resignation as Prime Minister. Lady Starmer was also received by the King. That moment is now past, and here we are.
Here is Andy Burnham with his wife, Marie-France Van Heel.
That's right, being met there by the equerry to the King in the uniform, Major Ben Rigby, and their Sir Clive Alderton, the private secretary to the King, who is directing them in through the luggage door from the quadrangle into Buckingham Palace for this new phase in their public life, politically and personally. They will go to the Chinese dining room here in Buckingham Palace. We're told one of the most ornately decorated rooms in the palace, which is temporarily being used as the audience room. In that room, Andy Burnham will meet the King. The King will ask him if he is able to form a government. Andy Burnham will say yes, and that will be it. He will be Prime Minister, and there will then be some time for the two men to chat, you would think, about priorities, about Andy Burnham's plans while in government and as Prime Minister.
I mean, it's possible, Daniela, the King may be the first person to find out who's going to be in the cabinet, because as Chris has been saying, as we all know, it's been a closely guarded secret. So it would be fascinating, wouldn't it, to be part of that conversation, because it's all been, Andy Burnham it's all happened very quickly. He's played his cards pretty close to his chest. And now the King is going to have a conversation, as you say, about his priorities, perhaps the direction of government, how they might work together. So he will probably be the first person to hear the kind of details that we will later find out.
Yes, it's hard to imagine that the King would not be asking him about the formation of his cabinet, about his thinking, about how close he is to having that complete and ready to announce. That is just the kind of thing that the two men will talk about. They aren't two people who are particularly familiar with one another. Yes, their paths have crossed during their own public lives. Andy Burnham, when he was previously as Secretary of State, now as Prime Minister, there have been moments where we have seen them together, but they don't know each other well. So this is what we are seeing here, and what is going on now behind the palace walls will be the start of a new, very important relationship in British public life.
And Chris Mason, Downing Street, I mean, for Andy Burnham, as we said, twice he's tried to be Labour leader. He is now going to be Prime Minister in very short order, and this has happened very quickly, perhaps more quickly than he might have wanted it. You were saying he perhaps might have wanted the summer to prepare for this. How important a moment is this for him personally?
It's a huge personal moment, isn't it, this, for Andy Burnham? You saw him there with his wife. Just rewind a handful of months and remember the Labour Party that he now leads barred him from being the Labour Party's candidate in a by-election, that by-election in Gorton and Denton in Greater Manchester, which the Green Party went on to win. And here we are a matter of months later, and he's in conversation with the King, being asked to form a government. Within the next half an hour or so, perhaps 35 minutes, he'll be a little over or round about a mile away here in Downing Street, addressing the country for the first time as Prime Minister, then heading into Downing Street and writing those letters of last resort that are handed over to the commanders of the UK's nuclear armed submarines, and the gravity of office will descend upon him. It's a reflection that so many of the prime ministerial memoirs reflect upon, that within moments of getting behind the black door in Downing Street, when the likes of you and I are still in conversation about what we've just witnessed, that is what confronts a prime minister. And that's before they get to the difficult political business of having to sack cabinet ministers from the previous administration that they don't seek to retain, and then the more joyous moment, if you like, of calling people in to take on those senior jobs in a new government. But yeah, a collision of the constitutional, the personal and the political, all happening at once. And for Andy Burnham, this moment he has long dreamed of, happening, but as I say, happening rather quicker than he might have imagined. That has meant something of a sprint in the last couple of weeks, principally taking place away from the cameras, as he's tried to knock together what his government might look like and what might be viable to deliver in office in the first weeks and months, and then begin the process, as he has been doing, of assembling that team that will be unveiled one by one in the coming hours. We expect the key appointments to his cabinet, the most senior positions, Chancellor, Home Secretary, Foreign Secretary, probably from mid-afternoon onwards. Further appointments taking place into the evening tonight, and then the many appointments to the more junior ranks of his government tomorrow.
And Daniela, just looking again at those pictures of Andy Burnham arriving with his wife, and he will be the UK's 59th, I think, Prime Minister. And as you say, he's met King Charles before, when the King was Prince of Wales, as Culture Minister, as Health Minister, as Mayor of Manchester. He was at the coronation. They've had a number of events together. But they will now have a different relationship, because every week they are going to be meeting after Prime Minister's questions. And obviously Andy Burnham will hope that his relationship with the King is going to last rather longer than Keir Starmer's did. But these are two men who are going to have to work well together.
Yeah, and it's interesting watching these pictures again there, the warm handshake from Sir Clive Alderton, the King's private secretary. He will be an absolute key figure in the relationship between King and Prime Minister, because Sir Clive is the King's closest personal, private advisor. He will know the King's thinking. He will know what interests him. He knows how to navigate the relationship between the royal household and Downing Street. So he will be a key figure in the formation of this new relationship between King and Prime Minister. It's interesting to see him being the first person really who greets the new Prime Minister as he enters Buckingham Palace today. But an incredibly powerful personal moment for Andy Burnham and his wife going in to Buckingham Palace today. When he leaves that Chinese dining room, having had his audience with the King will say goodbye, Prime Minister. I mean, that in itself, just those,
that's a moment.
Few words are a real moment for any individual, and particularly for someone who has spent so much time in public life and in politics. It is a real moment for him to know that it has been a personal ambition of his for such a long time, to see it play out as we will do today. And when we were talking earlier about when you read any memoir or biography of any past British Prime Minister, this short amount of time that they spend here at Buckingham Palace in this moment is just so important for them personally, as a family, politically. It's a moment that they take office, really, that they officially become Prime Minister, and it has such impact, as you would imagine. And just in terms of some of the timings as well, that we know that Sir Keir Starmer, we think, was inside with the King for around half an hour from beginning to end, so perhaps a little bit longer than we thought, but there was no fixed time on this, and the King will not have wanted to have rushed Sir Keir and his family in this moment. And then around 7 minutes or so between Sir Keir Starmer leaving, we think, and Andy Burnham arriving here. So a few minutes there, but the King, as I said, have these engagements outside of London this afternoon. So he will want to, for want of a better phrase, a quick turnaround if possible. Yeah.
Very business-like.
Yeah.
I mean, 7.5 minutes. I mean, I noted earlier on that when Boris Johnson took over after Theresa May, it was a mere 49 seconds between Theresa May departing Buckingham Palace and Boris Johnson arriving, a sign perhaps of his enthusiasm for the job and to get going, and a slightly slower, perhaps slightly more dignified transition this morning. And other than the King asking Andy Burnham to form the next government, that form of words, as far as we can tell, I mean, these conversations are private. We can speculate to a certain extent, and based on what previous Prime Ministers have said, how does the conversation pan out?
Yeah, I mean, initially there will obviously be a conversation about whether Andy Burnham is able to form a government. Now, this is the very first question that is asked by the King. The formalities of the conversation is how things will start. But then it will move much more, I think, to the more personal political perspective. What are his priorities going to be? Where is he at with the formation of his cabinet? What is his intent for the next few months? How does he feel about the role? So you can expect the King is a great small talker as well. It's a sort of it's a part of the job, part of the role. But he will have some direct questions he will want to ask, and he will have his own political interests that perhaps he will want to discuss with Andy Burnham. Maybe not at length today. That's not what today really is for. It's an introductory meeting, a chance to forge the start of this new relationship they will have as monarch and Prime Minister, one that will then be built on with the weekly audiences that happen on a Wednesday over the course of Andy Burnham's premiership. Also, we're heading into the summer break now. The King will begin his own summer holidays later on this week, where he will head to Scotland and stay on the Balmoral estate. And actually, at the end of August, beginning of September, there is usually a weekend where the Prime Minister and their family come to Balmoral, are hosted by the King and Queen there. So
it's referred to as a dine and sleep over, which I found rather charming.
Yes, exactly. So there will be a weekend where Andy Burnham and his family usually will be invited to Balmoral, and you would think that would be an opportune moment for the two men to really get to know each other better, to get an understanding of who they are and what their interests are heading into the autumn term and the busyness of public office once Parliament is back and once the King is back to regular engagements.
Yes, I remember Tony Blair, or was it Cherie Blair, talking about the staying at Balmoral. There are a number of details, probably best not to go into at this time of day, but and the famous barbecues and the slightly surreal nature of all that.
I mean, many people will perhaps have seen it watching The Crown. There is a whole episode devoted to a Balmoral weekend with the Prime Minister. And, yeah, I mean, you would have to, Andy Burnham and his family will have to understand the niceties of a country weekend in Scotland with the King and Queen. There will be routines and rhythms and choreography to how that works. But I'm sure the King will want to make him and his family feel welcome. And it is a moment to really get to know each other a little bit and get to understand who you both are as individuals and what your priorities are.
And there's an element of that today, isn't it? I'm struck by the fact, well, Keir Starmer arrived with his family and Andy Burnham has arrived with his wife. I imagine there will be conversations about how family life is going to change, how their personal circumstances are going to change.
Yeah, 100%. And the King will be very much interested in that personal aspect. I think, when are you moving? Exactly where will you be living? What about your children? Andy Burnham's children are in their 20s.
Here we
have it.
It is something uncanny about it, Daniela, isn't it? They're in the same room. King Charles on the right, Andy Burnham on the left, just as it was with Keir Starmer. But here we have the moment after the resignation, the welcoming of Andy Burnham as Prime Minister. That, for Andy Burnham, one cannot underestimate what that must feel like. Chris, I mean, this is something that Andy Burnham, I mean, I think it's not too much to say he's probably dreamt of.
Yeah, that's the moment, isn't it? Andy Burnham becoming Prime Minister. As you say, it is quite something, seeing that image in exactly the same spot, against exactly the same backdrop as the now former Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, was in just a handful of minutes ago. Seeing the smile there on Andy Burnham's face, an ambition for much of his adult life to one day be the leader of the Labour Party, and yes, so he hoped, the Prime Minister. The last two times, you know, he contested the Labour leadership, it was to become leader of the opposition. This time, no contest, no rivals for the Labour leadership position, and at a time when Labour were in government. So in just that matter of days from becoming Labour leader on Friday, there he is in Buckingham Palace, becoming our fifth Prime Minister in 4 years. And whatever is to come, as Keir Starmer has reflected in the last couple of weeks, whatever is to come for Andy Burnham in the coming weeks, months and years, this a moment, and the moments to come in Downing Street here in the next half hour or so, that he will forever reflect upon, no doubt, at a personal level, with a deep sense of pride. But the hard work about to begin. He does have a couple more ceremonial moments, if you like, both the remaining conversation that's currently ongoing with the King, and then a brief moment of respite in the car as he travels down the Mall and then down Whitehall to Downing Street. And when he gets here, Fiona, what I can tell you is a gathering of Andy Burnham's keenest personal supporters are just gathering at the bottom of Downing Street. It'll be interesting to see if they are choreographically assembled in a similar way to the semicircle that gathered behind Keir Starmer an hour or so ago. It'll also be interesting to see if there are any overlapping names. In other words, those who were invited to Keir Starmer's departure and Andy Burnham's arrival. I suspect quite a few will have only had an invite to one of those two occasions rather than both, although I am told there is a little bit of overlap. It will be intriguing to see how much of a Mancunian flavour there is in that welcoming party for Andy Burnham. But yes, that conversation with the monarch ongoing, that brief bit of respite on a very short car journey down just a couple of streets, 3 streets in total, I suppose, the Mall, Whitehall and Downing Street, before we hear from Andy Burnham as Prime Minister for the first time here in Downing Street in the next 20 minutes or so.
And Chris, we're seeing more pictures now of that moment of Andy Burnham, our Prime Minister, and King Charles in the Chinese drawing room, wreathed in smiles. This is such a moment for Andy Burnham, as you say. And I wonder, Chris, if you feel, I mean, as he's going to hit the ground running when he gets to you in Downing Street, just 3 streets away, as you pointed out. This is the calm before the storm, if you like.
It is, yeah, and the beginnings, just seeing those series of images that we're looking at on screen now, the beginnings of what will be a crucial relationship for Andy Burnham, as it is for every Prime Minister, that relationship between Prime Minister and monarch, that source of wisdom and longevity that the King brings to politics and diplomacy, having granted only been king for a handful of years, albeit with a good number of prime ministers now, but his time as Prince of Wales before that. But crucially, as you and Daniela have been reflecting, the sanctity of the relationship that a prime minister and a monarch have, those weekly audiences where a prime minister can be utterly candid about the political scenarios that they are wrestling with, knowing, perhaps unlike any other conversation they have with almost anyone, that the nature of that conversation, the content of that conversation won't leak to folk like me and others, that the King can be there as a sounding board and a source of advice without any wider political axe to grind. But yes, to come to your question, Fiona, that sense of wanting to hit the ground running. Yes, his team have been making clear to me and others that is absolutely his desire. I think they are aware that they, in their guarded approach to the last few weeks in terms of their public statements and appearances, that they need to contrast that once he is in office with being seen and seen frequently, audibly and visibly around the UK. I suspect he'll be out and about around the UK in pretty short order in the next couple of days. And then trying to walk the balancing line, the tightrope of delivering within the scope of Labour's manifesto, which gave them their mandate to govern a couple of years ago, whilst being distinctive, whilst proving, as he hopes to be able to offer something different. And then, and this is always the balancing act as well, how do you promise something that gets you noticed, that raises the prospects and the popularity of the Labour Party, which has been rock bottom and contributed to Keir Starmer's demise, whilst at the same time not creating too big a gap between expectation and rhetoric in these opening, quite heady days for a new Prime Minister, and actually the capacity to deliver. That is a tricky old challenge that will confront Andy Burnham straight away.
And just looking at these pictures of Buckingham Palace bathed in glorious sunshine. Daniela, you're still with me here, and we've had confirmation, I mean, as if confirmation were needed, really, of what's taken place in the meeting.
Yeah, what we've had, Fiona, is a formal notice as well from Buckingham Palace that this meeting has happened. If I just read it to you from the Palace, it says, His Majesty received in audience the Right Honourable Andrew Burnham MP and requested him to form a new administration. The Right Honourable Andrew Burnham MP accepted the King's offer and kissed hands upon his appointment as Prime Minister and First Lord of the Treasury. Miss Marie-France Van Heel was also received by His Majesty. So that is the confirmation from Buckingham Palace that Andy Burnham is now Prime Minister. That moment described as the kissing of hands. There is no kissing of hands.
Yes, let's be clear about that in case people are wondering.
It's just it's a traditional turn of phrase that harks back to moments in history that no longer happen. But it is a handshake, as we have seen in these photos we're now looking at here. It is a conversation between a monarch and his new Prime Minister. That is what is going on now. We are expecting Andy Burnham to be leaving here, Prime Minister Burnham to be leaving Buckingham Palace shortly. And when he says his goodbyes here in the Chinese dining room of Buckingham Palace, where the audience is happening, a temporary room that is being used while the palace is having some work done, it will be the King and perhaps those from the royal household that greet him will be the first people to address Andy Burnham as Prime Minister.
And what a moment that will be for him. And just as Keir Starmer, our former Prime Minister, left through the back entrance, I mean, certainly wasn't coming out the front, we assume that our new Prime Minister, Andy Burnham, will come out the front with all the pomp and splendour, the full convoy for everybody here to see.
I think so. The crowd has dispersed a little outside the palace now after changing of the guard, but I can see from my position here with you, Fiona, the police outriders lining up ready for when Andy Burnham's, Prime Minister Burnham's vehicles leave Buckingham Palace, and we are expecting them to escort him with the full police escort that comes with being Prime Minister down the Mall to Downing Street, where we will hear from him for the first time as Prime Minister.
And then as far as the monarch and our new Prime Minister meeting from here on in, you mentioned that there would be this stay at Balmoral, you were saying, in the summer, perhaps in August. The weekly meetings obviously happen while Parliament is in session. Are they expected to get together over the summer? Other than that, generally, do they tend to be meetings, or does that tend to be put in abeyance while the King takes a break and Andy Burnham puts together his government?
I mean, there will be a break built in, so the meetings may not happen in person, but they will happen in some form. They will talk over the phone. There will be a little hiatus for the summer break, but there won't be a huge long break between now and the King returning to public duties in the autumn. And there are things to discuss, of course, in terms of the Prime Minister's relationship with the King. There is a Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting at the end of October, beginning of November in the Caribbean that both will be involved in. Andy Burnham may have some views on where he would like the King to go internationally in terms of shoring up the UK's relationship with other countries around the world. There may be an incoming state visit. Who is coming to visit us here? Who are we hosting? All of those conversations Andy Burnham will now be part of.
And Chris at Downing Street, paint a picture for us of what's happening there. It sounds like you were right. There isn't going to be a lectern. I can just see a microphone. So that is a break with tradition. But I can see crowds gathering there, a real sense of anticipation.
Yeah, absolutely right. So the Downing Street staff are out with the good old gaffer tape, which always makes an appearance on days like this, to mark the spot normally where the lectern stands. But as you can see, this is a set of microphones without their good friend, the lectern. The lectern has been retired. There is no sign of it. That has been indicated by Andy Burnham's team over the weekend, that he would be dispensing with the lectern. I think this is part of his desire, Fiona, to continue to project the sense of communication style that we became used to, and certainly people in the northwest of England became used to during his time as the mayor of Greater Manchester, which was to be much more informal than... Sorry.
I was just going to say, what are we to read into that? Is it trying to say there is no barrier between me and the people I'm talking to? Is that the sort of visual clue that he's trying to give?
Yeah, absolutely. That is the visual clue he is trying to give. And as they test the microphone right now, Andy Burnham's assembled crowd of supporters is taking up position either side of the main entrance to 10 Downing Street. So they're assembling. I'm trying to see who amongst the crowd I recognise and whether there was any overlap with the party that saw Keir Starmer out just a matter of an hour or so ago. Yeah, it looks like there's members of his family in and amongst the people gathered here. But yeah, on that point, Fiona, about style and communication, yes, to a degree it might seem superficial, but Andy Burnham is of the view that some of the familiar tropes, if you like, of politics, bluntly a lot of blokes wearing suits standing in front of lecterns, act as a barrier to people's willingness to engage and be interested in what political leaders are talking about. Now, we saw those there in those still pictures from the palace that Andy Burnham decided he would wear a suit and tie for an appointment with the King, which I guess we shouldn't be that surprised about. But I think he will dispense with the suit and tie whenever he can as Prime Minister. And the absence of the lectern, as outwardly trivial as it might seem at one level, is an attempt by him to project a sense of difference, that he is going to try to approach doing this job differently, not just from his immediate predecessors, but from those before that as well.
And Chris, are you getting any sense, looking at the crowd gathering there opposite you outside number 10, who's in and who's out? I mean, this is what we all want to know. It's been a very closely guarded secret so far.
Yes, it is a closely guarded secret. It certainly has been. It's difficult to read much into it from the assembled gathering of friends and family and wider supporters. We wouldn't expect those who are likely to be taking senior public-facing jobs in his administration to be necessarily in and amongst the crowd. Look, to make an obvious but very human point about a day like this is a crowd gathering, all of whom are wearing smiles and are wearing and projecting a sense of jubilation, a sense of victory, a sense of occasion. And you contrast that with what we saw just an hour or so ago with the departure of Keir Starmer, where, yes, there was a sense of pride, but ultimately the demeanour was one of sad reflection, rejection, dejection, failure, really, because they had hoped that their Prime Minister would be around for much longer. In fact, I just see walking up the street, Fiona, Steve Rotherham clutching his grandchild. He was proudly posting on social media that he'd become a granddad in recent weeks. Steve Rotherham is the mayor of the Liverpool City region and a long-standing ally of Andy Burnham, the two of them as mayors of the Liverpool City region and Greater Manchester respectively, until Andy Burnham was elected as the MP for Makerfield. So we see Rotherham Jr. taking up a pretty prominent spot outside the door of 10 Downing Street, ahead of his friend Andy Burnham arriving here in the next 10 minutes or so.
Well, we hear, Chris, in fact, that Andy Burnham will be leaving Buckingham Palace here in the next minute or so. So get ready for his arrival. And then, of course, once Andy Burnham leaves, Daniela, the King's business carries on as usual.
That's right. I mean, it is a reminder of the role of monarch, isn't it? This is just a little change of plans in the diary for this morning, meaning the King had to return to London to see this constitutional moment play out. But then he will leave here pretty much as soon as Andy Burnham leaves Buckingham Palace to go to a number of engagements this afternoon outside of London. He's got a journey of an hour or so outside of London where the normal business of royalty continues, and he has a number of engagements around the country, on the eastern side of the country, over the course of this week before the King himself goes off on summer break. So we are now looking at the luggage door in the quadrangle of Buckingham Palace. It is where we will see the new Prime Minister, Andy Burnham, depart after his audience with the King, where the King asked him to form a new government and Andy Burnham accepted. So he will depart there shortly. It's feeling a little bit like it's going to be roughly around the same amount of time as Sir Keir Starmer spent inside Buckingham Palace, but we have someone on a stopwatch keeping an eye on the minutes of how long each man was inside. But roughly the same time as the King meets his new Prime Minister, meets Andy Burnham's wife as well, and he will then leave here to go to Downing Street.
And of course, it's as we've been saying, it's a moment of calm for Andy Burnham. One has a feeling it's going to end pretty soon. We're seeing people beginning to come out of the wonderfully named luggage
very unglamorous luggage
door as we go on. But this is the first meeting, not the first meeting between our monarch and Andy Burnham. They have met in the past. Of course, Andy Burnham was in government, he was in opposition and was Mayor of Manchester. But the first meeting they have where, for the King, Andy Burnham is going to play such an important role.
That's right, and I have over the past couple of days been trying to look into whether Andy Burnham has ever said anything about monarchy before, about how he views the royal family, and he hasn't said very much at all about it. It's hard to get a sense of it, but there have been some official statements when he was Mayor of Manchester that he made about monarchy, particularly after the death of Queen Elizabeth II, where he talked about her providing consistency for the British people, and that her, as Queen, as monarch, defined what it is to be British. So perhaps you get a sense that he looks rather favourably on the role of the royal family in public life. After the coronation as well, he spoke about building strong bonds of friendship with the King, particularly around the King's relationship with Manchester, with Greater Manchester. But again, the flavour of his public comments around the royal family have generally been quite positive, with him having a view that they have the capacity to enhance the reputation of Britain and to enhance public life. So the mood is that he has generally a positive feeling towards the royal family, but we will learn much more about that as the relationship between King and Prime Minister evolves.
And how important is it that the King has a favourable view of the Prime Minister? Does that matter at the end of the day?
I don't know that it matters, but I think it makes life feel a lot easier if they have a good working relationship, that they can have honest, robust exchanges that are kept private, that the King can voice his concerns, that he can learn more about the running of government. And I think it adds to the sense of a stable monarchy if there is a strong, solid, challenging relationship between King and Prime Minister. They won't always agree, of course. They are two men from very different backgrounds with very different perspectives, but there are clearly some common ground around social cohesion, around multi-faith communities, that they will definitely find some common interests in some areas where they can work together.
Such a contrast between the images we're seeing here. Downing Street, the serried ranks of journalists, of people from inside Number 10, of supporters of the new Prime Minister, all there waiting with a great sense of anticipation. And here, the calm at Buckingham Palace. You've got the tourists here, but their numbers have mostly thinned out because they were predominantly here to see the changing of the guard, and then suddenly were treated to this constitutional handover, if you like, as the police convoy arrived with Keir Starmer and the Outriders and all the grandeur of that. And then this little door at Buckingham Palace, and the moment that Andy Burnham walks out that door is the first glimpse that we will all have of Andy Burnham as Prime Minister. And then when he makes his very short way to Downing Street, just 2-3 streets away, we will get our first perhaps proper sense of what Andy Burnham as Prime Minister means for all of us. And that's presumably Chris there at Downs. I can see Steve Rotherham again with his grandchild so proudly displayed. But that's what everyone is waiting for there at Downs. Not only to cheer on the bloke they support, of course, but to get a clearer sense of what's coming down the track for all of us.
Yeah, absolutely right. So people here have their smartphones out. They're doing selfies in and amongst the crowd. It's a rather thicker crowd, broader crowd numerically than those that we saw gathered for Keir Starmer's departure. As I say, there are one or two overlaps of advisors who are being kept on from one administration into the next. I think we just spotted Andy Burnham's mum here. Who else did we see? We saw Peter Reid, the footballer. He was involved and photographed with Andy Burnham during the by-election campaign in the Makerfield constituency a couple of months ago. Dale Vince, the Labour supporter, I think he's wearing a T-shirt that says "Chips are vegan." He's just turned his back to me, so I can't quite read it. I think it says chips are vegan, which I guess they are, aren't they? So the crowd gathered expecting to see their man, to see the new Prime Minister in the next few minutes.
Yes, well, we all wait with anticipation to see quite when he will come out of Buckingham Palace. As Danielle, as you say, there's someone with a stopwatch time in all this. Can there be no sense of favouritism, longer or shorter with the outgoing Prime Minister and longer or shorter with the incoming Prime Minister? So, yes, people getting ready. I suspect that man was coming out to check that the cameras are recording. Yes, they are. We are all here waiting for that moment. And I suspect for Andy Burnham, I mean, this, walking out of the palace outside this gloriously named luggage door is not going to be the moment. But having had that meeting with the King, being asked formally by the monarch to form a government, that is a moment he is never going to forget.
No, I mean, a hugely important moment for him politically and personally, for both him and his family. And actually, when he emerges from that luggage door there, it will be a very quiet moment. There aren't that many people in the quadrangle of Buckingham Palace. There'll be a little bit of peace. He'll be aware of the helicopter that is above us here. But the moment the vehicles drive out of the central gates through the main gates of Buckingham Palace onto the Mall, he'll see the people. He'll get a sense of going to Downing Street to deliver his first speech as Prime Minister. And I suspect it will very much come home to him, just the power of this political moment. But the King, for him personally, a chance for him, as we have talked again and again about this establishing of a new relationship, an important one that will be so key to both the King and to the Prime Minister in the months ahead.
You also get a feeling, Daniela, that politics is a dirty business. It gets down and dirty. But when you're Prime Minister, you come to Buckingham Palace and you're surrounded by the grandeur and the tradition and the centuries of history of the building. You emerge from here, you drive down the Mall, past the flags, past the Clarence House, past the grand buildings. I wonder if that's the moment where it really sinks in. You think, right, this is it now.
I think especially for a man who prides himself on his informality and perhaps not being so impressed by these moments.
And here he is, Daniela.
Here he is, Sir Clive Alderton leading out the new Prime Minister and his wife, Andy Burnham, the new Prime Minister, waving to those collected in the quad of Buckingham Palace. He will now be driven out. Major Ben Rigby there, saying goodbye to the new Prime Minister and his wife, and Sir Clive Alderton, the Private Secretary of the King, saying their goodbyes, and into the vehicle they go. Andy Burnham, the new Prime Minister, was inside for 35 minutes. It's just a touch longer than Sir Keir Starmer was there.
But let's not. Who's counting? Who's counting, Daniela? Yes.
So very similar times that they spent inside the Chinese dining room inside Buckingham Palace for that audience with the King. And the vehicles now pull out, the police outriders prepare as the new Prime Minister leaves Buckingham Palace.
Yes, we wait for his car to emerge from the quadrangle. We will see that any minute as it comes out. And there are the police outriders holding back the traffic, holding back their tourists, and here comes the convoy of cars, gleaming in this warm sunshine as Andy Burnham, Prime Minister Burnham, makes his way to Downing Street. There we see the cars departing at some speed, it has to be said, through the traffic, leaving Buckingham Palace. The outriders speeding past a red traffic light, but that's not a problem for them. They can go straight through it, down the Mall. There we see it. Through the parks on either side. It is a glorious sight, it has to be said, as they make their way. Take, what, 2 minutes possibly? As they come down the Mall, they'll be making their way towards Admiralty Arch. And there we have the 3 cars with the Prime Minister in the middle and the police outrider, another police car at the very back, escorting them through the traffic, such as it is, not waiting for traffic lights. They don't have to worry with that as Prime Minister. And now they will make their way just a little bit further along that Mall as they approach Admiralty Arch. Admiralty Arch, which of course was part of the Department of Defence. It's now a hotel, actually, but it was an important government building until relatively recently. Andy Burnham and his wife sitting in the car, no doubt reflecting on the meeting they've just had with the monarch. Chris, I could hear the cheers. They've obviously realised there that Andy Burnham has come out of Buckingham Palace and they're all agog to see him there.
Indeed so, yeah. So the crowd here absorbing the fact that their man, Andy Burnham, is the Prime Minister of the UK and is now just a matter of moments away. We're keeping an eye on the Downing Street gates, halfway down Whitehall, manned, as you know, by police, armed police, 24 hours a day. They will be keenly aware that the motorcades will be heading down Whitehall any moment, and Andy Burnham, I guess, keeping an eye on what he's about to say, because the absence of a lectern means that he won't be reading his speech from notes, which is the convention. He will be talking from whatever he has memorised. So perhaps, Clive, I guess, a chance for him to quickly check those notes before he's addressing us in just a moment or so.
Indeed. Fiona and Daniela at Buckingham Palace, many thanks for that. Talked a lot about changing of the guard over there. It is literally a changing of the guard. We now have a new Prime Minister who will be arriving here in the next couple of minutes or so. Yes, as Fiona was suggesting, going through red lights, not a problem there. Thumbs up for one of the photographers, just
2 minutes,
sure
I think that was.
That seems to be the 2-minute call. And of course, when he arrives here and he goes through those gates, he will be greeted by the smiling faces of so many of the people that he's worked with over the last few years up in Manchester. People who have been with him from the very beginning of this new political journey. Remember, he did serve in the administrations of Tony Blair and Gordon Brown. He's used to coming to number 10, but certainly not for the last few years. But now he is coming as top dog, literally. And so he will see the people here lined up along the street here, wishing him well. And some of these people could well be working with him in the new administration. Chris, I'm struck by the speed of all of this. The fact that literally a month ago, he was a mayor of a local city, but
the gates are opening at the bottom of Downing Street. You can hear a cheer in Whitehall. The lead Range Rover coming through those gates in the leading the motorcade into the street. You can see the police outriders behind them. Trio of cars, I think, coming down towards the base of the street. A thumbs up from the Mayor of the Liverpool City region, Steve Rotherham, clutching his grandchild, as we mentioned. The car door about to open with the new Prime Minister in that Range Rover, and Clive, he'll be wandering up to the microphone shortly and no doubt greeted by cheers. Here he comes. By his wife, Marie France, stopping to greet some of the friends and family who come to see him arrive in Downing Street as Prime Minister for the first time. Every inch formal dress for the new Prime Minister on this occasion. Suit and tie and buttoned as well. What a moment for the new Prime Minister to soak up. Previous Prime Ministers have said for all of the difficulties that come in office after this moment, this is one to cherish on a human, on a family level, with those who helped bring this moment about. Rosie Winterson there, the veteran Labour figure, being greeted by Andy Burnham. And that's Josh Simons, the MP, now former MP, who gave up his seat in Makerfield in Greater Manchester in order for Andy Burnham to run as an MP, clearing his path for this moment.
Indeed, what a political journey this has been for Andy Burnham. Literally just a month ago, Mayor of Greater Manchester, and now he's here.
As a mayor, that's right, embraces a former mayor.
That's right. So we've got Peter Reid, the footballer, who campaigned for him in Makerfield, in the white jacket there. Became leader of the Labour Party just last week, now he's Prime Minister with the keys to number 10, and he's about to give his first speech as leader of the United Kingdom.
Andy Burnham embracing Kevin Lee, long-standing aide. He's been at Andy Burnham's side for way more than a decade. And here he comes to address the country as Prime Minister for the first time.
I have just come from Buckingham Palace, where I have accepted His Majesty the King's invitation to form a government. In doing so, I am acutely conscious that I am the 6th person in the last 10 years to walk up this street, the 7th Prime Minister since 2016, making this a moment for reflection and new resolution. It requires my generation of politicians to raise our game and rise to the new challenge. Britain needs to show the world that we can regain our stability once again. And that is our challenge, to make politics work, to make it work better. I know people at home are fed up with politics. I hear you, and I want to be honest with you. We have not been good enough, and we need to be better. We will be. We will make this moment a circuit breaker for Britain, bringing forward the biggest changes in the last 40 years. A new political model and a new economic model. In the 1980s, Britain took some wrong turns. Political power was centralised, economic power privatised. Large parts of the country deindustrialised, and they still haven't recovered. Many feel as though they're still in decline, and they don't have the ability to turn things around. And that's why we will change politics, to make it more collaborative, more about problem solving than point scoring. And we will take power out of here and carry it into every postcode in the land so that they can do more. And in doing more, build a new economy where we put life's essentials back under stronger public control to make them affordable to you again. Reindustrialising Britain, using public procurement to back British industry. Later this year, I will bring forward a new plan for Britain, a 10-year plan, laying out a path from where we are now to where I believe we all want Britain to be, wherever we're coming from, whatever party we support. But I can do something to give people some breathing space now, some help with the cost of living. And I will set out some of those measures starting tomorrow, including how we pay for them. We will help more young people into work by changing the education system and giving them more support, more mental health support. And we will build more council homes. That is the fair and sustainable way to bring the welfare bill down, to meet our fiscal rules and to honour our commitments on defence to our international partners. We will help people to live well, building a more preventative state, investing in people's success rather than paying for failure. And that work starts now. I will soon go through that door behind me and issue my first instruction to end rough sleeping in our country. It's about putting the right values and the right standards at the heart of government. I will put the care of people at the heart of everything I do. I will give this my all, and I ask you all to pull with me. Let's build a new national sense of unity, of common purpose and positivity. Let us make this the moment when Britain starts to believe again, the moment we bring back hope. Thank you very much, everybody.
The new Prime Minister there greeting some of his supporters here who've come down from Manchester, and a speech with no notes where he talked about a 10-year plan, a new strategy for Britain. He talked about creating a new economic and political model for Britain, and that this was a circuit breaker moment for the nation, a change to the way things have done that will reverberate down the years. Chris Mason is with me now. Chris.
Just the image we were just seeing there, Clive, is the Prime Minister embracing his mum. So talking to his mum there, standing proudly on the steps of 11 Downing Street as Andy Burnham completes his greeting of his supporters to our left of the door of Downing Street before he heads in through the through the main doors. Turns out we were just getting in the way of the camera shot there, so we're ducking out of the way. Very shortly, we should see the new Prime Minister with his wife walk through the doors of number 10 for the first time. Here it comes.
A kiss for his wife, very close there. And the applause inside, greeted by the Cabinet Secretary, who will introduce him to the staff of his new home. So, there you have it. There he is inside on his first day, the first moments of his premiership. A project that he says is the beginning of a 10-year strategy to completely remake British politics and to fashion a new economic model. Annabelle Tiffin is with me here. Annabelle, you're our Northwest of England political editor. This is a moment not just for the new Prime Minister, but also for these people who've been with him every step of the way.
And I was really having a good look. I was waving to a few people because when you work in the region a lot, you do know these people. And, you know, you obviously had Steve Rotherham there with his 10-week-old grandson. You had people like Rose Marley, who's worked with him for years. Kevin Lee, who's his advisor, who's really got him to where he's been to today. Aroosh Shah, who's the Oldham Council leader until a little while ago. So, yes, some of these people have been with him from the very, very start. And it will be really emotional for them to have finally, you know, see the man that they've been trying to get to here for certainly a few months finally walk through that door. And, you know, it's a big thing for the Northwest. Whatever your politics, we now have a Northwest Prime Minister, which we haven't had for more than 50 years. So it's a big deal for our region, it really is.
And you talked about one of the first things he was going to do as soon as he crossed the threshold of number 10 was to institute some kind of strategy, some kind of new policy on rough sleeping.
Yeah.
How much of a problem has that been in Manchester? We know it's a problem in all of our big cities. But tell us about Manchester.
Well, this was one of his first things that he wanted to do when he became mayor. And he gave a percentage, still does, I don't know if he still will, but he gave a percentage of his wage to help rough sleepers. And he did say he was going to eradicate rough sleeping. I think he said it by 2020 initially, but that hasn't happened. I mean,
so this was up in Manchester?
Yes.
Yeah.
So that was one of his first pledges as Greater Manchester Mayor, was to eradicate rough sleeping. It hasn't happened. There is still a problem with rough sleeping. It has gone down in numbers, but it hasn't been eradicated. So it's interesting. I found that quite interesting that he made that one of his first pledges to do it on a national scale. I mean, it's huge.
It's absolutely huge. But given the fact that, as you say, it hasn't been as successful as yet under the timetable that he set himself up in Manchester. I mean, is he setting himself up for a fall?
It's difficult, isn't it? Well, that's why I was quite surprised he said it, because it is one of the criticisms he sometimes gets laid at him, is that he hasn't actually managed to do that and do what he actually said about rough sleeping. So, well, we'll see, won't we, I suppose, whether he can actually achieve it.
And on that exact point, there is a desire, you can get a sense of his desire to project it as a big message on day one, Clive, because this morning, and we should be able to bring you the pictures shortly, Andy Burnham was out and about at about 6:30 this morning, meeting people who were rough sleeping, serving in a kitchen and emphasising it as a key early promise.
Just to say that it's 1 o'clock and there is no 1 o'clock news as such. We're going to stay with the pictures here and tell you more of the story of this transfer of power with the new Prime Minister, Andy Burnham, now in number 10. Chris, you were saying that this is something that's close to his heart, clearly. Not as successful up in Manchester as he hoped he would be. But he's also talked about a lot of other things in that brief statement that he gave that are going to cost money. Indeed. Where's this money going to come from?
Quite, and that's a big early question. Now, he did nod, didn't he, to the fact that later this week, in fact, starting tomorrow, he's going to set out what he describes as a 10-year plan with some more specifics about what he wants to do. And there was a line in there where he said, and how it will be paid for. I think, picking up on the conversation you were just having there with Annabelle, part, I think, of the different style that he's seeking to project as Prime Minister, yes, part of it was addressing us there without a lectern, and so he was ad-libbing. He'd clearly learned a speech that he was delivering without notes and without an auto cue. And I think the visit that he has been on this morning, at the crack of dawn this morning, to a homeless shelter and meeting people rough sleeping, as someone who is hours away from being Prime Minister, is also trying to project that sense of someone who wants it to be known from the outset that he's, as he sees, a grassroots pavement politician who has become Prime Minister, rather than, if you like, the other way round. Just one other thought, Clive. Right now, as we see the melee here of some of the Prime Minister's keenest supporters, many from Greater Manchester, others from beyond. I just see over your shoulder Josh Simons, the former MP for Makerfield, who made this happen by standing aside, creating that vacancy in the Greater Manchester seat that Andy Burnham now represents. Andy Burnham is behind that door. He's just been clapped in by the Cabinet Secretary, the lead civil servant, and lots of other Downing Street civil service staff, and will be taken into a side room, and the gravity of office will descend as he signs those letters of last resort to the commanders of our nuclear submarines and begins the awesome responsibility of being Prime Minister. Yes, he's held high office, executive office in Greater Manchester, cabinet office in previous governments under Tony Blair and Gordon Brown, but this is on a level sky high compared with them. And how does he approach that? How does he find it? How does he deal with all of those trade-offs that he'll start confronting right now?
Yeah, Annabelle, going back to his time in Manchester, given the style and change of style that we've talked about, you know, no lectern, a little bit more relaxed, perhaps a better communicator than Sir Keir Starmer, has that been able to override those policy areas where he hasn't been successful in Manchester? For instance, with rough sleeping, has that bought him a little bit more time? Because at least he's, in a way, telling the public, I'm trying, I'm making an effort here on your behalf.
Well, I think evidence would say yes, because he has remained so popular. So he was only elected back in 2024, and he did do extremely well. I mean, it was incredible. His popularity sort of goes beyond any other Labour politician, and while other Labour politicians in the 2019 election were losing their seats throughout Greater Manchester, throughout the North West, Andy Burnham remained very, very popular. So he has been forgiven for quite a lot. I mentioned earlier when I was speaking to you about the Clean Air Zone, that was such an unpopular policy, which he initially said, well, the government wanted me to do this. But he did initially agree with it and then went back on it. And there are a lot of people still angry, but he's been forgiven for it. And I think that whole, I mean, it's interesting seeing him in a shirt and tie. We find that really strange now. You know, we're so used to seeing him.
Even the button done, as I mentioned, as
I know.
Well. You know, this is the picture of formality.
It is, and it's so odd. And you know, we'll have to get used in the North West to calling him Prime Minister, not Andy. And it's things like that, because he has very much been hands-on. He's very hands-on with the press. He knows us all by name. He is he gives certainly across that personality of being every man. That doesn't mean to say that he's always lovely and fluffy and kind. I've seen him getting quite, as we say in the north, chippy at times, especially with people who came at him about the clean air zone. So, yeah, he's popular, but he has an edge. He certainly has an edge. Well, you have to, don't you?
Chris, I'm interested in this idea of a new politics, the biggest change in British politics for 40 years. I mean, he's talking big here, no question about it. You know, a new political and economic model. What's he driving?
It's a very, very lofty ambition, isn't it? To talk about politics changing to a greater degree than it has for 40 years. Not only the critique that, it's in his view, there's been this 40 years of neoliberalism, as he puts it, and he means that as a insult. He is talking about the records of previous Labour governments, as well as the records of those you might expect a Labour Prime Minister to criticise, the likes of Margaret Thatcher and John Major. So how does he actually deliver what he sees as a new politics? Well, I think an element of that is the stylistic approach that he will bring, or he hopes to bring to the job. Let's see if that does survive the rigours of an office the like of which he has never previously held. And then as far as an economic model is concerned, again, let's see to what extent can he make sizable and noticeable differences in the matter of maximum a couple of years prior to a general election. That has to happen within 3 years.
Yeah, I mean, Annabelle, he talked about a more collaborative politics as well, taking politics and the work of this place around the country. Was he collaborative with his opponents and those on the other side of the aisle up in Manchester?
Yes, I would certainly say he did. It certainly give across that impression. He worked very well with other council leaders. A lot of them in Greater Manchester, of course, are Labour anyway. But say, for instance, if you take Stockport, it was no control for a long time, but it had a Liberal Democrat leader, and they worked very closely together. This combined authority did work extremely well with the 10 boroughs of Greater Manchester. Having said that, I mentioned Stockport. Another failure he might say is his housing policy, and having to get all the boroughs of the combined authority to agree to his housing and his building policy, and Stockport didn't. It wouldn't go in with him. So it hasn't always completely worked for him. But yes, he has had quite a good collaborative approach, and I think is he coming back out?
Cheers for a photo call outside the shiny number 10 door there.
Yeah, so I think, that's certainly one of his big things, isn't it? And with this Manchesterism, it's having a more collaborative approach to politics, which I think it is fair to say he did do quite well in Greater Manchester.
But Chris, he talks about, sticking to the fiscal rules, following the fiscal rules. He talks about bringing the welfare bill down. He talks about building more council homes. He talks about investing in defence.
Yeah.
There seems to be a lot of money piling up, and I'm not entirely sure there are many people wondering where that money's going to come from.
Quite. I think it's worth a couple of splashes of scepticism here. One is, how on earth do all of those things add up? Now, we clearly haven't got a lot of the detail around a lot of them, but we know in which direction the arrows are pointing, or in the direction the arrows Andy Burnham hopes are pointing in, whether it be increasing defence spending, staying within those fiscal rules, what he does about welfare. The other thing I thought is worth noting, because my goodness, it'll be noticed by opposition parties and it'll be noticed by senior figures in the Labour Party as well. He talked about a desire for stability. Well, he's been quite keen on this job for quite a while, and a by-election came about in which he found a path that has led to this moment. Now, he will make an argument to say that the Labour Party here at Westminster, the Parliamentary Labour Party, were agitating for an alternative to Keir Starmer because of Keir Starmer's unpopularity. Those close to Keir Starmer will say that Andy Burnham has been a persistent sort of fly in their ear or buzzing around their head for a long time.
Yeah, he said he's acutely conscious of the fact that he's the 6th person in the last 10 years to take position here. The constant churn of prime ministers is something that he pointed to, and yet he's the product of that.
I suspect Keir Starmer, if he has decided to watch events in Downing Street in the last half hour, his eyebrows will be on the ceiling hearing that particular line around stability. Now, look, there's nothing wrong with ambition in politics. There's nothing wrong with aspiring to be Prime Minister. And clearly, Keir Starmer, the patience that Labour MPs had for Keir Starmer ran out, and the party collectively viewed Andy Burnham as their most popular alternative leader. Let's see how popularity encounters being Prime Minister, because as we were reflecting a couple of hours ago, Clive, the reality of being Prime Minister in recent years has to become unpopular very quickly.
Yeah, I think we can hear a little bit now, if you missed it, of Andy Burnham's speech. Let's hear what he said.
I will bring forward a new plan for Britain, a 10-year plan, laying out a path from where we are now to where I believe we all want Britain to be, wherever we're coming from, whatever party we support. But I can do something to give people some breathing space now, some help with the cost of living. And I will set out some of those measures starting tomorrow, including how we pay for them. We will help more young people into work by changing the education system and giving them more support, more mental health support. And we will build more council homes. That is the fair and sustainable way to bring the welfare bill down, to meet our fiscal rules and to honour our commitments on defence to our international partners. We will help people to live well, building a more preventative state, investing in people's success rather than paying for failure. And that work starts now. I will soon go through that door behind me and issue my first instruction to end rough sleeping in our country.
Yeah. Andy Burnham there speaking just a few minutes ago. Downing Street is beginning to empty now. The work begins for the new Prime Minister. And some people still posing for photographs there. What a moment this is for them, for those people who've come down from Manchester for this changing of the guard. Faisal Islam, our economics editor, is with us. This whole idea of a new economic model. I think people will be scratching their heads and wondering, well, what does that mean? I mean, he has talked in the past, hasn't he, about Britain taking a wrong turn in the 1980s, that power was given up to private entities, taken out of the hands of the public. Is that what he's talking about? A retrenchment back to the 70s and 80s?
I think that is a political argument about the economy, and I think that it's very much facing what, in his terms, what Reform and Nigel Farage have been managed to sort of capture the imagination of a certain section of the electorate, and he's offering an alternative kind of story, basically, and he's trying to blame the right. That's what's going on there. What in substance does it mean for the economy? As we were talking about before, he's just gone into Downing Street. He is no stranger to the Treasury. He was Chief Secretary there, and his story, as he has written, is that the decision-making in the United Kingdom over the past 30, 40 years has been too centralised and too unresponsive to the needs of the country, and too unresponsive to things like the industrial needs of different parts of the country. Tangibly, what we got from that 7-minute speech was two different time frames. We got the idea, firstly, that immediately there'd be some action on rough sleeping, ending rough sleeping, but tomorrow, a wider plan, perhaps more extensive than we had thought, on the cost of living that he said would be paid for. So if this is to be in any way impactful on a wide swathe of the public, it's going to cost billions. Therefore, is that some sort of tax cut? Is that some sort of other cost of living support? If it's going to be paid for, is that some sort of equally controversial tax rise? That's a big decision to do on your first full day as Prime Minister. Whoever is Chancellor, we haven't got a Chancellor yet. When they're walking up there, we might know quite quickly, because they're going to have to get to work and work through the night to make some numbers add up, because that's important. But then I think it's important to note that he said that later this year we will get a 10-year plan for the country and for the economy. And that is where this decentralisation, devolution, spreading power, number 10 North, I think probably infrastructure. I'm intrigued to know, obviously he was a big fan. That was a cause of some tension with Downing Street over the Liverpool to Manchester fast train line. But he's also joined forces immediately with the former mayor of the West Midlands, a Conservative former mayor, Andy Street, on essentially rebooting some form of the cancelled HS2 line from Birmingham to Manchester. Jim O'Neill, the former Treasury Minister under a coalition government, well, I think he's quite an interesting figure in that. So you get an idea of a sort of long-term plan later this year, some immediate respite for the cost of living. We're very interested in how that gets paid, and this plan on rough sleeping. But yeah, it's interesting because it's not perhaps typically at the top of the political priorities that the public have expressed, the idea that the country's too centralised on London. Yeah. But I think it is something, you're from Yorkshire, I'm from Lancashire, is something that has, and so are you, it does have some resonance, I think, with people outside of London. I think the intriguing question is the extent to which Manchester is seen, and his Manchesterism. Some people say that Manchester is a little bit like a mini London. Yeah. How much does that represent the rest of the country? And indeed, for himself, his Makerfield test versus what goes in the centre of Manchester is quite different from what might go in Makerfield. So these are all intriguing things. We're going to start to get some answers in terms of these trade-offs. Yeah. And it's harder to run a country than it is to run a city.
That's a really interesting point, isn't it? Because going back to the speech, Chris, and the build-up, Manchester this, Manchester that. We were joking about, whether, and we're all from the north, us here, I can say this, we were all, some of these people are going to be wearing bucket hats and that kind of thing. Complete nonsense. But there's a point to it, isn't there, that he needed to, some might argue, speak to the people of deprived areas of South Wales, of Cornwall, of the North East. And that was, some might argue, not the kind of speech that might have been said to be inclusive of everyone, perhaps?
Yeah, it's a really tricky balancing act, this, for him, because clearly his authentic heritage, his political bedrock is grounded there in the northwest of England, in those communities between Liverpool and Manchester. What he's attempting to do now, Clive, is a shimmy, a kind of geographical shimmy, to make an argument that says, look, this is not an exclusively northwest of England or north of England phenomenon. It is a gut sense, he believes, of a detachment that plenty of people feel, sometimes psychologically, sometimes geographically, between what goes on in this postcode and the conventions of this postcode, like lecterns, like suits and ties, like middle-aged men. Oh dear, I suppose the three of us fall into that bucket. Talking a lot about what's going on, that can act as a barrier, visible or otherwise, from people engaging with politics. Now, I noticed actually in that speech, I don't think he referred specifically to number 10 North. Now, granted, he made a big thing of that in that speech he gave a few weeks ago in Manchester. I thought much of the themes of what we heard from him, I was going to say at the lectern, there wasn't a lectern, was there, at the microphone a little while ago, were familiar. We've heard that kind of argument from him and some of the phraseology from him before in recent weeks. Talking about what he's going to say tomorrow, so that's intriguing. What more detail do we get tomorrow? He did, as far as I was touching on, he did explicitly refer to and acknowledge the necessity of spelling out how things are going to be paid for. By gosh, definitely that, because given that list that we've heard, there's clearly a lot of number crunching to be done in the Treasury next door. Once, as Faisal mentions, there's actually a Chancellor to lead that conversation.
Yeah, we're still waiting for an announcement on that, and indeed all the other top posts in his government. But his point would be, Faisal, that if you spread power more evenly across the country, then you can promote growth. And that's where he's going to get the money from. But that takes time.
Yes. And I think in the interim, so there's different time frames. The sort of transformation he was talking about, if it is to work, you know, it's sort of rebooting Britain alongside a model that may have worked in Germany or in Spain to some description. But the point I was making about Greater Manchester is across the whole nation, you really do have to say, if you want to reallocate spending, if you want to spend more on infrastructure somewhere else, if you want to cut the income tax, if you want to stop the freeze on the income tax thresholds, effectively cut taxes, you have to explain how that is funded, either with less spending somewhere else, or with higher taxes, or you might make an argument for higher borrowing, for example, for infrastructure investment. All of that detail is essential now.
But he's going to stay within the fiscal rules.
Yes, and he's not going to. It is decision time now.
Yeah.
We have heard, if you like, a story, a narrative. And I think one thing that was quite interesting about the fact that he did it without a lectern, which is again just presentational detail, is that if you've heard his speeches over years, if you've looked at what he wrote down in his book that was co-written with Steve Rotheram, it is very familiar. He sort of believes that stuff very, very strongly. I'm not sure any focus group would have told him decentralisation and devolution is the number one issue that's going to excite the nation. But he clearly utterly believes it, and utterly believes that that's the way to, A, connect with the public, but B, also offer agency to regions and cities so that they can make the decisions to grow. So that they may choose, like they do in Germany and Spain, if they're smaller cities, to borrow more money because they think that they should have underground metro systems in the third and fourth cities in a way we don't have in the United Kingdom, because everything goes through number 11, everything goes through the Treasury. So he has made that argument for years and years and years, genuinely believes it. That's why he can give a speech like that on some quite nerdy details. It's quite nerdy, like the sort of infrastructure of how decisions are made and which level. But, you know, for example, I do wonder, so one of the arguments I've heard, and this is a real test, and one of the fail points, frankly, of the previous administration of Starmer was that they unbelievably, with a majority of 160-odd, couldn't get their welfare plans through their own parliament. And that is what spooked the markets, I have to say. They're like, well, hang on, what can they get through? So one of the arguments I've heard in the background, and again, tomorrow will be the first test of this, is that he can get things with the credibility with the soft left of the party through the party, and frankly, they can't afford to have many rebellions, and he can get things like welfare reform if staged differently. So, for example, you go back to Gordon Brown's plans in 2008-9, where you fund up front the jobs creation for young people. He mentioned that, mental health support. You offer them mental health support. Does that mean you take them off PIP? Is that the heart? But do you offer the support first? And you offer billions of support, get them into jobs. That's the best mental health. Do you offer that then at different levels? Do you offer that to city leaders to do that? That is the sort of plan that was being worked up in the background. That is the sort of thing, I think, is why we'll get the long-term plan in a few months' time and not tomorrow.
Yeah, so there might be an adaptability there of policy in regards some of the left in his party. But is there also a sense that there is potentially an existential threat out there, which is Nigel Farage and reform when it comes to the future of Labour? And that very threat could be what actually ends up keeping some of those backbenchers in line.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, it's intriguing. The Nigel Farage's influence on what we've seen play out this morning shouldn't be underestimated. He and reform and their capacity to frighten the living daylights, frankly, out of the Labour Party in the last couple of years is what accelerated Keir Starmer's movement towards the exit, because the Labour Party feared losing to reform, and there was evidence of that in the elections of just a couple of months ago. Keir Starmer tried to make an argument that he was the best frontman for the Labour Party in taking on reform, and frankly the Labour Party in the end didn't believe him. Picking up on one of Faisal's points there, what will be fascinating to witness in the opening months of Andy Burnham's premiership is the extent to which he can charm and cajole the parliamentary Labour Party into a place where they are willing to do as he would like, basically. Can he take them with him? I think most would accept he is more deft politically than perhaps Keir Starmer was. And the reason this matters is that if he can, he's got a colossal majority that he can use and use pretty effectively for a good couple of years before the countdown to the next election begins, if this Parliament runs its full course. As far as Andy Burnham and Nigel Farage are concerned, well, this is going to be one of the split-screen tussles of our time in the next couple of years. Who can triumph between Andy Burnham and Nigel Farage? Of course, there are other players in the mix as well, whether it be Kemi Badenoch or the SNP and Plaid in Scotland and Wales, respectively. But Andy Burnham arrives, and this is perhaps the sort of fortune of a good fortune general, if you like. Andy Burnham arrives at just the point that Nigel Farage is hitting pretty severe turbulence. All of those questions that are swirling about money and transparency and accountability. Of course, that by-election that Nigel Farage has chosen to trigger in Clacton in Essex, the seat that he represented prior to resigning his seat. How does that tussle play out in the next couple of months and next couple of years is going to be central to our politics.
Yeah, I mean, Faisal, he talked about staying within the fiscal rules, a clear signal to the markets that we're not going to do anything silly here. This is not going to be a Liz Truss moment. Yes, I'm making promises on all kinds of things, but it's going to be above board. Don't worry. Does that suggest to you that Shabana Mahmood probably is a shoo-in, bearing in mind that she's from the right of the party more than from the left?
Well, I think the context to this is that 3 months ago, then Mayor Burnham did contemplate some changes to the rules, potentially to account, as they have done in Germany, for defence spending having to go up. He rode back from that pretty quickly during the Makerfield by-election, apparently on the advice, this is not the thing to do. Don't shake things up like that. It has consequences sticking to the rules. It means that whatever the quantum of the giveaway that comes tomorrow morning, we expect, it will have to be balanced with something kind of equally controversial that hasn't fully been prepared. Everything that has been out there, been rumoured, seems to be a net spend item, right? It was significant that he chose to say, well, A, as you say, he was going to stick to the fiscal rules, but also that whatever gets announced tomorrow will be paid for. Yeah. But on top of that, as I've said, his longer-term plans, extra infrastructure, maybe changing where infrastructure is spent, there was a suggestion that if Ed Miliband goes to the Foreign Office, that might come accompanied with a return to 0.7% of GDP spent on aid. These are significant amounts. We haven't got a fully costed defence settlement, really. I mean, a bit of it was put in there. Some of that defence, just go back to the defence investment plan. Yeah. The bit that was accepted was the cuts to infrastructure spending on things like transport and net zero. Well, that is precisely the Burnham agenda, to increase that, and yet he is inheriting, trying to find some cuts in that area. So there are very significant trade-offs which we have not heard about. I think in a funny way, coming in here without having had a leadership contest means that he's got a relatively clean slate. But those decisions, those trade-offs, that is what is required. I mean, what's happening now? He's in there getting the hardest of briefings from the cabinet secretary, the most serious of decisions and letters being written on national security. It is a world away from being mayor of a city region, and I think we should take a step back as well. The idea, it's the first time we've had, I think, in our lifetimes, a regional leader take this journey to there. It's a different supply chain of a leader. But yes, we wait to see how he squares the tough trade-offs that won't change as a result of the change in number 10 and potentially number 11 as well.
Yeah, Chris, we should be getting some indication as to some of the top jobs today.
We should. I'm going to dash in a second to try and find out just some of that information, but we should get within the next couple of hours the key jobs in the cabinet, not least the Chancellor, the Home Secretary and the Foreign Secretary. More cabinet posts to follow throughout the afternoon and into the evening, and then a whole slew of more junior ministers to follow tomorrow. But I'm going to dash, Clive, because hopefully I can find out
You've got to go.
just the answer to that question.
All right. Chris Mason, our political editor, leaving us for a wee while there. You're watching a BBC News special on this transformative day for British politics with the new Prime Minister, Andy Burnham, now in there, number 10, getting a briefing from the Cabinet Secretary, basically having to write a letter straight away concerning what his view would be if this country came under attack and what would be the movements for our nuclear submarine fleet. And then, of course, he's going to start, we understand, announcing the members of his cabinet who will be taking forward his agenda. He hopes for the next 10 years. He's already suggested that one of his first actions will be to try to institute measures to deal with the rough sleeping problem across the United Kingdom. We know that he's tried to institute certain policies concerning that up in Manchester and has been, to a degree, successful in other areas, not so successful. So the jury is out on that. But he's trying to have a national look at the rough sleeping problem here. And then there will be more immediate policy measures announced in the coming days. And then sometime later in the year, a 10-year plan as to where he's taking this country. With me is our economics editor, Faisal Islam, to continue the conversation. We've been discussing the possibility that he's not going to break the fiscal rules. He's going to stay within the economic guidelines that have been laid down in the manifesto and from Rachel Reeves, the previous Chancellor. But he's still got to find the money from somewhere. And the suggestion from some newspapers this morning is that we're going to see some tax rises.
Yeah. I mean, I do wonder about that thing around the manifesto.
Yeah.
Because, if you like, there's a Venn diagram here of the constraints of the manifesto which he didn't stand on and what he really wants to get done. And the 10-year plan, you know, he's been consistent in terms of what he thinks the fundamental medium-term change in the country should be, which would be extra infrastructure spending, things like that. You know, so one of the things that will be revealed in the next 2 or 3 months is the extent to which he's bursting against the limits of the manifesto. He wants to do a lot more than that. Certainly, off my patch in the constitutional area, he wants to do a whole load of stuff around PR, around changing the House of Lords, which he sees as part of the devolution, decentralisation agenda. That's all in his book. He wants to do that. That is not mentioned in the manifesto. So there's a balancing act to judge that is important to the markets too, as to whether the changes that he's looking for, whether they really do require him to get his own mandate. And therefore whether an election may come, the precise timing of any election. Because, yes, will he feel constrained by this mandate? If we go back to the mini-budget episode, you know, the thing that really did fill his trust, yes, it was not having a budget that added up, but it was also not being able to command the Conservatives on, for example, the sorts of cuts to public spending that might have made her budget add up. So... And so she didn't have the mandate to do what she wanted to do. So, quite quickly the markets are asking not just do your numbers add up, but can you pass this through Parliament? And can you pass what you really want to do through Parliament? So I think that is one thing to watch very carefully, which is the extent to which the policies that we know that he wants to pursue, because he has long suggested them, he puts on hold to keep within the 2024 manifesto, or he clearly starts suggesting them. And then there's a question mark about when we get an election. Now, clearly, he's not going to talk about that now. But, that is what the markets... he said he's going to stick to the rules. He said he's going to make the whatever tax giveaway or whatever cost of living giveaway is going to be paid for tomorrow. We then get this 10-year plan, which, as you say, was meant to promote growth, but you've got to persuade the Office of Budget Responsibility that it's going to promote growth. But then there's a whole lot of other things that he says he wants to do that were not in the 2024 manifesto that raise a question about his strategy.
Yeah, I mean, not a whole lot in that speech concerning foreign policy, but one area that certainly Sir Keir Starmer touched on in his goodbye speech, as it were, was Ukraine. And Andy Burnham had his own views on that. Let's hear what he said.
So much.
I'll be making very clear later today to President Zelensky that there is no change. I will be with him 100%, as Keir Starmer has been, and Keir has done really quite an incredible job in not just backing Ukraine, but being there in a personal way, and I will be absolutely there for him in the same way. I've worked with Ukrainian mayors over the last few years. I've built a network of support for Ukrainian mayors. I take all of that experience into my new role, and President Zelensky will be left in no doubt whatsoever that Britain's support is steadfast, it is resolute, it will be there for him, and I will be there for him personally too.
Andy Burnham speaking before he became Prime Minister. There with me is our international editor, Jeremy Bowen. Interesting that Sir Keir Starmer made a point of talking about Ukraine in his leaving speech, as it were, and we heard Andy Burnham there too. I mean, that one of a whole slew of thorny international issues that this new Prime Minister is going to have to get his head around.
Absolutely. He's probably being briefed on stuff at the moment. Ukraine was, of course, the centrepiece for Keir Starmer, and one of the complaints made about the former Prime Minister was that he spent too much time abroad and that Mr. Burnham needs to concentrate on domestic issues. The point is, Prime Ministers always discover that there's a big world out there and it can come to bite you quite quickly, and there'll be a lot of immediate demands. And it's not just Ukraine, it's defence spending, it's European security, wider European security, and of course the Middle East, where the US-Iran war is at the moment seemingly escalating quite steadily and rapidly.
I mean, Donald Trump has said that he hasn't really heard much about this man called Andy Burnham.
He said he runs a city somewhere.
And he's very liberal, very liberal. How do you see that relationship panning out between the two men?
Well, it's, Mr. Burnham has personal charm. Maybe he will find some affinity with Donald Trump on that sense. But, when Donald Trump says someone sounds liberal, it's not meant as a compliment. I mean, that is absolutely clear. And there are issues that will come up that might aggravate the Americans. He's talked, for example, about banning trade with Jewish settlements, which are illegal under international law. Now, that's something that the Americans have been against. Now, will that alienate Donald Trump? It might do. It might be the makings of a nasty conversation when eventually he goes for his chat with Donald Trump in the Oval Office. And, of course, there will be immediate pressure to spend more money on defence. The US ambassador in London has done a piece in the newspapers today where he's calling for that, spending more money, more rapidly, because that is a way of signalling to the Americans that their hearts and minds are in the right place. However, of course, America's own commitment to the relationship with Britain and with the wider European relationship in general is clearly under Donald Trump and in some big question.
I was going to say that relationship with NATO as well, and trying to navigate Britain's relationship there with Donald Trump. How's he going to balance those two things?
It's going to be a big challenge, to be quite honest, because a lot of people are now in Europe basically assume that if there's a crisis, Europe is going to have to try and sort things out for themselves. I'm talking about a military crisis with Russia. And that actually that the Americans can no longer be relied upon in the way that not all that long ago they might have been.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of things in terms of the relationship with Donald Trump. I mean, he has mentioned, or it's reached him, that Mr. Burnham might have a different approach to oil and gas in the North Sea. Now, he's hemmed in at the minute in terms of the manifesto commitment to no new development, but there are some flexibilities you can have on existing developments. We're waiting for a decision on gas and oil fields called Jackdaw and Rosebank. The mood music we get is that this new administration, is keener to get ahead on this, but another paradox and a trade-off to work out exactly where he lands, because he's also said that the net zero agenda, this green industrialisation, is the future of the economy. So the balancing act we are waiting for there. The other issue that is high up on the agenda, or was, this week we were due to have a summit with the European Union on this post-Brexit reset, with a move back closer to the single market in a couple of areas designed to take away the red tape in food and farm exports. That was done. That was cooked. That was ready to go. Change of Prime Minister, it's been delayed. Now the question is, does Andy Burnham sound quite warm to the idea of picking that deal up and running it? There were some controversies, for example, over students and student fees and how they're paid for. Does he go even further? I mean, just a year ago, he was talking at a Labour Party conference on the fringes about, in his lifetime, we might rejoin the European Union. But now, since he started representing a Leave seat in Makerfield, he sort of shied away and said, well, that's not really for now. So there's an interesting question, and although it may not be the most sort of pertinent question in Westminster right now, on his left flank with those Green supporters that Labour had been losing votes to, that is an issue that he'll want to shore up potentially. We don't know. There will be a summit he'll have to attend, and the trade-offs will be owned by the new Prime Minister. Yeah, well, one wonders who the first foreign leader will be to give him that phone call, which is the usual thing when a new Prime Minister takes over. There's a good detail here, which is he becomes... There is now 2 people around the G7 table who are supporters of Everton Football Club. Because Mark Carney, the Canadian Prime Minister, is also a supporter. So that is a moment of history for the Toffees, that they'll have 2 people around the G7.
There's another thing that needs to be said about top tables. There is one top table that Britain is still very much has an automatic seat on, which is the Security Council of the UN. And probably Britain could do more with that. In general, the UK has been more absent than present in a lot of international deliberations since the Brexit referendum 10 years ago, because we have been so introspective. And I think that is one thing that has changed. Yeah, all right, Jeremy, international editor Jeremy Bowen there. Let's hear a little bit more of what Andy Burnham was saying here in number 10, outside number 10, about 40 minutes ago.
I will bring forward a new plan for Britain, a 10-year plan, laying out a path from where we are now to where I believe we all want Britain to be, wherever we're coming from, whatever party we support. But I can do something to give people some breathing space now, some help with the cost of living. And I will set out some of those measures starting tomorrow, including how we pay for them. We will help more young people into work by changing the education system and giving them more support, more mental health support. And we will build more council homes. That is the fair and sustainable way to bring the welfare bill down, to meet our fiscal rules and to honour our commitments on defence to our international partners. We will help people to live well, building a more preventative state, investing in people's success rather than paying for failure. And that work starts now. I will soon go through that door behind me and issue my first instruction to end rough sleeping in our country. It's about putting the right values and the right standards.
Andy Burnham speaking just a few minutes ago now. He's inside number 10, getting the briefing of his life, one suspects, as he comes up to speed. I mean, Laura Koonsberg is with us from the Laura Koonsberg Show on Sunday. It has to be said, doesn't it? The speed with which all this has happened. I mean, less than a month ago, barely a month ago, he was the mayor of Greater Manchester.
That's right. And less than 3 years ago, Keir Starmer, which is still the leader of the opposition, election. Then, of course, we won a huge election victory. Only 2 years since Labour got that landslide majority. Think about the big picture. When people look at that in the decades to come, seeing that written down in black and white in the history books, that is an extraordinary thing to have happened in a country that used to be, for decades, seen as politically stable. And it was notable, I think, that Andy Burnham, almost at the top of his speech, wanted to draw people's attention to that really addressing the public very directly. I'm paraphrasing, but basically saying, I know politics has been wild and crazy, and I promise you I'm going to do my best to stop doing that. We have to be better, was one of his words about his generation of politicians. In a way, it's happened very fast, but also, let's remember, he first ran to be the Labour leader in 2010, and he ran again in 2015,
so
and I think those broad smiles that he was on his face.
But this is the thing, yes, I mean, he's sort of, nodding to that fact that he's been part of that process of change, of trying to get a new leader in, kick another one out. I mean, how does he make it clear that I'm not the old politician, I'm not from that old caste, I am something new? How does he get that across?
He's not the smiling assassin, if you like. I mean, it's a tricky thing. Andy Burnham has always tried to create his own sort of Labour persona, if you like. He was someone who said he was loyal to Tony Blair. He was someone then who said he was loyal to Gordon Brown. He's someone who then also said he was loyal to Jeremy Corbyn. We'll see if the rest of the party's loyal to him now.
We will indeed. Laura Koonsberg, many thanks for that. You've been watching a BBC News special here on the day that Andy Burnham takes over as Prime Minister.
Good morning from Downing Street. It's Monday, July the 20th.
It's on the day that Labour's Andy Burnham becomes the UK's 7th Prime Minister in 10 years.
Thank you very much, and good morning. I'm about to visit His Majesty the King to offer my resignation. I go with good grace, I go with a smile, and I go proud of everything that we have achieved.
And now he makes his way to head to Buckingham Palace to formally hand in his resignation as Prime Minister to the King.
These are our images of the last man, the monarch who will call Keir Starmer Prime Minister. And there we see the convoy and the police escorts as Andy Burnham makes his way into Buckingham Palace, where the King will ask him to form a government.
Welcome to Buckingham Palace. Please, let's go and see the King.
The car door about to open with the new Prime Minister in that Range Rover, and he'll be wandering up to the microphone shortly and no doubt greeted by cheers. Here he comes.
Acutely conscious that I am the 6th person in the last 10 years to walk up this street, the 7th Prime Minister since 2016, making this a moment for reflection and new resolution. Let's build a new national sense of unity, of common purpose and positivity. Let us make this the moment when Britain starts to believe again, the moment we bring back hope. Thank you very much, everybody.
From Buckingham Palace, where this morning he met the King and accepted the invitation to form a government. In this next hour or so, we will be inside number 10, getting his first official briefings from the Cabinet Secretary and his intelligence chiefs, which is always a sobering moment for a new Prime Minister before getting down to the crucial job of appointing his first cabinet. We will bring you every appointment as it happens this afternoon, but instantly recognisable from the speech that he gave here in the last hour, he gave in Downing Street in the last hour, was a freer, more relaxed form of communication. There were no notes, there was no lectern. Shades were on Andy Burnham. In delivery, it was very similar to what how David Cameron arrived in 2010. And a recognition, really, that as the fifth Prime Minister in 4 years, politics is failing to deliver. This, he said, will be a circuit breaker for Britain, a moment for fundamental change. Within the next year, he said, the Prime Minister, that he said he will set out a new economic model for Britain. And the work on that, he said, will start immediately. Well, there were cheers and applause then as he arrived in Downing Street this afternoon. There was plenty of hollering and whooping. And the footballer Peter Reid, who campaigned for him in Makerfield, was here. So too were many of those who had pledged their loyalty to the last incumbent, Sir Keir Starmer. Well, let's just take a moment to hear what Andy Burnham had to say in his speech as British Prime Minister.
I have just come from Buckingham Palace, where I have accepted His Majesty the King's invitation to form a government. In doing so, I am acutely conscious that I am the sixth person in the last 10 years to walk up this street, the seventh Prime Minister since 2016, making this a moment for reflection and new resolution. It requires my generation of politicians to raise our game and rise to the new challenge. Britain needs to show the world that we can regain our stability once again. And that is our challenge, to make politics work, to make it work better. I know people at home are fed up with politics. I hear you, and I want to be honest with you. We have not been good enough, and we need to be better. We will be. We will make this moment a circuit breaker for Britain, bringing forward the biggest changes in the last 40 years. A new political model and a new economic model. In the 1980s, Britain took some wrong turns. Political power was centralised, economic power privatised, large parts of the country deindustrialised, and they still haven't recovered. Many feel as though they're still in decline, and they don't have the ability to turn things around. And that's why we will change politics, to make it more collaborative, more about problem solving than point scoring. And we will take power out of here and carry it into every postcode in the land so that they can do more. And in doing more, build a new economy where we put life's essentials back under stronger public control to make them affordable to you again. Reindustrialising Britain, using public procurement to back British industry. Later this year, I will bring forward a new plan for Britain, a 10-year plan, laying out a path from where we are now to where I believe we all want Britain to be, wherever we're coming from, whatever party we support. But I can do something to give people some breathing space now, some help with the cost of living. And I will set out some of those measures starting tomorrow, including how we pay for them. We will help more young people into work by changing the education system and giving them more support, more mental health support. And we will build more council homes. That is the fair and sustainable way to bring the welfare bill down, to meet our fiscal rules and to honour our commitments on defence to our international partners. We will help people to live well, building a more preventative state, investing in people's success rather than paying for failure. And that work starts now. I will soon go through that door behind me and issue my first instruction to end rough sleeping in our country. It's about putting the right values and the right standards at the heart of government. I will put the care of people at the heart of everything I do. I will give this my all, and I ask you all to pull with me. Let's build a new national sense of unity, of common purpose and positivity. Let us make this the moment when Britain starts to believe again, the moment we bring back hope. Thank you very much, everybody.
Andy Burnham there in his inaugural speech in office. Well, our 59th Prime Minister is now inside Downing Street preparing to make announcements on his top team who will be around the table of the Cabinet as secretaries. Let's go over to Downing Street. My colleague Christian.
Well, thank you very much. Yes, Andy Burnham firmly ensconced behind the desk and getting down to business in the last hour. Plenty of comings and goings through that famous old door behind me. I would suggest that there will be many more in the coming hours, and you will not miss a minute of it. We will bring you all the Cabinet appointments as they happen, and they will come thick and fast this afternoon. Alex Forsyth, our political correspondent, is here throughout the afternoon to help steer us through it. But before we get into that, I just wanted to reflect, because I've just arrived here in the last half an hour, on how very different Downing Street looks this afternoon. There is scaffolding up against the wall. There are world cameras on every scaffold. There's so much attention. This might be routine. It might be the 5th Prime Minister in 4 years, but I can tell you lots of people watching around the world this transition, this calm, dignified transition of power that we have had this afternoon. But now the real business gets underway, the rough and tumble of the politics. Alex Forsyth. I was listening to Gus O'Donnell, the former Cabinet Secretary, this morning on the radio. He says once that door closes and you move past the applause in the corridors, then it really falls on you the magnitude of the job that you've stood into.
Yeah, he was talking about that moment, referencing David Cameron when he walked through those famous black doors, and it's like reality dawns. And he said it's almost like a head-in-hands moment when you're faced with the fact that you are now going to govern the country. And that's what Andy Burnham will be going through right now. Now, he's been saying he's ready. He's been saying he's been in politics a long time. He's experienced. He's prepared for this moment. He admitted he had a few nerves about it, as you might expect anybody would. But once you're in the building and you're surrounded by your team of civil servants, that's the point at which you have to start putting your thinking into action.
Yeah, your Cabinet Secretary comes at you and says, yeah, just before you get to those Cabinet appointments, Prime Minister, this is the most pressing security thought that you need to focus on now. And then the intel chiefs arrive, and although he wants to get this out of the way quickly this afternoon, it doesn't work like that.
No, there are things that he has to do now that he is officially Prime Minister. He's shaken hands with the King, he's been to Buckingham Palace, he's given his speech here, he's in number 10, and there are duties, and one of those is about national security and that moment that a Prime Minister might, if possibly one day, have to make a decision in the interest of the nation. What would they do? He has to do that first. and then he will get on to the business of his cabinet appointments, which will be our first real indication about how Andy Burnham tries to put the rhetoric that we've heard from him in the last few weeks into reality. The choices that he makes about his government in the next few hours are going to be absolutely crucial signals as to what kind of Prime Minister Andy Burnham is actually going to be.
It's a cruel part of politics that inevitably many of the people here will be comparing and contrasting the styles of the man gone and the man who's just arrived. But there was that freer style of communication. For me, it felt a bit like David Cameron arriving on the stage in 2010. No notes, no lectern, off the cuff, much warmer in one sense, and a new style that the British public is going to get used to.
And very deliberately so, I think. And I think that some people might watch and think, God, you guys make too much of this. You know, has he got a lectern? Has he not got a lectern? His sleeves rolled up, are they not? It really matters. And it matters here because Andy Burnham has been saying, I want to do politics differently. And what we saw today, with no notes and no lectern and a microphone in the street and this idea, he was sort of speaking off the cuff, although he clearly would have thought about what he was going to say. That was a very deliberate visual representation of the notion of him doing politics differently, because let's be real, every Prime Minister says they want to come in and do things differently and make a marked shift from what's gone before. I think that was part of Andy Burnham trying to prove it. And you have to remember that, yeah, there is comparing and contrasting of what's gone before, but one of the criticisms about Keir Starmer was the way he communicated with the public. I think Andy Burnham's team's quite conscious of that, and they are trying to make a different style of communication, perhaps more relatable. We'll see what the public makes of it.
In many ways, he's a very familiar figure, particularly to those of us who covered the Brown and the Blair governments, and we remember him in office. But as Prime Minister, we don't know very much about him. Did you get a sense from what he set out here an hour ago about this plan that he wants to sort of structure over the next year?
What we didn't get was the detail. Now, this is day one, and as we know, he's got a lot on his to-do list. He's going to have to do some things when he walks in those doors first off. So there wasn't any detail, but I think what we are seeing take shape at this very early stage is what his priorities are going to be. And what he chose to talk about in the speech that he gave when he arrived here in the last couple of hours or so was the cost of living, was this notion that he wants to end rough sleeping. He talked about a politics that puts caring for people at the heart of it. You can read into all of that very clear signals about where his focus is going to be and what he is going to want to make the priorities of this government. What we don't yet know in any great detail, particularly when it comes to the cost of living, is what he's going to do to try and help people in that respect. He said he's going to set up some more details tomorrow, and then we are expecting a bit of a flurry of policy announcements over the next few weeks. And it's at that point, I think, when you start to see the policies and the shape of what he's going to do and how he's going to pay for it all, crucially, that then we'll get the meat on the bones of the ideas that he's begun setting out so far.
But before that, he has to pick the people who are going to deliver it. And that's going to be the fun thing for you and I to look out for this afternoon, because we expect a change next door. We expect a new Chancellor. Chris Mason referred to it as a sort of political Jenga, trying to find seats for those who've helped him to office, those from the left of the party, those who are competent and can do the job. And that is not an easy mix to deliver.
Let's take Chris's games analogy and say it's almost like a 3D or a 4D chess, because for every move you make, there is a sort of ramification of that. You put that person there, well, who then goes in that department? Who have I left out? What signal is this sending to party and country about the type of Prime Minister I want to be? It is not easy, and there will be a lot read into some of the crucial appointments that Andy Burnham makes. There's already been a lot of speculation about the Chancellor, because, as you say, we are absolutely expecting a new incumbent of number 11. And that will be a crucial appointment for a man that says he wants to change not just the politics of this country, but the economic model of this country as well. So the Chancellor will be crucial, but so too other big departments. So the Home Office, where we know there's been some unrest in some quarters of the Labour Party about what the current Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood is talking about regarding immigration. Whoever he puts in the Home Office will be a signal to party and country about the direction he wants to take on that crucial policy offer. And as you say, he's trying to do that alongside a hefty dose of party management, which is important to an incoming Prime Minister. He's at his maximum height of political power, if you like, right now, because he's come on this surge of support from the Labour Party. And what he's not going to want to do is make decisions in his initial cabinet that's going to unnecessarily alienate any part of the Labour Party. So Jenga, chess, a kaleidoscope, it's tricky.
I think you make a good point. He's most certainly at the zenith of his powers right now, but party management will be important, and maybe something that Sir Keir Starmer didn't do altogether well when it came to his backbenchers. Before we get cabinet appointments this afternoon, we are going to get some bruised egos, so expect over the next hour or so some resignation letters, in inverted commas, to come from those who will be leaving cabinet. And then, as Alex rightly says, we'll start to get a feel for what the plan is going to look like. He has talked about it. He's not given many interviews so far, the Prime Minister, but he has talked in broad terms about the plan and also his approach to Ukraine, the Ukrainian flag fluttering just above our heads here at number 10. So let's have a listen back to some of that for a steer on where we might be going next.
I will stick to the manifesto. I will be bold and I will be true to what it says, but there are big changes that I can implement coming from that manifesto. It is about a new political model. Okay. It is about a new economic model for the country.
Can I ask you about that new political model? Because you also talked about unity and bringing the party together and a different kind of politics and leading by example. But in recent days, there have been very aggressive anonymous briefings against Ed Miliband, a close ally of yours, over the Chancellorship. It's upset a lot of people in your party, and it shows really that Labour are more of the same under you, that the infighting doesn't stop.
Well, I just reject that entirely. They haven't come from my team, and I'm appalled at those briefings. I'm appalled at any colleague being on the receiving end of an anonymous briefing. And coming back to Westminster, I kind of see that having gone to another level, and it really does demean our politics. And, you know, for me, that is what I'm coming in to change, to get some kind of respect back, some teamwork going. And that's not just within the Labour Party. I'm talking about a different type of politics. You know what I feel very strongly? I don't believe politicians get the right to stand on someone's doorstep and point fingers at everyone else when all politics has not been working for people. All parties have failed in one way or another. You don't get the right to point fingers when you've not been good enough yourselves, and that's what I'm coming in with, that honesty. And myself included, my generation of politicians hasn't been good enough. Things have been in flux for a long time now. We all have to be better, and that's my message. We have to change the way we do politics, turn the country around. No, nobody can be happy with the fact that we're seeing all of this turbulence, and I'm conscious that I'm the sixth person to walk up Downing Street in the last decade. That isn't good enough. We need to be better. We will be better.
And you are going to become Prime Minister later today. You didn't talk about foreign policy in your speech to the Labour Party really on Friday. Who's your first call? Is it to President Trump? Is it to President Zelensky? Is it to someone else?
Those will be my first calls. And I'll be making very clear later today to President Zelensky that, you know, there is no change. I will be with him 100%, as Keir Starmer has been, and Keir has done really quite an incredible job in not just backing Ukraine, but being there in a personal way, and I will be absolutely there for him in the same way. I've worked with Ukrainian mayors over the last few years. I've built a network of support for Ukrainian mayors. I take all of that experience into my new role, and President Zelensky will be left in no doubt whatsoever that Britain's support is steadfast, it is resolute, it will be there for him, and I will be there for him personally too.
And final question, you are about to become Prime Minister. How are you feeling in this moment as you contemplate what is about to happen, not just to you and your family, but the whole country?
Well, I'm feeling ready. I've had a long journey to this point, but I am ready to lead. I know what I want to do. There's a reason why I'm here at the shelter in Victoria this morning. An amazing shelter that supports people who are street homeless, people recovering from homelessness. It was the best place to start, to kind of see what is being done here, the lives that are being turned around. And it's not just about, you know, me going into a job. It's about what you're going to do with it. Do you have a plan? Am I going to back places like this so that they can do more? That is what it's all about. As people will see, I am clear about what I want to do. I know what I think the country needs. I am ready to lead, and I'm ready to make a difference.
Are you a bit nervous?
Well, it's obviously a big thing, isn't it, to step up in this way. But I think I've got to have a degree of that. If you weren't, you wouldn't be human. But I've been in politics a long time. I do bring a lot of experience to this, particularly from the ground up as Mayor of Greater Manchester. I think that will make a difference in the way that I go about this role. So, of course, the nerves are there, but I'm also confident in what I'm doing, in what I'm about, and as I said, I'm ready.
The new Prime Minister giving his first interview this morning at Shelter, setting out one of his first policies to end rough sleeping here in the UK. According to Crisis, some 15,000 people currently sleeping on the streets of England without a home. I mentioned the Ukrainian flag, and of course matters foreign policy are going to demand a lot of attention, as they do from any Prime Minister, and already the congratulations coming in. First from President Zelensky of Ukraine. Congratulations to Andy Burnham, he writes on social media, on taking office as Prime Minister of the UK. We wish the Prime Minister and the British people every success in addressing the challenges of today. Britain has always been one of the global leaders. We're ready to work together in all possible formats. We highly appreciate the UK's political, defence and values-based support. The foundation, he adds, of our bilateral relationship is stronger than ever, and we will continue to make each other stronger. I'm looking forward to our conversation later today. Alex, just on that point, I mean, clearly there is a prioritisation on the part of the Prime Minister to focus on domestic issues. But for Keir Starmer, Iran and Ukraine took up an inordinate amount of his time. And in fact, I think Michael Gove was talking about that this morning on radio, that he doesn't need Andy Burnham to give as much time to the foreign policy issues. That will unsettle President Zelensky.
Yeah, well, Keir Starmer actually felt and looked often most comfortable when he was on the foreign stage as opposed to the domestic one. His critics, you might remember, Christian, called him Never Hear Keir. He would disagree with that. He would say a lot in his inbox to contend with on the foreign stage, which took him to those places. But Andy Burnham has almost been unashamed in his domestic policy focus. That's what he's put front and foremost when he has given interviews or talked about his agenda for government. It's very much on the domestic policy principles of people in the UK. That's not to say that foreign affairs won't be important. And in fact, he did give an interview first thing this morning before he took office in Downing Street. And during that, he said the first phone calls he would make would be to President Trump and President Zelensky. And he said he wanted President Zelensky and the Ukrainian people to be totally reassured that Britain was resolute and steadfast in its support for Ukraine, and that he wanted to continue what Keir Starmer had done, which was to give personal support to President Zelensky as well. So I think that was a very deliberate attempt by Andy Burnham to say, yes, while my priorities might be domestic, I understand just how important particularly the conflict in Ukraine is.
Yeah, very much talking this morning about the cost of living in his interview with the Times newspaper, and specifically the personal allowances, the thresholds, the tax thresholds that have been frozen for several years. Let's go to Manchester and speak to Judith Moritz, who of course has followed for many years Andy Burnham as the Mayor of Greater Manchester. What do you think he brings to the job from a local perspective, Judith?
Yeah, well, if I can take you back actually even before that, I've known and followed Andy Burnham since 2009 when he was still in government. He was at that time the culture secretary. He spoke at Anfield at the 20th anniversary service of the Hillsborough disaster, and as you'll know, it's been well publicised. He spent many years advocating for that justice campaign, championing that cause, and continues to this day to be very allied to it. So that, though, I think is important to talk about because it's very much part of his story, as is the renaissance around Manchester. In some respects, I think it depends. We stopped and spoken to people in the street here today, and there are mixed views here. Some people have said, look, there's still a job to do in Manchester. We think he's gone too soon from here. But, you know, the other big moment, I guess, in this in the history of this city, which you can tie Andy Burnham to very closely, was just 2 weeks after he took office in 2017, there was the Manchester Arena bombing, and he was very involved in the recovery of the city after that, of supporting those who were directly involved, informed by his work with Hillsborough families. And then, of course, through the COVID pandemic, advocating for folk in Manchester, and that, I think, is where the title King of the North came from, when he was speaking out about the need for parity of financial support. So there have been some big box office moments, if you like, for Andy Burnham here in the North over the last more than 10 years as mayor here. And there are people, you know, it's not far from here to see the yellow buses going along here. He brought those back into public ownership, and that is something that people here talk about mostly fondly. But it, as I say, has been a mixed picture. Rough sleeping, and we've been discussing that, haven't we, because of that pledge he's made, his first instruction, he said, to end rough sleeping. Well, when he took over as mayor here in 2017, that was also the first pledge he made. It hasn't been achieved. There have been, it's fair to say, great inroads made. He launched a scheme called A Bed Every Night in order to make sure that nobody in this city region should be without somewhere to sleep. And he has continued to donate 15% of his salary to local causes, including charities which help with homelessness. But it isn't the case that he achieved 0% homelessness in this city region. So has he achieved what he set out to there? Depends who you ask, but the figures don't suggest that he did completely. Clearly that's still a cause close to his heart, which he takes from here in Manchester to Downing Street, and something that he's made his first pledge.
Yeah, the former Prime Minister John Major was rather dismissive about his talents as the Mayor of Greater Manchester and whether that prepares him for the job here at number 10. I might say, to counter that actually making the buses run and making them run more smoothly is something that people feel. It's the local politics that people really respond to. But obviously, he's very focused on devolution, Judith. We'll get the thoughts of Tracy Brabin, the Mayor of West Yorkshire, later this afternoon, and what she wants to see. But what is it that he didn't have as Mayor of Greater Manchester that he wants to deliver to mayors like him around the country?
Parity, equality, a sense that the North, from his point of view when he was here, but he would say everywhere that isn't within the M25, is treated with the same fairness and equanimity as London is. Now, when you look at what he talks about that in some detail, and he's written about it extensively in his book, which he co-authored with the Mayor of the Liverpool City region, Steve Rotherham, in that he talks specifically about the financial support, but more than that, I think, about prioritisation from Westminster outwards. The sense that when he was here in Manchester, and again, I was talking before about the COVID pandemic. I think that's a really important moment. October 2020, there was a press conference famously where he learned in the throes of that press conference, just a short distance from where I am now, he was handed a mobile phone with details of the Tier 3 restrictions that were going to be imposed in Manchester and the financial support that he had been lobbying for, and he did not get. The city was given £22 million, which he was arguing loudly was not enough to compensate for folk here for the restrictions being imposed. Now, the point he was making was that these are central decisions that emanate out from the Treasury, from Westminster, and folk outside of London, because of the way government is wired. He talks about rewiring a lot. What he's talking about there is the balance of the way these decisions are made. There's a lot of Westminster nerdery around this to do with how investment decisions are taken, based on government investment decisions, based on the amount of return they'll deliver. And that's why, he says, you'll see a bias towards investment in the south of England, because those investments will deliver greater return. So what he's asking for, and has been asking for as mayor, as an outsider, now he's on the inside, I think he'll be looking to deliver for mayors around the country and increasing that sense of shared power. So financial, political. We much talk about Number 10 North, not in that speech this morning. Speculation from here about where that will be. Well, there's a building just behind me which has been suggested as perhaps the first stage, Heron House here, where GCHQ, the intelligence agency, has its northern base. There has been rumour that it may start off here before going to a purpose-built campus in the east of Manchester. A lot of that detail yet to be nailed to the mast. But folk here, I think, when you talk to them, they're proud of what has been achieved in Manchester mostly. But the word on the street here from those we've spoken to is, look, can we see that translated onto the national and the global stage?
You covered the attack on the synagogue there in Manchester, Judith, and I know it was particularly painful for Manchester, and he played a prominent role in responding to that, alongside Sir Keir Starmer, who'd spent so much time dealing with the anti-Semitism in the party. But in the last few days, he's talked about the mistakes that Labour has made on the Gaza issue. And I wonder how he's going to square those two things, because there are obviously a lot of Labour supporters who don't like the policy towards Gaza and the approach that Labour has taken, and particularly the last Prime Minister took towards the Israeli government. What do you think is going to change, and how is he going to balance those two interests among Jewish supporters of Labour and Muslim supporters of Labour?
Well, it's the hottest of hot potatoes, isn't it? And I think in some respects, that's another one to add to the list where the devil will be in the detail. Let's look at what happens there, because, look, they are distinctly anti-Semitism and the way that is dealt with in the UK, the policing support for that, and the way it is managed is one subject, and then the issue of what is going on in the Middle East is a separate. Now, there is a separate subject. There is, of course, we understand lots of overlap there, and the way that Andy Burnham handles that will be critical, and lots of eyes on it. But, speaking to members of the Jewish community here in Manchester, which I have done about Andy Burnham over the last few days, they say, look, we're hopeful, that he will take a careful look at this and speak with from an informed perspective, won't rush to saying something which could then later be something he regrets. They hope very much that he will continue a collaborative, community-based approach, which is something here he's been careful to promote with faith leaders from different faiths. And you talked about the attack there at Heaton Park Synagogue. Of course, he met the King when the King came to the synagogue in the aftermath of that attack, and made a point, Andy Burnham, of being photographed and seen to speak to members, leaders of the religious communities across the spectrum. That has always been his approach, to take a careful, collegiate, collaborative way. So, how is he going to tackle the thornier global issues, the Middle East, and the impact of that, on how that then affects opinion here? Let's see.
Yeah. Judy, thank you very much for that. Really interesting. I mean, just picking up on that, Alex, there is a quite separate thing, and we should make the point, between dealing with Islamophobia and anti-Semitism in the UK and having a policy that's different on Gaza.
Yeah, completely right. And it's interesting, you will remember that not so long ago, and we have to give this the context, Andy Burnham has been quite deliberate in what he's chosen to say in the weeks between winning the Makerfield by-election and coming into Number 10. A handful of interviews that he's given, Gary Lineker, Andrew Marr, and then a couple of videos that he's put out on social media. And he chose to use one of those videos on social media to say that he thought the Labour Party had got its response to what had happened in Gaza wrong.
And we should just make the point, it's not just Muslims who feel very sore about the way Labour responded to Gaza. There's a lot of other people in the country who think Labour got it wrong.
Absolutely, and Andy Burnham, I think, was trying to recognise that. This has within the Labour Party been a really active debate and discussion. Now, Keir Starmer, I think, would point to the things that his government did do, including the recognition of a Palestinian state, and Andy Burnham did point to that as something that he thought was the right approach. But what he said was he thought that the previous administration, Keir Starmer's administration, was too slow, for example, to call for a ceasefire. He talked about whether there should should be further action. So I think that was quite an interesting choice by Andy Burnham as one of the few things that he did choose to speak about in this period between winning Makerfield and taking office, when it was inevitable that he was going to become Prime Minister, and he was quite carefully choosing the issues that he wanted to put at the forefront, and that was one of them.
Let me just bring you some reaction from some of the world leaders who are offering their congratulations. Of course, the other burning issue in Andy Burnham's in-trade, besides Gaza and Ukraine, will be the war in Iran and whether to continue allowing American fighter jets to use UK bases. Obviously, key to that decision will be Emmanuel Macron, the French president, who was a very close ally of Sir Keir Starmer's. He says, "I extend my congratulations to Andy Burnham on his appointment as Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. In the face of the challenges that unite us, I hope that we will deepen our relationship in service of our peoples and by giving new momentum to the partnership between the United Kingdom and the European Union," something that Andy Burnham has talked about already. I also wish to commend the action of Sir Keir Starmer, he said, whose commitment to serving his country has helped to strengthen cooperation between the UK, France and our European partners. Congratulations also from Mark Carney in Canada. Canada and the UK, he says, have shared history, enduring ties and deep connections between our peoples. I look forward to working with Prime Minister Burnham to build greater security, stability and prosperity on both sides of the Atlantic. Let's go to Simon Jack, our business editor, who is watching closely, I would expect, for who will be walking through the door of number 11 and who also might be taking over as business secretary this afternoon. What do the markets want out of these appointments, do you think, Simon?
Well, I think they want someone who is, as Andy Burnham's indicated, going to stick to their fiscal rules, which is controls spending and taxes, and saying that we're going to only spend as much as we receive in taxes over the life of the Parliament on day-to-day spending. So that's key, and he's already indicated he's going to do that. Now, the sort of front runner at the moment is Shabana Mahmood, who a lot of people think has done quite a good job of getting a grip of a very difficult ministry. The Home Office in her time is seen as pretty tough on the right hand edge of the party, and markets tend to like that. Having said that, we have seen borrowing costs begin to edge up over the last few days, but that has as much to do with the rising oil prices as it does to do with political events here in the UK. So, a Chancellor who will basically be able to add up, take away and be tough, because there are some very significant trade-offs. If you listen to that speech, it felt very much like, I think you'll agree, Christian, that, we want to bear down on the cost of living for people. We want to give them some breathing space. That means making them feel less hard-pressed. Well, that money's got to come from somewhere. So where is that money going to come from? The corporate sector will be worried that they might be in line. Some people worried that capital gains tax might rise, so there'll be extra taxes on the cost of those investments. But you also mentioned the business department, and what we understand is that this will be a beefed-up department and probably fold in some of the things which are previously done in the Department of Science, Innovation and Technology, and they will be there responsible for executing the industrial strategy. And what really stood out for me from the Burnham speech was a couple of things. One is we want to reindustrialise Britain. He basically pegs the deindustrialisation of the UK back to the 1980s and Margaret Thatcher to reindustrialise that. And then also, and he's got some big decisions on things, for example, like the oil and gas industry, what happens to some of life's essentials, as he puts them, some big decisions to make about what to do with the water industry, in particular the UK's biggest water company, Thames, which is in dire financial straits. So yes, listen, we're waiting, like everyone else, to find out exactly who's on those, whose names will be on those doors. But I would say that the market reaction at the moment to all of this is pretty muted and has more to do with what's going on in the Gulf than it does to do what's going on behind number 10 and 11.
Well, muted, I would suggest, is a good thing. Let me read you the section of his speech which pertains to your brief, Simon. He says, we will make this moment a circuit breaker for Britain, bringing forward the biggest changes in 40 years, a new economic model. We took wrong turns in the 1980s. Well, which wrong turns? Surely he doesn't mean a return to inflation or a return to the pound collapsing or the IMF bailout or the industrial strife. What wrong turns were taken in the 1980s that he doesn't like?
Well, I think you can peg that to what the Thatcherism, where he thinks things began to go wrong, and what he would point to is the mass sell-off of council housing, and there was no stock, building stock was not replaced, so he's made housing one of his key objectives. He's also talked about the deindustrialisation of places in the north. In particular, he talked about this idea that trickle-down economics, which is a sort of an 80s mantra, didn't trickle down much to places like this, he said when he was on his Makerfield campaign. So I think an economy which works a little bit better to share the spoils of growth in a more distributive way is what he's up to, what he's after. But a lot of people would say, listen, some of that deindustrialisation happened in lots of other countries because it was the rise of China. Lots of stuff that we used to make here now gets made in the Far East, and that is a long-term secular trend which will be very hard to reverse. He also said one other thing I think is important. He said that government procurement would help to reindustrialise. I heard that as a buy British when it comes to things like steel, which will please the steel industry, most of which, by the way, or a big part of which, is currently under government control.
Simon, we'll come back to you through the afternoon as we get some of those announcements. Thank you very much for the moment. Let's bring in Jen Gerber, who was former special advisor to Andy Burnham when he was a minister in government. Thank you very much for being with us. Do you want to pick up on that point? I mean, obviously, although we know very little about what sort of Prime Minister Andy Burnham is going to be, there are some issues that are very deep-rooted and go all the way back to the days of Neil Kinnock. He's talked about that in recent weeks. So what do you think will be his priorities?
I think Andy has always been really clear about the things that he sees are important. So when I worked for him in the last Labour government, devolution, handing power to communities was always incredibly central to his kind of worldview and what he wanted to do, but also social care. And I think he himself has said he's going to expend a lot of political capital on that. That is something he tried to do when he was Health Secretary. So I think that will be important as well. But more broadly, the idea of spreading equal, opportunities for people up and down the country. And Andy has always felt that they've been too concentrated, perhaps in parts of society, parts of the country. And he wants to take that and kind of spread it to all regions, all places. I think he used the term every postcode earlier. So that's been, I guess, Andy's golden thread.
Are you at all worried that, there deserves to be a focus on the lowest paid in the country and those thresholds that we were talking about, the personal allowances that he's discussed in his interview with The Times this morning? But let's be honest, the middle classes are labouring under record tax. There are concerns within the middle classes that they're paying more interest for their mortgages, and they are carrying the weight of some of these spending choices that he's going to make. Are you carrying the middle classes with you in Labour?
I think Andy does have tough decisions to make. And as you say, I do think the last 10 years have been really tough for a lot of people. And that's people from all kind of different income brackets and parts of the country. And I think he's aware of that. And Andy absolutely wants to do the best for those who work hard, do the right thing and still find life too hard. And I think kind of a focus on supporting people with cost of living, well, that benefits everyone. Improving our health service, that benefits us all, education. So I don't think it's kind of necessarily about dividing, the population up into kind of income brackets. I think what Andy will talk about more and more is essentially lifting everyone up together, and things like welfare reform will play a part in that, whether it's health reform, etc. I think all of that will kind of make an impact.
Jenna, I wonder if you could stay with us, because Robert Jenrick has just joined us, the Treasury spokesperson for Reform UK. Robert Jenrick, good to have you with us.
Good afternoon.
Andy Burnham arrives at a moment of vulnerability for your leader, Nigel Farage. He's hitting the ground running, putting out his speech here this afternoon, while, to put it crudely, your leader is running rather meaningless by-election in Clacton. Are you worried you're about to lose the initiative?
No, not at all. Look, we wish Andy Burnham well for the sake of the country, but we fear this is going to end very badly in yet more chaos. We heard nothing substantive in his remarks on the steps of Downing Street. It was empty slogans and platitudes, and in fact he doesn't seem to have a plan to fix the big challenges that there are right now. It's reported that he asked the Prime Minister, or the outgoing Prime Minister, Keir Starmer,
for weeks more time so he could think about what he wanted to do. There are all sorts of divisions within his team. They're looking both ways. He's saying that he cares about the cost of living, but in fact he's also saying he's going to increase taxes on people. He says he wants to sign off some old oil and gas licenses in the North Sea, but he won't sign off any new ones. He's worried about welfare being out of control, but then the Labour backbenchers won't let him do anything about it. It feels like this is just more of the same, and it's going to end very badly indeed.
Sir Keir Starmer, when he left office this morning, said we can unite the country, different people under our common flag, so long as we don't allow the politics of division to take hold. He seemed to be targeting that at you.
I've no idea. You'd have to ask him what he was referring to. He's one of the worst prime ministers in our modern history. He's just been turfed out by his own Labour Party colleagues. So, yeah, he doesn't divide opinion. He unites the country. Everybody thought he was absolutely terrible as prime minister. What we care about is actually fixing the problems facing the country. If he calls that division, then that's up to him. We want to control immigration. We want to get people's wages up. We want to ensure that we help with the cost of living because energy prices just are going through the roof. We want to fix public services like the potholes and the roads that people are absolutely sick of right now. People want real change. They don't want more of these empty platitudes of waffle that we heard from Keir Starmer when he was patting himself on the back on the way out the door, and we heard
I think you're right.
Andy Burnham as he was walking in.
I think you're right. I think they're crying out for a different style of politics, but Andy Burnham is sort of extending that to all his political opponents. If he asked for a sit-down with reform, would that be something that you would be prepared to do?
Of course. Look, if he wants to work with us, we obviously will put our shoulder to the wheel. We want this country to be fixed. We want to get it off its knees where it is at the moment and put it back on a stronger foundation. Our fear is that we have somebody walking into Downing Street who spent years aspiring to the job, several months at least plotting to become Prime Minister, but who has absolutely no plan as to what he's going to do. And that's a disgrace, really, if you think about it. You know, his chief aide, Louise Haigh, said they'd spent a year trying to get rid of Starmer, but of course he didn't even know what he was going to do when he walked through the door, and we just heard such meaningless twaddle on the steps of number 10. Where is the plan to get this economy going again? How is he going to bring down people's energy bills? How is he going to reindustrialise the country if he's going to stick
these are all
with
good
the
questions.
Net zero pledges that they have?
These are all good questions, and if, as you say, you're putting your shoulder to the wheel, then the place to do that is in the Commons. I'm presuming that you want him to recall Parliament. The problem is your leader is busy fighting a by-election, which he didn't need to call.
Well, no election is without merit. It's the other parties that have chosen to disrespect the people in Clacton by not putting up candidates. If Andy Burnham or Kemi Badenoch is so worried about Nigel Farage, they'd stick a candidate up there and challenge them on our ideas. But they're not, are they? Obviously, they are the ones who are running scared of the people. We want a general election. You know, it's not about recalling Parliament. Well, fine, let's bring Parliament back for a couple of days before everyone goes back
think he has a
on
mandate?
their summer holidays. He doesn't have a mandate. He needs to have a general election and to actually test his ideas with the people. If he does want to bring about a big change in this country, and I've not heard any evidence of what that would be, or if he wants to increase people's taxes, and he has
then test that at the ballot box.
£38 billion of tax rises in recent times, that's $3,500 for every family in the country. Have the courage of your convictions, call a general election, and let's see if the people actually want that or not.
One policy he might look at is donations from foreign donors, which would make a difference, in your sense. The money that reformers received from overseas is very much part of the scrutiny at the moment. What would you say to that?
Well, you're already not allowed to take money from foreigners. You've got to be a British citizen or a British trading business. No, the donor you're referring to is a British citizen. That's very different. But look, this is not what's most important to the British people. What people care about right now is that unemployment is rising.
But what they're looking at, just to press you on that, what they're looking at is how long a donor is registered here for tax in the country.
Well, I think that's actually not what they're saying. They're saying that they're going to ban people who are Brits from giving donations for a year after they've moved back to the country, which is slightly different. But my point is this. We can try and fix the rules to hurt our opponents, cancelling elections as Labour did in May, banning people from giving donations despite the fact they're British citizens, or we can address the actual problems that are facing people in this country. Unemployment, stagnating wages, energy bills going through the roof, factories closing because of crazy net zero policies, the small boats continuing to cross. And wasn't it striking that Andy Burnham didn't mention immigration on the steps of number 10, despite it being demonstrably one of the most important issues to the British people? Reform is focused on actually turning this country around, not on trying to stop our opponents from even getting to the ballot box. We actually want to address the real issues that are affecting people. I think people want radical change right now. They want to see broken Britain be put on a stronger footing. And it's very clear to me they're only going to get that with a reform government.
Certainly be interesting to see what happens to those reforms if Shabana Mahmood is on her way to number 11. Robert Jenrick, grateful for your time this afternoon. Thank you. Now, let me bring back in Jen Gerber. Just on that issue of the mandate, there are policies that he set out here today, this 10-year plan, a revolution in the way that Britain is run, that surely needs to be tested at the ballot box.
I think that Andy's made really clear in terms of what he's sticking to in the last Labour manifesto that the government were kind of voted in on. And I think he will set out in the kind of days and weeks to come what he plans to do. He's made clear that he'll stick to the fiscal rules and stick to the words on the manifesto about tax. But there's an awful lot you can do in and around that. And kind of Robert Jenrick talking about kind of Andy, not being prepared, etc. I mean, people forget, or maybe Robert forgets, Andy's been in politics for 25 years. He was obviously an MP, junior minister. He was in the last Labour government, in 3 government departments, Mayor of Manchester. He's had quite a lot of considerable experience. And though Andy himself has said he doesn't always like Westminster at times, he understands it. He knows what he wants to do. And I think anyone who doesn't listen to that is underestimating him.
He doesn't like Westminster. I'm interested in this. His shtick is, I'm just Andy. I'm a normal bloke. I'm really sceptical about that because you don't orchestrate a bloodless coup without being a savvy, even Machiavellian politician. And he's never been anything but a politician. What is going to be different about this Prime Minister?
So I think with Andy, what you see is what you get. He doesn't shy away from the fact that he has been in politics for a long time. He's been in politics because he wants to make a difference. I mean, that's why everyone goes into it. And I think what will be different is right from the start, you'll see that pace of change. You'll see the way he speaks to people, communicates to the public. I think you'll see him visiting places up and down the country. And I also think...
But what's he like as a bloke? I mean, does he have a sense of humour? Is he genuinely less pompous than the rest?
Honestly, and I'm not, I have said this to so many people, and they're like, are you sure, really? He is exactly as you see him. He isn't pompous. He's not hierarchical. He does have a laugh. He was a great boss. And actually, when I was a special advisor to him, quite a few of my colleagues were always quite jealous that I had Andy as a boss, because he does treat people with respect, with kindness. He's interested in your life. He knows about your family. I mean, that's real. And I think you see that with the way he interacts with people. And actually, one of my frustrations as an advisor would be when we went out on trips and visits, it was kind of getting him away from chats and conversations, kind of dragging him out of rooms.
But there's some who think it's a bit gimmicky, this idea of wearing a T-shirt or having an office in the north. What would you say to those critics who say it's not real, it's just a way of playing politics, really?
No, the office in the north is something that in 2004, 2005, when I, started working for Andy, I could tell you he wanted then in terms of redistributing that power. So I don't think, that's a gimmick. Obviously, wearing T-shirts, I mean, lots of us do. I think it's interesting for once that the focus is on what a male politician wears, because it's normally on a female politician. But it's real. It's who Andy is. I think you'll see more and more of that. Obviously, within the constraints of the role of Prime Minister.
Yeah, well, suited and booted today, fully done up as he arrived here in Downing Street. And now he's up to the decisions of his cabinet. I'm suggesting that there's going to be a lot of change in cabinet, but maybe not so much at junior ministry level, because they're the people that do government. And let's face it, he's been away from Westminster a lot. Do you sense that he's going to leave a lot of the junior ministers in place?
I think there will be a high degree of continuity. I think that's because Andy does understand how government departments work, and I think there are a lot of good ministers doing lots of good things that will continue, because that's the other thing. I don't think everything, it's not change for everything, and I think Andy will want to have that kind of continuity within the department as well as his own stamp going forward. I think Andy understands that you do need to have a clear narrative. You do need to push and fight against kind of inertia across government. And I guess he's lucky that he's got so many MPs to choose from.
Jem, really great to talk to you this afternoon. Thank you very much for coming on. Just on that, maybe it's not an important issue. People get really angry when we talk about this sort of thing, but does the British public care whether Andy Burnham wears a suit and a tie?
Well, I don't want to speak on behalf of the whole British public, Christian, because half of them would tell me I'd be wrong. But, I think we do get hung up on this kind of thing, but it is a valid point to make that it's interesting that we're talking about a man's outfit instead of a woman's outfit. You remember Theresa May's shoes garnered quite a lot of attention when she was Prime Minister. People did look at them. What a Prime Minister wears is part of the image they choose to portray to the country. So Andy Burnham choosing in some circumstances, as we expect him to ditch the traditional suit and shirt and tie for something slightly more casual in his own style is all part of what he's very deliberately trying to portray to people. And it comes back to this point that he is trying to make, that he is a relatable Prime Minister. His whole messaging and everybody around him are pointing to the fact he wants to be seen as on the side of the ordinary working person. You've got to assume that what he chooses to wear might be part of that.
Yeah, and let's face it, Harold Wilson often walked around with a pipe. It's fine, so long as it doesn't detract from the message. I always remember one front bencher was asking her civil servants whether she needed to wear a hat to the cenotaph, and it was pointed out to her that you don't want to be the talking point. You don't want the dress to be the talking point when you're trying to get a point of view across.
Yeah, and he did wear a suit and tie here today, perhaps because he knew that if he turned up in his navy blue or black T-shirt, whatever he chooses to call it, then perhaps there would have been quite a lot of attention put on his outfit as opposed to his content. So, you can read into that obviously he's been to see the King in Buckingham Palace and he's chosen to wear a suit and tie. When he first got sworn in as the MP for Makerfield in the House of Commons, he wore a suit and a shirt and a tie. So if you were going to make some kind of guess on the basis of what he's done so far, you might think he's going to choose the more formal attire for the more formal occasions and the less formal for the less formal. And let's be honest, there has been a lot of attention on Andy Burnham's dress, not least his running shorts, which he said he was going to buy a new pair of. But, you can see that Keir Starmer, actually, in some of his social media videos, has been putting on something slightly less formal.
It was really interesting, actually, just listening to Gus O'Donnell today, talking about how difficult it is for Prime Ministers to run their ordinary life and to keep fit, actually, because you walk out of that door into a car, you're transferred everywhere. You don't get a chance to go for a run. Just an interesting aside. Anyway, let's move on to much more important things, the delivery of government. One of the bugbears of the last Prime Minister was the way the machine worked here in Whitehall, which pretty much is still the same. We just had a statement from Judith Morris. The new number 10 North is up and running in Manchester. A source close to Andy Burnham has told the BBC that although the location or precise details of the operation have yet been revealed, the Prime Minister has ordered that be put in place. How is that going to work? I mean, I know there's already canvassing here for civil servants to move up north, but is it more than a gimmick?
Well, he is saying so, but it is worth noting, Christian, that actually quite a lot of the Whitehall functions have been in the process of being shifted outside of London for some time. There's a Treasury campus in Darlington already. There's presences in Manchester for parts of the Whitehall machinery. So Andy Burnham is making this a real key plank of his delivery. And I think what he's attempting to do is not just shift a couple of civil servants and a building away from this place, but to try and alter the thinking. Because, his idea is that when you live and work outside of Westminster in particular, you get a different sense of how the country works or doesn't work for people, and he wants that reflected in his government. But whether or not that really makes a material difference, Christian, given that people have tried something similar before with shifting departments outside of London, that still remains to be seen.
Alex, for the moment, thank you. Let's bring in Rosie Winterton, former Labour Chief Whip, former Deputy Commons Speaker. Good to have you with us. I saw you in line this afternoon, shaking the new Prime Minister's hand as he returned to number 10. It feels like the smiles have returned to the Labour Party today.
Yes, I mean, it was a very First of all, I thought Keir was very dignified and gracious when he left, and when Andy arrived, it was a very optimistic speech, full of hope and a vision for the future that just created a very, very good atmosphere. It felt good. You must have sensed that yourself.
Well, indeed so. And there was lots of hooping and hollering here in 10 Downing Street a couple of hours ago. But of course, now the real work starts, and immediately he will disappoint people with some of his cabinet picks. What do you think we're going to see in the people he chooses?
Well, I think the clear message that he's going to send is that he wants ministers who will focus on delivery, quick delivery, but also ministers who will reach out to the wider PLP and to Parliament, because he has to move very quickly, in my view, to ensure that the parliamentary party is unified and that ministers understand the need to work alongside their colleagues and to make sure that, you know, when you're saying we've got to deliver quickly and we've got to discuss policy, there then aren't surprises. It's a really important point that needs to be got across, and that's why I would say, but, you know, I'm an ex-chief whip, I think the appointment of the chief whip will be very important. I hope that that happens early on, because that is important in ensuring that you build that team and you use all the levers at your command to ensure that unity.
And as a former member of the Whip's office, you will know the importance of debate and cross-party challenge. Why is he not recalling Parliament? Is he really going to just vacate the space for 6 weeks?
Well, you know, I think at the moment we have come to the end of the Commons sitting. The Lords is still sitting. But I think what he can do in these first weeks is to set out his vision. And, you know, Parliament will be back in 6 weeks. He knows that he's going to be spending the summer not only pulling the policies together, getting the team in shape, but also setting out that vision for the future. There are plenty of things that can be.
He needs the time. The grid is part empty. He's only had a few weeks to come up with a plan. He needs that 6 weeks up to the party conference season to formulate a plan that he can sell to the country.
Well, that's why I'm saying that it's going to be a busy summer. And I think those ministers who are appointed over the next couple of days and are going to be, you know, cracking on and talking about delivery, the priorities that he wants to for delivery, and getting that ready as quickly as possible. And quite right, you know, that is something that needs to be done. But the way he formulates and frameworks the message is really important. And he needs to have that time with his new team to be able to get on with it. But the way that he shapes the next couple of days in terms of the appointment of his cabinet and his ministers is going to be really important in that.
Sorry, we just lost your picture, which is why I'm pointing at my watch, just to understand how long we've got together. But while we've got a bit of time, I just want to ask you, finally, before you go, about number 11, because we expect Shabana Mahmood to be going in there as the new Chancellor. Does it matter to you whether there is an economist by trade there, or do you, I mean, she's a lawyer, maybe you prefer someone who can shake it up in the Treasury?
I think what's important about the appointment of the Chancellor is that the Chancellor and the Prime Minister are on absolutely the same page. They're clear what they want to deliver, and that needs to be done quickly. I'm sure the new Prime Minister has very firm ideas about what he wants to deliver economically, and I'm sure that he will choose a Chancellor they can deliver that together.
Right. Lucy Powell's had a lot to say about the private briefings that led up to the appointment of Andy Burnham. Just briefly, do you think that's been put behind the Labour Party? Because there's a lot of frustration that it's not Ed Miliband going into number 11.
There are always complaints about briefings. I think Andy's been very clear that he will not allow cabinet ministers to be briefed against. I mean, you know, the reality is that sometimes it's extremely difficult to stop the media picking bits and bobs up, and sometimes it can turn into a briefing that actually wasn't meant to be a briefing. But I think what he's talking about is changing the culture, and that does need a very clear message from the top. And that's why I think his appointments over the next couple of days need to be carried out with a very clear message about that.
Rosie Winterton, sorry to press you. Thank you very much for that. Well, as I mentioned a little earlier, foreign leaders have been congratulating Andy Burnham on his appointment. We've had one from Emmanuel Macron. We've had one from Mark Carney. And the business over the next few hours, of course, is to choose his cabinet. Lots of announcements coming up. Resignations as well, of course. Don't forget there are many of the cabinet secretaries who are currently in the dark about their role. What is remarkable about the last few days is how few leaks we've had about the appointments that Andy Burnham is going to make. But that is coming thick and fast over the next few hours. Let's remind you of the events so far today.
Here in Downing Street, we've just heard Big Ben ringing out the fact that it's 9 o'clock, and within the next couple of hours, it will be all change here at number 10.
So the lectern is here. We're expecting the Prime Minister to come out possibly in about half an hour or so to give his farewell address before heading over to Buckingham Palace to formally resign as Prime Minister.
I'm about to visit His Majesty the King to offer my resignation and close the book on my time as Prime Minister. My work is done. I go with good grace, I go with a smile, and I go proud of everything that we have achieved. Thank you very much.
The Prime Minister with his wife, Vic, thanking all those people who've been behind him during his time here at number 10.
Politics can be a brutal, down-dirty business, but there they are in the very elegant surroundings of Buckingham Palace. We can see Andy Burnham's car now arriving down the Mall. We could hear the whistles of the police before we saw the car. Massive moment for Andy Burnham, and this is something that one gathers from sources that he has been preparing for more than a few months. Here we have the moment after the resignation, the welcoming of Andy Burnham as Prime Minister.
The crowd here absorbing the fact that their man, Andy Burnham, is the Prime Minister of the UK and is now just a matter of moments away.
I have just come from Buckingham Palace, where I have accepted His Majesty the King's invitation to form a government. I know people at home are fed up with politics. I hear you, and I want to be honest with you. We have not been good enough. Let us make this the moment when Britain starts to believe again. The moment we bring back hope. Thank you very much, everybody. Let's go to Manchester and speak to Judith Moritz, who, of course, has followed for many years Andy Burnham as the Mayor of Greater Manchester. What do you think he brings to the job from a local perspective, Judith?
Yeah, well, if I can take you back, actually, even before that, I've known and followed Andy Burnham since 2009 when he was still in government. He was, at that time, the Culture Secretary. He spoke at Anfield at the 20th anniversary service of the Hillsborough disaster. And as you'll know, it's been well publicised, he spent many years advocating for that justice campaign, championing that cause, and continues to this day to be very allied to it. So that, though, I think is important to talk about because it's very much part of his story, as is the renaissance around Manchester. In some respects, I think it depends. We stopped and spoken to people in the street here today, and there are mixed views here. Some people have said, look, there's still a job to do in Manchester. We think he's gone too soon from here. But, you know, the other big moment, I guess, in this in the history of this city, which you can tie Andy Burnham to very closely, was just 2 weeks after he took office in 2017, there was the Manchester Arena bombing, and he was very involved in the recovery of the city after that, of supporting those who were directly involved, informed by his work with Hillsborough families. And then, of course, through the COVID pandemic, advocating for folk in Manchester, and that, I think, is where the title King of the North came from, when he was speaking out about the need for parity of financial support. So there have been some big box office moments, if you like, for Andy Burnham here in the North over the last more than 10 years as mayor here. And there are people, you know, it's not far from here to see the yellow buses going along here. He brought those back into public ownership, and that is something that people here talk about mostly fondly. But it, as I say, has been a mixed picture. Rough sleeping, and we've been discussing that, haven't we, because of that pledge he's made, his first instruction, he said, to end rough sleeping. Well, when he took over as mayor here in 2017, that was also the first pledge he made. It hasn't been achieved. There have been, it's fair to say, great inroads made. He launched a scheme called A Bed Every Night in order to make sure that nobody in this city region should be without somewhere to sleep. And he has continued to donate 15% of his salary to local causes, including charities which help with homelessness. But it isn't the case that he achieved 0% homelessness in this city region. So has he achieved what he set out to there? Depends who you ask, but the figures don't suggest that he did completely. Clearly that's still a cause close to his heart, which he takes from here in Manchester to Downing Street, and something that he's made his first pledge.
Live from Downing Street, this is BBC News. Andy Burnham officially becomes the UK's next Prime Minister, promising a new direction for the country.
Let's build a new national sense of unity, of common purpose and positivity.
This morning he met the King at Buckingham Palace and was asked to form a government. Sir Keir Starmer leaves office saying he believes the UK is in a better position than it was when he took over.
It has been the privilege of my life to serve you and this great country as Prime Minister. And I am confident that Britain is now stronger and fairer than it was 2 years ago.
Andy Burnham is about to begin choosing who will fill the all-important cabinet positions. We will bring you those announcements live. Very good afternoon. Welcome to Downing Street. I'm Christian Fraser, where we are waiting over the next few hours for Andy Burnham to make those cabinet announcements. And of course, we will be looking at all the main issues through the afternoon that are now in the in-tray. The man who calls himself Andy, a normal bloke from Greater Manchester, is inside number 10, starting his first day as Prime Minister. But let's be clear, you don't walk through that door as Prime Minister by being ordinary. You don't orchestrate what amounts to a bloodless coup without being a player. And yes, a little Machiavellian. In the weeks and months ahead, he must prove he can be both. The man of the people who promises to deliver for the country, the space to breathe, his words, and also the operator who from the very beginning will surely disappoint and frustrate some within his own party. But time is not on his side. The electorate is impatient, and the man who for now will be at the peak of his powers needs to hit the ground running, starting with those cabinet appointments. Here he is on the steps of Downing Street earlier this afternoon, setting out the programme for change. There were no notes, there was no lectern. Shades in delivery, I thought, of David Cameron's arrival here in 2010 and a recognition that as the fifth Prime Minister in 4 years, politics is failing to deliver. This, he said, will be a circuit breaker for Britain, a moment for fundamental change. Within the next year, said the new Prime Minister, he will set out an economic model for Britain, and the work on that will start immediately. Cheers and applause then as he arrived here in Downing Street this afternoon. Plenty of hollering and whooping. The footballer Peter Reid was here, who campaigned for him in Makerfield. So too many of those who had pledged their loyalty to the last incumbent, Sir Keir Starmer. Let's hear then what Andy Burnham had to say in his first speech as Prime Minister.
I am acutely conscious that I am the sixth person in the last 10 years to walk up this street. The seventh Prime Minister since 2016, making this a moment for reflection and new resolution. It requires my generation of politicians to raise our game and rise to the new challenge. Britain needs to show the world that we can regain our stability once again. And that is our challenge, to make politics work, to make it work better. I know people at home are fed up with politics. I hear you, and I want to be honest with you. We have not been good enough, and we need to be better. We will be. We will make this moment a circuit breaker for Britain, bringing forward the biggest changes in the last 40 years. A new political model and a new economic model. In the 1980s, Britain took some wrong turns. Political power was centralised, economic power privatised, large parts of the country deindustrialised, and they still haven't recovered. Many feel as though they're still in decline, and they don't have the ability to turn things around. And that's why we will change politics.
Yeah, what is remarkable about this transition of power is how calm and dignified it is. And yet there is enormous gravity to the situation. Let me show you some of the pictures from today. Sir Keir Starmer leaving Number 10 on his way to the palace. There he is meeting the King, and how quickly power disappears once you've announced your resignation. Then Andy Burnham, just barely an hour later, arriving with his wife Marie-France Van Heel. Then getting out of the vehicle there, going through the baggage entrance. There's a lot of refurbishment going on at Buckingham Palace at the moment. But you can see there Andy Burnham dispensing with the T-shirt in his suit and tie today as they were taken in by the palace staff to meet the King for the very first time. And then returning here, of course, to Downing Street to form a new government. There is the picture of the King and the new Prime Minister in the rarely seen Chinese dining room. That was the picture of the first handshake. A very special relationship, of course, between the Prime Minister and the monarch, always in that room when they meet for their weekly get-together. There are things that a Prime Minister can say in private. So that is the beginning of that new relationship, and one that many Prime Ministers, Alex, value very highly.
Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt. You know, this is Andy Burnham taking office, trying to set out his own priorities for government here, but nonetheless conscious that he is the Prime Minister of the country and there are responsibilities that come with that role that he is going to have to address. And the minute he walked through those doors in Downing Street, having given that speech just outside to the hordes of press and media who are here to see him, he's going to be presented with the reality of governing. And one of those things is about what he does to make sure the national security of the country is safe. As much as he might want to focus on the domestic, the foreign policy agenda is clearly crucial to a Prime Minister as well.
Yeah, and the fifth Prime Minister in 4 years, the King getting used to this. But in those weekly audiences that a Prime Minister has with the King, we shouldn't forget that because of the level of seniority of the King as the head of state, there are things in that room you can discuss that you can't discuss with anyone else, not even people here in Downing Street.
With the knowledge of absolute confidentiality, you know, because do you think about the late Queen and the Prime Ministers that she would have met and engaged with and perhaps shared the sort of wisdom of her years of experience in that role? King Charles, who's been such a senior figure of the country for so many years, you know, can he impart any wisdom or helpful tips or advice, all safe in the knowledge that it never leaves that conversation? I think that is the real difference. Andy Burnham's been careful to keep his inner circle tight right now, but we know in government a lot of the decisions are often leaked out, not those conversations with the monarch.
Just very quickly on that, tighter than a trap. I mean, it is remarkable that we're sat here, poised, ready for the announcement. We've not had a resignation letter. We have no steer on who's going into the top jobs, the big offices of state. That is remarkable.
It's extraordinary and a marked difference from what we've seen from previous administrations of different party colours recently. He's called it the black box, a very small inner circle of advisers and allies that Andy Burnham has kept deliberately very close while he's taking these really crucial decisions. Not much is leaked at all. Can he keep that up as he now becomes Prime Minister with a much bigger team? He clearly wants to, but that could be a challenge.
Yeah. We will continue to watch. Let's bring in the former Labour leader, Jeremy Corbyn. I want to refer to something he said, Jeremy, in the past hour or so. He said he wants a break from the policies of recent decades, from neoliberalism and trickle-down economics. Do you feel vindicated?
I welcome that, and yes, because trickle-down economics has failed this country. The levels of poverty are appalling. The levels of inequality are totally shocking. Billionaires owning a quarter of the nation's wealth is really not acceptable. So Andy has a very big agenda there. I hope he's able to fulfill it, because clearly a lot more detail is needed, and we haven't yet had any ministerial announcements. But the first one is interesting. Calling for an end to rough sleeping and homelessness, absolutely the right thing to do. That'll mean a lot of resources have got to go straight away to local authorities. I hope he will also recognise that also means taking on some very big vested interests, such as rent regulation in the private rented sector, as well as proper council house building, not part building and part sale on sites that become available for development. There's an awful lot of issues there he's got to address, but he will know that.
He's talked about having another crack at welfare reform and social care. One of the big things in his in-tray is, of course, the future of Thames Water, which you will have an interest in as a London MP. Do you think there is the money in the kitty to renationalise all the public utilities?
Yes, there is, because the nationalisation that's required of Thames Water and the other water companies, for that matter, should be paid for by buying the companies, but also setting a share price based on the costs that have been placed on the rest of us by the clean-up after the mess that they've made, excessive profits that have been made, excessive bonuses have been paid. And so I think the cost is something that is essential, because we cannot go on not controlling a basic, absolutely basic, essential human need of water. 72 billion has been taken out of the water industry by profits ever since privatisation started. That money could have paid for an awful lot of improved systems and redevelopment. Instead, what are we doing? Polluting seas and rivers. It's shocking. They've got to come back into public ownership. But I mean public ownership, not just public control.
I've got to ask you about Gaza, because I know it's something you've campaigned on for many, many years. He said Labour and the former Prime Minister had made a mistake in their response to the war. What would you like to hear different from him in his approach to the Gaza problem?
Acknowledging they made a mistake over Gaza is a very important step forward. But it also requires, I think, an examination into the way the whole policy is developed on Gaza. I have a private member's bill before the House for a Gaza inquiry, a public inquiry, because somehow or other, Britain has ended up being on the wrong side of the International Court of Justice, International Criminal Court, the wrong side of morality. Well, 73,000 people have been killed in what is an act of genocide by the Israeli forces against the Palestinian people. I think he's got to change policy on arms supplies and security sharing with Israel.
Sorry, I think my line is just breaking out, Jeremy, but let's try and persevere. I mean, there's already been a party backlash over the appointment of Shabana Mahmood to number 11. Some people on your side of the party would have preferred Ed Miliband. What about the reforms that she put in place with regards to immigration? Many Labour MPs would now want to kill those off if she is moved to another job.
I think Shabana Mahmood's tenure as Home Secretary is one that has brought consternation and horror to many people in our country, particularly people working in the health and care sector, who are suddenly being told that indefinite leave to remain isn't really indefinite leave to remain, it's something different. This idea of earned settlement and earned citizenship. She's got to drop that. They've got to drop that straight away. Now, if she's no longer Home Secretary, the incoming Home Secretary can obviously undertake those changes. I know a lot of MPs, Labour, yes, but also other parties as well, and certainly all of the independent MPs, really are determined to get this whole policy changed. You can't keep on appeasing reform and not expecting reform to grow as a result of it. You've got to stand up against reform. Their arguments about immigration and migrants working in our public services are complete nonsense. Everybody knows the NHS and the care system relies on people that have migrated to this country and made a fantastic contribution to our society.
Jeremy Corbyn, very grateful for your time this afternoon. Thank you very much indeed for that. There are party leaders that have been responding to Andy Burnham becoming Prime Minister. Kemi Badenoch, the Conservative leader, has written to him this afternoon saying she wishes him every success, but it was her role, her job, to hold him to account. She has promised to work with him in the national interest to find savings from the benefits bill. First Minister of Wales, Rhonda Iorwerth, has urged Mr Burnham to go further with devolution for the UK nations, not to bypass the Welsh Parliament, and he called for an early meeting. I congratulate Andy Burnham, he said, on his appointment as Prime Minister, which presents an opportunity to redefine the relationship between the Welsh and UK governments. The Scottish First Minister, John Swinney, has pushed for action on the cost of living. He said, I congratulate Andy Burnham on his appointment as Prime Minister. This is a significant moment for the UK, and I commit to working constructively with him in order to improve the lives of people in Scotland. We'll bring you more reaction from Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland later in the programme. Well, earlier Andy Burnham gave something of an indication of his position on foreign policy, and he stands towards the war in Ukraine and towards President Zelensky. Have a listen.
And I'll be making very clear later today to President Zelensky that, there is no change. I will be with him 100%, as Keir Starmer has been, and Keir has done really quite an incredible job in not just backing Ukraine, but being there in a personal way, and I will be absolutely there for him in the same way. I've worked with Ukrainian mayors over the last few years. I've built a network of support for Ukrainian mayors. I take all of that experience into my new role, and President Zelensky will be left in no doubt whatsoever that Britain's support is steadfast, it is resolute, it will be there for him, and I will be there for him personally too.
Andy Burnham speaking this morning in one of his first interviews at Shelter, and later here in Downing Street, pledging to put an end to rough sleeping in England. There are some who have offered him candid advice that he might want to focus more on his domestic policy than on foreign policy issues. Remember, Sir Keir Starmer earned the nickname stay away Keir, and there was a lot of focus on the fact that he was out of the country 40% of the time. That said, foreign policy will demand a lot of his attention, and already foreign leaders piling in to congratulate Andy Burnham on becoming the Prime Minister, seizing the opportunity to call for a closer relationship, particularly those within the European Union. The President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, said she looked forward to working with him to strengthen the EU-UK partnership. Remember, the meeting they were supposed to have with Sir Keir Starmer was postponed. That will happen later in the year with Andy Burnham. For the security of our shared continent, she said, and the prosperity of people on both sides of the channel, we look forward to a closer relationship. The French President, Emmanuel Macron, has congratulated Mr Burnham, saying he hoped they would deepen their relationship and give new momentum to the partnership between the UK and the EU. Certainly there is a closer partnership between the UK and France since Labour came to power. The Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky will, of course, have a wary eye on just how much time Mr Burnham devotes to it. Every success, he said, in addressing the challenges of today, adding that the foundation of the bilateral relationship is stronger than ever, and the two countries will continue, he says, to make each other stronger. He also added that he's looking forward to their phone conversation later today. I bet he is. The German Chancellor Friedrich Merz expressed his congratulations to Andy Burnham, stressing how Germany and the UK are already closer partners and looking forward to working together. Well, as I mentioned just a short time ago, the new Prime Minister, Andy Burnham, was quizzed about his policies today at Shelter, and he talked specifically about ending rough sleeping here in the UK, as he hopes to implement his local policies in Manchester and expand them to the whole country.
But I am ready to lead. I know what I want to do. There's a reason why I'm here at the Shelter in Victoria this morning, an amazing shelter that supports people who are street homeless, people recovering from homelessness. It was the best place to start, to kind of see what is being done here, the lives that are being turned around. We ran a scheme every night, 600 beds, called A Bed Every Night, and we funded it through various different ways. But we were the only place that was doing it. And you won't be able to get the numbers down if you're the only place, and other cities, people are coming to Manchester. So it taught me that the only way is to do this together. Everybody pulling in the same direction, everyone in, as we did in the pandemic, because we did bring people inside in the pandemic. And that's what I'm saying as I go into government today. We did it then, we can do it now, get the basics right, put a care for people at the heart of everything that we do, and just get this country working as it should again.
Well, most of the messages that have come in from overseas have been by text or by social media. But of course, the one relationship we're all looking at closely is the transatlantic relationship. And Alex Forsyth, we're getting a steer from number 10 that he's already spoken to Donald Trump.
Yeah, well, this was first reported by one of the Washington correspondents from The Telegraph, that his first phone call was with President Trump, and we understand that is the case, although we haven't had official confirmation or what they call a readout yet, which is where they tell you broadly how that conversation went and what the content of it was. But clearly, that relationship is going to be absolutely crucial. And Andy Burnham, in the interview he gave much earlier this morning before he took office, did say his first phone calls would be with President Trump and President Zelensky. Now, we know that Keir Starmer had to carefully navigate that relationship with the US president, and initially was praised for how he handled it. Then there was disagreement over the position that Keir Starmer took on the war in Iran, and then Trump was very critical about North Sea oil and gas, and then what he calls windmills, wind turbines, of course. So it'll be really interesting to get a sense of how Andy Burnham approaches what is going to be a crucial relationship, even though he clearly wants to be focused on domestic issues. You can't ignore the President of the United States.
Yeah, no, indeed. And, of course, big implications for the use of British bases and for the energy policy in the North Sea. Maybe the President got the wrong end of the stick on that over the weekend, talking about them dancing in the streets in Aberdeen. I'm not sure the policy is going to change all that much from where Sir Keir Starmer was, but we'll watch that one closely too. Let's take a short break. Around the world and across the UK, you're watching BBC News. Let me show you some of the pictures from today. Sir Keir Starmer leaving Number 10 on his way to the palace. There he is meeting the King, and how quickly power disappears once you've announced your resignation. Then Andy Burnham, just barely an hour later, arriving with his wife Marie-France Van Heel, then getting out of the vehicle there, going through the baggage entrance. There's a lot of refurbishment going on at Buckingham Palace at the moment, but you can see there Andy Burnham dispensing with the T-shirt in his suit and tie today as they were taken in by the palace staff to meet the King for the very first time. And then returning here, of course, to Downing Street to form a new government. You know, it's a brutal old game, this politics thing. I was watching lots of people gathered here around Number 10 this morning for the departure of Sir Keir Starmer, patting him on the back, shaking his hand, all smiles, but of course many of those lined up behind him were those who wanted him out of office. And then fast forward just a few hours, and some of those same people, some of those same Labour staffers back out here on the pavements, hooping and hollering for the return of Andy Burnham to Number 10. Penny for the thoughts then of the Prime Minister as he left Downing Street with his wife Victoria this morning. Here he is delivering his thoughts about what he achieved in the short 2 years he was in office.
My work is done. In 6.5 years, I took our party from a historic defeat in 2019, changed it so it was fit to face the country, and won a landslide general election victory in 2024. Since then, it has been the privilege of my life to serve you and this great country as Prime Minister. And I am confident that Britain is now stronger and fairer than it was 2 years ago. Our economy is stronger. Our public services are on the up, with the biggest fall in waiting times for 17 years. Children are being lifted out of poverty every single day. Immigration is down significantly. Our defence and security are on a far stronger footing, and our international reputation is greatly enhanced. Yet the thing I will always take away with me, the most humbling aspect of this job, is the front row seat you get to witness the greatest things of this country in action. To see every day immeasurable acts of resolve, grit, decency and compassion from people who serve our country, whether that's in their regimental colours, NHS scrubs, or simply the millions of people in their communities who volunteer their time and their effort to the ground beneath their feet.
I've just been hearing in the last few minutes from the former Labour leader Jeremy Corbyn urging the Prime Minister to go further on welfare reform, on housing, to bring the public utilities into state ownership. What will the markets make of all that? I've been speaking to our business editor, Simon Jack.
They want someone who is, as Andy Burnham's indicated, going to stick to their fiscal rules, which is, controls spending and taxes, and saying that we're going to only spend as much as we receive in taxes over the life of the Parliament on day-to-day spending. So that's key, and he's already indicated he's going to do that. Now, the sort of front runner at the moment is Shabana Mahmood, who a lot of people think has done quite a good job of getting a grip of a very difficult ministry. The Home Office in her time is seen as pretty tough on the right-hand edge of the party, and markets tend to like that. Having said that, we have seen borrowing costs begin to edge up over the last few days, but that has